From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
It is 7 o'clock on this Thursday morning. Thanks so much for staying with us here on WESH-TV News and CW18. I'm Sheldon Dutez.
And I'm Sonica Donge. Right now at 7 o'clock, Ian has been downgraded to a tropical storm. Central Florida is still being pelted with rain. We're seeing high wind gusts. We're already seeing water rescues in our areas, major roadways that are underwater. And we still have a long way to go before Ian completely clears out of Central Florida.
And I was going to say, not to mention the power outages that keep climbing throughout the hour.
Millions
yes.
right now.
Well, we want to get right to our team of first warning meteorologists. They are tracking the latest with this storm and what is next for Ian in Central Florida. Eric.
All right, so let's start off with a report. Our Stuart Moore just messaging me that the Ventura Club in Orlando, more than 30 people have been rescued by Orlando Fire, and he's pointing out other areas in the Woodgate Boulevard area of Orlando and off of Curry Ford. So, you know, the struggle in a situation like this, if it's a tornado warning, you can focus on it and you can say, take your tornado precautions. But this is the list of our active advisories, and it's Seminole, Orange, Osceola, Brevard, Volusia counties. Numerous flash flood warnings and flash flood emergencies. This is already on the level, okay, of a 100-year flood in parts of Central Florida, okay? And the rains are still coming down. Let's look at this graphically. This is why we have our fancy cart here. Let's look at this graphically just to give you an idea. If you live in this green highlighted area from Daytona Beach to Titusville through Wedgefield, Sanford, Winter Springs, Orlando, Winter Garden, back over toward Hunters Creek and the northern spear there of Osceola County, you're under a flash flood warning or a flash flood emergency. The emergency is this elevated element that, truthfully, we have never had. I do not recall ever seeing that in Central Florida, okay? Flash flood emergency is issued for the Little Wekiva River because it's a foot above its previous record. Kellyanne's going to talk about the river levels here in a few moments' time, but there's just a bit of a closer inspection of the advisories. Let's get right over to our live radar. We're going to zoom around here a little bit, and then we're going to look at some of the rainfall totals, okay? Let's start in the metro area. Real heavy batch of rain is over Sanford, and obviously we're already talking about concerning rains having already fallen there. That's going to be wrapping around the center of now Tropical Storm Ian, getting into Longwood, getting into Lake Mary, and that Sweetwater community, which of course is where that Little Wekiva River is located. For Winter Park, downtown Orlando, you can see that push of the yellows and the oranges and the reds. That's more heavy rain. The rainfall is the most impactful long term, but when we look in the moment, we're also talking about some fairly significant winds, okay? Look at our Doppler radar here, and we're just going to click on some of these brighter shades. You're talking 30, 40, even upwards of 50-mile-per-hour winds in this vicinity. Up here into Sanford, you see that brighter shade. The brighter the color, the more significant the winds are. Again, 35 to 45. These are sustained winds. Then you pick it up even higher. You're talking 60, 65, 70-mile-per-hour gusts. And that's why every time we talk about tropical storms and hurricanes, just because this is a tropical storm, tell me that this is not going to be something we're going to be discussing for a very long time. Rainfall rates here around Sanford and Lake Mary are significant, okay? Just to give you an idea of where we are, there's Lake Mary Boulevard, there's Lake Jessup, there's the 417. Then we're getting over to 1792. It's a little rural right in here. A lot of people on the north side of the forest there, a lot of people on the south side of the forest. This will be pushing into Longwood. Further widening out the perspective, West Volusia seeing the rain coming down in a very big way here right over the St. Johns River, which will be picking up that river level. Then we come over here to Port Orange and New Smyrna Beach, where we've been getting pictures, and I hope that we can get that turned around fairly quickly, of folks in an apartment complex where the first floor is flooding and neighbors upstairs are bringing them in to give them dry shelter, okay? This is going to be lifting up into Port Orange. We've been hearing of flooding already in Port Orange, and then that extends up into Daytona Beach. It's very difficult to explain the overall scope of this rain event, and I hope we're trying to, but look at these rainfall numbers. This, to me, really will tell the story, okay? In Conway, 14 inches has fallen. The 408, the 417, 1 foot 2 inches of rain has fallen. Let's come into Seminole County. We're talking 13 inches. That's over a foot in Castleberry. That's about a foot in Maitland. Look over here around Titusville and Mims. You're talking 13 inches, 14 inches of rain. And here in New Smyrna Beach, and I truly will say this, for anyone that lives around New Smyrna, Edgewater, Oak Hill, this is going to continue to climb, and you're already well over a foot. 6, 12, 18. 18 inches, right, is a foot and a half. We're almost there in New Smyrna Beach, and you are not anywhere near the end of this, okay? This is not hype. This is just the reality. This is a major flooding event that is playing out across all of Central Florida. So when we say to you things like turn around, don't drown, that's the reality, okay? All right, let's talk about river levels. Let me move over here. Kellyanne Class, what have you got for us? So
still looking at some of the current river levels across Central Florida. We have Little Wekiva River near Altamont. So Little Wekiva River is something that we've been talking about with that flash flood emergency in Seminole County. The current river level is at 30.59 feet. The record is 29.7, going down to St. John's near Astor, nearing that record. We're going to talk much more about that in just a few minutes.
All right, Kellyanne, thank you.
All right, it's 7:06. We are getting a look at some of the conditions right now. We are seeing flooding, flash flooding conditions all across Central Florida this morning in a lot of our counties. Our Osceola County Bureau reporter Megan Malata is live in Kissimmee this morning. Megan, where exactly are you in Kissimmee and what are you seeing?
Hey guys, yeah, it's a little tough to hear you just because of the wind, but right now we're on Orange Blossom Trail right near Bonita Street, and I want to show you guys what's going on behind me. There's a lot of action out here this morning. First, let's go down to this Osceola County Sheriff's vehicle. It's a little bit hard to tell with the wind blowing all that water, but do you see that water coming out of the car? That's because this truck just got towed from this flooding. This is some significant flooding over here on Orange Blossom Trail. There's another sheriff's vehicle right there, to my right. That one also just got towed from outside of this flooding. Now, I have been talking with the Osceola County Sheriff, Marco Lopez, this morning. Their deputies are out here because they're trying to protect people and keep them safe, but they're getting stuck themselves. There's a couple of other cars, and I'm not sure if you can see that really bright light coming toward us. That's an airboat. I'm not sure if that belongs to the Osceola County Sheriff or with another agency, but they're out here doing water rescues. And then if you look just to the right of that really bright light, they just turned it off there. There's a tow truck. It's also submerged, but you know, that tow truck driver is risking himself by just to help other people. There's a better look at the airboat. It does look like it's with the sheriff's office. Some deputies are getting off of it right now. They were doing some rescues, and I want to make sure you guys know that this water is actually going down. It was a lot higher earlier this morning. We were able to get further down Orange Blossom Trail at this hour than we were earlier. Now, the water, though, is obviously still high. And on Orange Blossom Trail, there's also a lot of car lots. So it's hard to tell if some of these cars drove into this floodwater or if they're floating into the floodwater. I think my cameraman here is zooming in to show you that there's 2, maybe 3 other cars further back that are submerged in this water off of Orange Blossom Trail. Now, I can't see where the flooding ends. It's past where I can see. So it looks like there's some law enforcement agencies on the other side of all of this near the light back there. I'm not sure how much you guys can see of this as well, but again, that airboat is out here making rescues. There's tow trucks out here towing several cars. It's just one after the other. People keep driving into this water, and some cars could be floating off of the lots on this roadway as well. Now, if you take a look behind me, if I have my cameraman turn around here, this is Bonita Street right here. I'll have you guys walk down. The street sign is down, so it's not just water, it's also a wind issue over here in Kissimmee. There's a look at that sign. Man, the wind is just picking up. It comes and goes, but it's getting pretty tough right now. And if we walk down a little bit further, I want to show you, it's not just Orange Blossom Trail. If you take a look down Bonita, there's law enforcement agencies standing by on this roadway as well because the flooding gets really bad down the road. So we're going to keep an eye out on the conditions here in Osceola County. I can tell you some of the other roadways that are not passable include John Young Parkway and Michigan Avenue. We're also seeing that some of the flooding is also happening in Lake Buenaventura area. We're seeing a fire station flooded. We're seeing a lot of businesses flooded. So we're going to try to touch base with those impacted by the water and the wind. And of course, we'll bring you more details as soon as we get them. But for now, I'll toss it back to you in the studio.
All right. Megan, a lot of reporting live in Kissimmee this morning, and it's important to point out that Megan is not on a secondary road. She is on OBT in Kissimmee. This is a main thoroughfare, a main drag that goes through so many of our different neighborhoods, and for that to have that standing water and for law enforcement vehicles to be getting stuck in there, it is just a sobering reminder for all of us to not drive through there.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like she can still hear us right now. I mean, if she can, I'd love to hear her perspective on Osceola Parkway, because that is a major thoroughfare through that area. And I know that, Megan, you've been driving around. How's Osceola Parkway?
Yeah, our Osceola Parkway is covered in water. I will say, though, compared to the other roadways that I've been on, which include obviously Orange Blossom Trail, John Young Parkway, Michigan, a couple of the side roads here, Osceola Parkway is actually probably the safest roadway that I've been on. Of course, it does go up and down a little bit. It's a bit of a hilly road in some parts, so where it divots down, there is some flooding there. And then it also has some flooding where there's on-ramps. For example, the Osceola Parkway on-ramp to John Young, couldn't get on that. We had to find a detour and get around it. So Osceola Parkway is flooding as well. And like I mentioned earlier, I am talking to the Osceola County Sheriff, Marco Lopez, and he told me just a couple of minutes ago that other parts of Osceola Parkway that I haven't been to yet are also seeing some major flooding.
Wow, okay. Just a great reminder to stay off the roads if you can.
And Megan's working with photojournalist Marvin this morning. They had a hard time even connecting with each other because it was so hard getting around Osceola County this morning.
Yeah, it just gives you an idea. And we did hear from Seminole County, and we've heard this from many first responders and officials. 6 inches of water is all it takes for you to be in danger. And as you can see behind Megan, we're dealing with water. It looks like up to a foot in some parts. Nothing really explained it better than watching all of that water pour out of a sheriff's office truck vehicle, even sitting at such a high level that was inundated with water.
And we are seeing sites like that all over Central Florida this morning. So even if you are not in Osceola County, we're seeing it in downtown Orlando. We are hearing reports about it in the Dr. Phillips area, in the Maitland area. It is just widespread all over our viewing area. We do want to continue our coverage this morning right now with a check of the conditions in Orange County. Greg, where exactly are you in relation to College Park, and what are you seeing?
So I'm right near Dubstred Golf Course. If you come down Par from Edgewater and off of Harrison, we're on Harrison right now. And the big problem here, obviously, is a lot of water in the street. We're going to be talking to Casey Vaughn in a second here, but I just want to show you. This is really about, in the gutter areas, about 2 feet deep, and driving down the center, it gets steadily deeper from 1 foot to 2 foot to 3 foot, and obviously that's creating a big problem, and that's why we're talking to Casey Vaughn. We met her as she was trying to walk down and get to her mom, because what's her situation? She's a couple of blocks down here, right?
Yeah, my mom lives in a townhouse just down the road and woke up to flooding inside her townhouse, and she tried to get out and drive but could only get so far, and is currently sitting on the hood of her car waiting for rescue, just out in the storm. So I live right around the corner. I was hoping I could see if I could get to her on foot, but I haven't made it there yet.
So both you and us, we're going to have to try to figure out some way around this off of Harrison, maybe a different street, right?
Hopefully safely we can find a drier street. I don't know. We'll see.
While we're continuing to talk, videographer Jake Arthur, maybe you can show us, how high it's up on the wheels of that car right there. I'm looking down the street now that the sun is finally starting to come out, and it looks like it's going into some people's yards, and I think some people, Casey, are going to find that they've got some water coming in maybe their front living room.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of homes with some water damage they weren't expecting. We don't usually get flooding like this in this area.
Exactly. I think that was, again, what kind of surprised me. Driving around here in past years, we haven't really been in this neighborhood for flooding. Does that show you what Ian is really about here?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we prepped like we normally do for all the other hurricanes, but flooding is not something we've ever had to prep for. So it's going to be way more damaging than we thought it would be.
Yeah. What do you think your mom's townhouse looks like on the first floor?
She said it's a loss on the first floor. It was pretty high already when she got out. So she was able to get her cat and her purse.
And now she's got to get somebody to her. Obviously, Casey Vaughn, thanks a lot for talking with us. We'll continue to talk with you. We'll try to get down there to your mom also, and we appreciate it very much. Thanks a lot. Again, we're just off of Parr and Harrison in an area that's been very flooded. We were also driving in the area in Winter Park of Minnesota, Clay, Nicollet. Even deeper water than what we've been showing you here on Harrison by Parr. So obviously very treacherous driving. If you do not have to be out, you should not be out. We'll continue to take a look at the situation that's just down the block here and get back to you when we can. We're live in College Park, Orlando, Orange County. Greg Fox, WESH-TV News.
All right, Greg, thanks to you and Jake Arthur, the photojournalist who were out there. Greg was set up on Parr Street, and if anyone's familiar with Orlando, that's the exit to get off to get into College Park. That is a main drag to get into that neighborhood. That's where the golf course is. That is where so many of these neighbors are. Like, it's a residential area, and to see that much water standing in the middle of Parr Street.
It's heartbreaking. It's frankly heartbreaking. We're going to hear a lot more from different residents as they wake up this morning, as the sun begins to rise, as they go outside and they assess the damage that is only just beginning. Because as we know, Ian has now been downgraded to a tropical storm, but still very much in our area and will be through most of the day. A lot of people are asking, when is it going to completely clear out? Let's bring in First Warning meteorologist Kellyanne Klass. And Kellyanne, we're in for a day.
Absolutely. You know, even though the core of the storm is going to push offshore throughout the morning and afternoon, we're still going to be dealing with the rainfall lingering and the wind gusts lingering into our area. So here's a look at Tropical Storm Ian, that center of circulation just about to pass off the coastline of Brevard County and move into the move into the Atlantic rather later on today and into tomorrow. But even though it's going to move away, that center away from Central Florida, we're still going to see a lot of that lingering rainfall. Okay, so let's take you through Futurecast. Here's a look at 10 o'clock. Still wraparound rain with Ian lingering across the area. Heavy rainfall all the way up from I-4 and areas north. We think areas up towards the north, especially in Flagler County and Volusia County, will see the heaviest rainfall throughout the day today as it just sits and lingers. So your rainfall totals, your flooding potential expected to go up. Here's a look at 5:30. We will still see some rainfall across our eastern locations. Some of that rain will clear out back from the west, but we're still going to be dealing with those breezy conditions throughout the day today. Now, as we look towards late tonight, the heaviest stuff clears out, but we will still watch for some lingering showers and even maybe some thunderstorms out in the vicinity. But for at least right now, watching for the rain, watching for the wind. So far, peak wind gusts today hit 76 miles per hour in Daytona Beach, 60 miles per hour in Orlando, 61 miles per hour in Sanford and in Melbourne, 56 miles per hour in Leesburg, and 49 miles per hour in DeLand. I imagine in Flagler County and Volusia County, our wind gusts could still go up as Ian moves across the coastline and into the Atlantic. That's just, again, one piece of the storm, the wind, the rain. But let's tell you when we start to see some of those gusty conditions clear out. Here's a look at 11 o'clock this morning. Still see some lingering strong gusts in the central and especially northeastern spots. Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, still going to be dealing with those strong winds. New Smyrna Beach by 2:30 this afternoon. Expected to see wind gusts of about 66 miles per hour with the wind slowly subsiding in Central Florida. And those gusty conditions will still continue into Thursday. We're going to have that onshore wind, so going to be concerned about maybe even some storm surge across the area in Flagler County, where you are in coastal Flagler County under a storm surge warning. Not covered into Volusia County, but 1 to 3 feet is possible. So watching those gusty conditions still continue into the overnight hours. By Friday morning, things begin to clear out slowly but surely. And then I think throughout the day today, throughout the day on Friday, things slowly begin to return back to normal. So when does it end? When does all of this end? Well, starting off in our southern location, so extreme portions of Polk County, so southwestern Polk County, later on this afternoon, right around 12 o'clock. That's when the worst of the weather ends, by around 5 o'clock in most of our central locations. Then from Orlando and north and to the northeast, not until very early on Friday morning. So we still have rounds of rain to go, and we're going to continue to update those rainfall totals. The river gauges, we're going to continue to update that as well, and still track Ian.
Seeing that record-breaking flooding and even more to come. Kellyanne, thank you. Let's turn things over to the coast now, where we've also been seeing a lot of our residents being battered.
Yes, our Brevard County Bureau Chief Scott Heidler is standing by right now. Scott, where exactly are you in the county? And tell us what you're seeing.
Right, we're right on the Cocoa waterfront. The Indian River is behind me. Now, when we first came a couple of hours ago, the waves were lapping over the water barrier there. Now things have calmed down a little bit. Now, I need to tell you, we drove about 25 miles up US 1 down from the India-Atlantic Barrier Island area, and we saw a lot of different conditions on our way up. We saw a lot of lashing rain. We saw high winds. We saw areas that lost power, some that had power, and downed power lines. So that's another reminder to those folks in Brevard County who are just waking up today. If you see something, if you see a down power line, if you see something that's pretty serious that you think officials should take a look at, dial 211. Don't go there yourself. Stay inside as long as you can. Obviously, you want to try to assess the damage on your property, but please make sure that you loop in the officials, because there's a lot of dangerous hazards out there that would have happened overnight. Now, just a little bit ago, we went to a neighborhood just north of where we are, and two branches, large branches, smashed into a house, one in the front porch and one on the side. But we spoke with the resident there, and luckily no one was injured.
Nobody's injured. Everybody was just scared. I'm still a little.
Or you just?
Oh, we're going to try to ride it out.
Okay.
If not, I'd either go to we'll take them to my mom's.
Now that the sun is coming up, obviously officials are going to be looking at areas that are low-lying and flood-prone, because that was the concern, the main concern for Brevard going into the storm activity, starting in the beginning of the week all the way through. The focus has always been on flooding, so that's now going to be assessed now that the sun is rising and those officials can get out there. We're hearing just up US 1 a little bit in an area called Highland Street and the river that there was some flooding there kind of overnight. That's going to be assessed in these morning hours, and we'll bring you updates throughout the day. Reporting live in Cocoa, Scott Heidler, WESH 2 News.
All right, Scott, thank you so much. We'll be checking in with you throughout the morning.
Yeah, we saw at the bottom of the screen there where Scott Heidler was seeing about 7 inches of rain. We want to continue our team coverage now by bringing in WESH 2's Bob Hazen. He is in Seminole County, where at last check, Eric Burris told us 13 inches is what Seminole County is seeing. We can see it here. Bob, it looks like you're getting pelted with rain as we speak.
Yeah, we are in Sanford at the marina, and it has been extremely heavy wind and heavy rain pretty much for hours this morning, and hasn't let up at all. Down here, you can see the boat ramp at Lake Monroe. You can see the water there. All that wind blowing straight off the lake. And I want to bring you around over this way. You can see there's the St. John's. Oh, excuse me. Whoa. St. John's River Steak and Seafood Restaurant. And in front of it, obviously, you can see all that sheet metal on the ground. I don't know where that came from, if that came from the restaurant itself or from some other building around here. And then up, if you look on top of the building, you can see the roof kind of flapping in the wind there. And there has been stuff flying around here all day. Just so you're aware, we are next to a building that's breaking the wind for us, and our car and another car are both in between us and the lake. So hopefully we've got enough protection here to keep us from anything flying that way. And in fact, if you look to the right here, you can see Lake Monroe and all that water flopping up on there. In fact, it looks like it's coming over the seawall there completely at this point. So we've already seen some flooding in downtown Sanford along the Riverwalk and along First Street in downtown. A lot of the roads are impassable. The streets over there are just really, really deep with water. When we checked them last, it was already covering a lot of the tires of cars that were parked on the street there. I can only imagine those cars are getting some water inside them right now from the water rising up in front of them. But you can probably hear still the sheet metal flopping around out here in the street in this parking lot along the marina. Now, obviously, we're kind of surrounded by water in this spot where we are, so we're going to probably move away from here after this live shot. But definitely the seawall is, the water's coming over the seawall now from Lake Monroe. And again, the riverfront very, very covered in water early this morning, so do not drive on this. This water is deep, it's dangerous. We've seen a couple of cars get stuck already. And so it's just a deteriorating situation right now, at least here in Sanford in this part of the Riverwalk. And we're gonna check out a little bit more back closer to the downtown area, let you know what it looks like. Try to also find some spots where it's a little safer for us to be right now because that water is rising quickly on the marina. Back to you guys.
Wow, Bob, you and Jennifer, your photojournalist, we're going to give you some time here to get resituated. Please stay safe while you're out there. We saw that huge gust of wind that sort of almost knocked him off his feet. Kellyanne was just telling us that Seminole County is seeing gusts of up to 55 miles per hour there. So a very active situation in that area. If you are in Seminole County, definitely be careful. As you heard from Bob, don't go outside if you don't have to. We are also, by the way, expecting to hear from the Seminole County Emergency Operations Center within the hour. So as soon as that happens, we're going to work to bring that to you live as well.
And a reminder, we just saw in Bob's live shot, even though this storm has, now at a tropical storm strength, it is still causing a lot of damage and a lot of gusty winds in our area. So definitely take it easy right now. Let's get a check of the conditions right now in Volusia County. Claire, we've been checking in with folks in Osceola County and Orange County. They've been reporting flash flooding in their area. What are you seeing where you are?
It is absolutely wicked wind, tropical storm or not. Things have not let up on the beach side in this community. Again, the bridges remain closed because of these wind gusts. I hope you just get a feel for this. This is A1A and sea breeze. Take a look at this palm tree that just came down a short while ago, just pulled out of its roots and gone. And all of A1A now just underwater. This would have been ponding water if the wind wasn't blowing so hard. There is so much water in this area, it's not even funny. But it's blowing so hard that you really can't see it. Now, Hutch can't go any farther than that just to be safe. But I'm just going to try and give you an idea. A lot of this signage is at risk of coming down, just like this palm tree. So we're not going to take any silly risks here. Down the street, though, I can tell you, down the street, the power had gone out. Transformers have been blowing all over the beachside, and the power had gone out. You couldn't see a foot in front of you, and several people were trying to move around in that area. Now that the sun's coming up, it'll be a little bit safer, but it's still unsafe to try and get out here right now, to move around at all. It's just really a difficult situation and a dangerous one. Signage all over the place. They're like flying missiles. They can cut right into you. As we drove, and we actually had to turn around because a transformer blew, the power went out. We couldn't see a foot in front of us, and debris was flying all over us, in some cases hitting the vehicle. So we got to safety as quickly as we could. Stay put as long as you can. I'm hearing from a lot of folks in Edgewater, the flooding situation, very, very severe there in the Florida Shores community. That's real difficult. Also hearing in New Smyrna Beach, I think we were talking about that apartment complex rescue, and so this is the beginning. Well, we're far from the end of all this in Volusia County, unfortunately. They say we're going to get the worst of it till the end of it, and we are certainly long into that. Talking with Sheriff Chitwood earlier, and I've been in touch with him again. There have been a few other rescues. Sadly, we announced that a 72-year-old man was killed during the storm, apparently trying to get some of the water out of his swimming pool, and he was using a hose alongside of a canal, slipped down the canal and drowned. Just a horrible situation for that Deltona family, and a sad reminder for all of us to not go out if you can help it. But I'm telling you, this is one fierce wind right now. These gusts have got to be up into the 50s, 60-mile-an-hour range, and certainly steady just below that, which makes those bridges so critically difficult to maneuver, and which is why they're not going to open those bridges until we get under that 39-mile-an-hour steady pace. But it really is not getting any better on the beach side or on the mainland, for that matter, because we're in touch with those folks as well. In downtown Daytona, they're seeing some flooding, especially on Palmetto. The river was high to begin with, and now it's overflowing its banks. And, you know, this is a small palm tree that came down, certainly a heavy palm tree, and I'm grateful there was no vehicle or anybody else in its path. But there are far bigger trees all over the place that are going down, one after another. And power lines, as I said, the transformers have been blowing constantly. In some areas, the power is still on, so I can see where I am in some areas. But I can't even, I'll tell you what, I can't even get around this corner here. I'm blowing. That's looking north into Daytona Beach and Ormond Beach. So the wind has really turned, and it is blowing so hard that we wouldn't dare to even try to get around that corner. As it is, just standing here is difficult. You hate to think that we are going to be in this for hours, but sad to say it's true. And a friend of mine down in Florida Shores just called to say that homes are flooded, vehicles are underwater. Same situation in New Smyrna Beach. I've heard from folks in Port Orange who are flooding, so it really a traumatic situation for so many, and I'm afraid it hasn't gotten necessarily any worse than earlier, but it certainly hasn't gotten any better. And as Orlando had told us earlier, it looks like this is where the storm's going out, and it's certainly going to leave its mark. I think many of us are going to be recovering and trying to deal with damage for days, if not weeks to come, in this area alone, and of course all around Central Florida. Looking to check in with the folks in Flagler as well to give you an update as best I can and as soon as I can. But again, this situation here, very dramatic, so we'll take it back to you. And I lost my earpiece, so I can't hear you if you talk to me. I'll try and get back on with you a little later on so I can answer any questions you might have. As it is, I'm just trying to stay put and stay out of this direction of the wind for now. Back to you. I'll throw it back.
All right, our thanks to Claire and her crew in Volusia County right now, giving us that live look of the conditions. The wind's whipping in that area over 50 miles per hour at this hour still. We can see just how much damage it's causing with that palm tree coming down in Claire's live shot, and just her trying to steady herself and find her balance because it was whipping around so much.
Yes, we had asked Kellyanne a little while ago, how much longer are we going to see these conditions? When are we going to start to dry out? Even trying to get back to normal, opening up some of those bridges, as we heard, the wind levels have to be below 39 miles per hour sustained winds. We've got a ways to go if we're looking at between 50 to 60 mile per hour sustained winds right now. Okay, we do want to turn things over now and continue our team coverage in Kissimmee with the caveat that we are awaiting a press conference right now from the Seminole County Emergency Operations Center. So when that does happen, we're going to try and get to that as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, Megan, you've been driving around. We've been seeing just how deep those water levels are. And we were actually watching a water rescue last time we checked in with you. How are things going?
Yeah, there are still some water rescues taking place. Right now, we're on Orange Blossom Trail near Bonita Street, and I'm going to take a step out of the way so you can get a better look. There are cars that are still submerged in the floodwater on Orange Blossom Trail. If you can take a look, there's 2 of them still there, but just a couple of hours ago, there were plenty more. So there's been tow trucks out here towing those cars out of the water. There's been other resources as well, towing some vehicles out. 2 vehicles that were recently towed actually belong to the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. One of them is their regular traffic unit, and the other one is this unit right here, the Osceola County Sheriff's. I believe this is one of their community sheriff's vehicles, SUVs. And just a little while ago, right when they towed this truck, if you had taken a look right here at the seam where the door ends right there, there was water pouring out of this SUV, so you know it was deep into this flood water. And like I mentioned, the Osceola County Sheriff's Office is using all of their resources to make rescues and tow these cars out of the water and off of the roadway. Just yesterday, when we were at the news briefing with Osceola County emergency officials, the Sheriff's Office said, please do not do anything to put their deputies at risk. They only want to respond to calls that are absolutely necessary, and that is what they're doing here. But by driving through floodwaters where it's uncertain if you'll make it to the other side, that's putting them at risk by having them come out to rescue you. So this is something that we don't want to see. But the resources they're using out here, obviously, They've got their deputy units, their normal deputy units that they use day to day, but they've also got their Bearcat. If you take a look over there, once this tow truck passes, there's families loading up into that Bearcat unit. I believe that's what it's called. I may be mistaken, but they're using that, and they're also using their airboat. The reason you don't see the airboat right now is because they are driving, going up and down Orange Blossom Trail and into these side roads. I want to point out in this part of Kissimmee, or this part of OBT in Kissimmee, there's neighborhoods on these side roads. So behind these shops and businesses that you see here, there's homes. And if the floodwater is this high on Orange Blossom Trail, you know, we can only imagine what it's looking like down these side streets. I did actually get a video earlier from a friend of mine who I interviewed for a story a little while ago. Her name is Hannah. She sent us a video from inside her home where the water is flooded about a foot, I'd like to say. And she lives off of one of these side roads here. So that just goes to show that they are struggling. When the airboat has come out, we've seen families, we've seen kids. We recently heard a dog barking from across the way. So they're really trying to rescue everyone in this floodwater and everyone in the homes that are being impacted on these side streets as well.
I know you said that you've been in touch with Sheriff Marcos Lopez in Osceola County. Okay, we will check in with Megan in just a little bit, but in the meantime, though, we do have an update from Seminole County.
Yeah, they have begun their press conference there at the Emergency Operations Center. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Flooding include Altamont Springs, Geneva, Lake Mary, Heathrow, Wekiva, Winter Springs, and really just about anywhere in the county you can find localized flooding. Most all tributaries, the St. Johns River and Little Wekiva River, are all in flood stage. Along the Little Wekiva River, we are now at a historic level, never been at this point in recorded history. We have flood terrain vehicles from the fire department and law enforcement out in these areas right now, and have also requested that the National Guard, which was actually staging here in Sanford, to assist us as well, and they're sending 10 vehicles over to help us as we do rescues in those areas and save individuals as necessary. Our teams have been out this morning, and we are reporting dozens of traffic signals that are out. I want to say treat each intersection as a four-way stop, and I know that's going to be echoed a couple times, but that's how important it is for us. We don't want any loss of life because of a traffic signal issue. Only travel on the roads if it is extremely critical. So if you're a power provider, if you are a utility worker, if you work at a hospital and you need to get from that critical infrastructure, that is a reason, of course, to be out on the roadways. If you can stay off the roadways, of course, we are asking you to do so. Some of our lift stations are without power. Our water utilities are out using mobile generators to pump those stations, and then they move to the next one, and so on. And they have started that. As soon as the sun comes up, they'll be starting that process. Right now, we have over 80,000 customers here in Seminole County without power. Duke and FPL are positioned to respond once it is safe to do so, and we have great partnerships with them. They're sitting just right back here, prepared to respond with their teams. We ask you to please report damage to us. Individuals can report damage by filling out a form at prepareseminole.org. You can do that. It's phone friendly. If you go to prepareseminole.org and under the damage assessment tab, this will allow us to track any critical needs. Damage assessment teams are ready to respond after the storm. These damage collection numbers will help us to get assistance much quicker to those that may need it right after the storm passes and it becomes safe to do so. With that, I would like to turn it over to the Fire Chief for additional comments. Chief?
Thank you, Alan. Good morning. As Alan mentioned, we've had many residents without power. As we keep stressing, generator safety is of great importance, and you must keep them 20 feet away from your house and make sure they're never in an area that's not ventilated. Due to extreme flooding throughout the county, we are getting 911 calls this morning of stranded vehicles in the water. We're stressing again to everyone, we need your help. Stay off the roads. But if you have to be on the roads, remember, anytime you come to a flooded area, remember, turn around, don't drown. Do not attempt to cross flowing water. As little as 6 inches of water can knock you off your feet. Electrocution is the second leading cause of death in flooding situations. Do not go into the water. As always, our personnel are here to save and protect lives and property, but the safety of our first responders is also important. We don't want our first responders going through dangerous floodwaters unnecessarily. Call 911 for emergencies. Remember, it's easy to forget that you were using what you were using when the power went off. To avoid safety hazards, unplug or turn off appliances and equipment that you had running prior to the power going off. We've had fires start in the past from ovens being turned back on and things such as pizza boxes being left on top of them. The oven turns back on and that can start a fire. In the fire department last night, we had a total of 250 calls to 911. Predominantly, most of them pertained to downed power lines, some motor vehicle accidents, and a lot of mechanical fire alarms. We had a high volume of electrical hazard type calls with electrical panels on houses. Some of these were dependent on oxygen tanks and needed that power, and we evacuated those residents. Currently, because of flooding and the number of 911 calls we are receiving, we have begun delaying response to non-emergency calls such as mechanical fire alarms, trees down, and power lines down. This will be a slow and steady recovery. Please be patient and keep yourself safe. I'd like to turn it over to Sheriff Dennis Lima.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning. Deputies and police officers throughout Seminole County were out throughout the night patrolling the streets, and again, I want to thank our citizens and our businesses for self-regulating. Hardly any traffic that was on the road throughout the night and again this morning. I want to thank all of our businesses for, again, closing businesses down, securing. There's nothing going on out there. There's no reason why anyone should be on the roadway. All the businesses are closed. If somebody wants to get kind of a glimpse of what's going on, you just have to tune into whatever local news station that you watch, and they're giving good video footage of unprecedented flooding and some of the hazards that are out there. A lot of the stop signs that are normally positioned on poles are gone. Make sure you're being mindful of those areas, as well as, once again, treat any intersection that does not have power as a four-way stop. A significant amount of power loss means that these intersections are just open, and it's, again, if you're on the road, make sure that it's on the road for a purpose. You're working in one of these high-risk positions, you need to be in there, but just don't go joyriding around. Again, the conditions are very dangerous out there. No wake. Alan Harris will be signing an executive order at our request here in a few moments that require that there be no wake on a roadway. Typically, we talk about wake, we're talking about waterways and other areas, but we have had problems in the past with people flying through roadways, shooting up a wake into people's yards, on their mailboxes, and potentially doing damage. It is incredibly dangerous to do that, so there'll be an executive order here in Seminole County that does not allow motorists driving up and down the road through water to throw a wake on other areas. In addition to that, we're also going to put an executive order in for no motorized boats on the roadways. And again, you know, we understand that there are certain circumstances where people may need assistance getting back to their home. Non-motorized boats are going to be perfect for that. The Seminole County Sheriff's Office stands ready to assist citizens when necessary with our heavy vehicle and equipment into flooded areas. We have 5 of those heavy vehicles. We've requested another 5 from the United States military, and of course the National Guard is assisting us with 10 of their vehicle trucks as well. So that executive order will be no wake on the roadways, and then again, no motorized boats on the roadways. The last thing we want people is going up 1792 or one of the other thoroughfares throughout Seminole County with a motorized boat. I want to then thank the public safety professionals that have been out working all night. Many of them have received damage to their own homes, and their families are at home. We had a deputy have a tree fall on a parked patrol vehicle, but it could have been a lot more damaging and a lot worse to human life here in Seminole County. We're not through this yet. The rain will continue, which means the flooding will continue, and all the dangers are still out there. But again, thank you for self-regulating. Thank you for staying off the roads, and thank you for being mindful of all of these hazardous conditions. That concludes our briefing right now. We'll come back to you when we have more information to share later today.
All right, at 7:43, if you're just joining us, we just got an update from officials in Seminole County reporting that they are seeing historic flooding in parts of the county. The sheriff also saying that some of the traffic lights are out. So basically, if you come upon one of those intersections where there is no traffic light working, treat it like a four-way stop sign. One of the big takeaways from the sheriff's message just now, they are doing an executive order for a no-wake zone on the roads, which means that you can't blitz through there really fast, sending that water splashing up into people's yards or sending those ripples into the road. Also, Sonica, he talked about not having any motorized boats on the road. So even though there is that standing water in so many parts of the county this morning in Seminole County, do not take a motorized boat onto the roadway.
Yeah, although non-motorized are okay in certain situations, but that is also part of the executive order. And I did just want to add, if you are in Seminole County, you wake up, you immediately see some damage. They did give a resource where you can report that damage. It's prepareseminole.org, and then you just click on the damage assessment tab. Also, keep in mind, as we start to get the power back on, what did you leave on when you lost power? They said that that is one of the most common ways that they start fires. If you left your oven on and lost power, when the power comes back on, your oven will be on.
Yeah.
You got to be mindful of that.
Such a good reminder, yeah.
All of these housekeeping reminders we're going to continue to tell you about as Ian continues to move its way out of Central Florida. However, Ian first has to move out of Central Florida. Let's get you right over to First Warning meteorologist Eric Burris. Eric, where is Ian right now and what are we seeing?
So we are dealing with a storm system that's slowly moving off the coast of Brevard County, but while it's still here, we have all kinds of flash flood warnings and flash flood emergencies that are posted, okay? So let's do this. Let's get right over to our First Warning live Doppler radar. And I want to talk about this. Not only are we dealing with the flooding rains, okay, but we're dealing with driving winds. I just got video in from the Ponce Inlet area where Ian has decided to deconstruct a pool cage. And while a pool cage is a relatively, easy piece of construction to come apart, the video just shows the driving winds. As Ian is gradually weakening, the wind field is kind of spreading and just outputting a ton. So let's do this. Let's come in here on our First Warning live Doppler radar. It's actually quieting down a bit here around Chuliota and Bithlo, whereas up here into Seminole County, Longwood, Sanford, our live radar showing torrential downpours. But if I switch over to our velocity product, okay, now understand that this is winds just above street level, okay? But we're talking about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds just above street level. Down at the surface, it's a little bit lower, but we're reading these very serious winds, and we're noticing the winds picking up. Just within the last couple of moments, Daytona Beach Airport registered a wind gust of 76 miles an hour. Orlando International Airport getting a wind gust of 66 miles an hour. So this is very much verifying, okay? Let's take and switch back over to the conventional mode of the radar. Down here around the Orlando International Airport, let's just see. Okay, all right, just making sure, comparing radar sources. Around Orlando, they got that gust and just a quick passing uptick in intensity. It's driving rain and blowing wind. Ocoee back over to Montverde. Gotha area, there's Windermere. This is the Bay Hill subdivision. We're near the tourist district. And then moving out toward Claremont, this is some of the worst weather that you've seen here along 27 and State Road 50 here out toward Groveland and Bay Lake. Let's come up to the north a little bit. Tavares, Eustis, Lisbon. It's a very strong wind for you. Not as strong, but for you, it's 30 to about 35 miles per hour, right? All right, let's come back over here and see what's doing right along West Volusia. You see the deeper oranges there into the yellows. When we look at the wind field, again, this is up top a little bit, but you're talking 80 mile per hour winds at like 1,000 feet. So down to the surface, 60, 65 mile per hour winds, okay? And then over here toward New Smyrna Beach, Port Orange, Daytona Beach, it's these darker areas that we have to watch for that real uptick. The threat of tornadoes isn't really there, but what is there is just this incredible rain and the driving wind. So in lighter green, those are flash flood warnings, which is rare enough in Central Florida. But it's this darker green that is a flash flood emergency. There's three types, right? A watch means we need to watch out. A warning means it's happening. An emergency is just that. That includes West Volusia. That includes much of Seminole counties because we're seeing creeks, rivers overflowing. We're seeing inch upon inch of rain being added. So let's get over to meteorologist Kellyanne Klass to talk more about just how much rain we have seen.
Yeah, and really, Eric, it's just been a streamline pretty much all the way up the I-4 corridor and areas down to the southeast where we are seeing the the biggest rainfall totals. Now, nevertheless, every single location in Central Florida is seeing a significant amount of rainfall, but in the white and the purple, this is where we are really seeing at least about a foot or more of rainfall. Okay, so let's zoom in onto Orlando into Orange County, Azalea Park at about 13.4 inches of precipitation, 13.7 in Conway, 14.4 right around the beach line, and the 417 going up into Seminole County, where we have that flash flood emergency. Winter Springs at about 13.1, so well over a foot. Same thing in Oviedo, and the rain totals continue to pile up with more of that rainfall. Sanford, you're almost at a foot of rainfall going into Brevard County from Port St. John at about 10.6 to Titusville, over a foot of rainfall. Mims, you're at about 14.3 inches of precipitation. Portions of northern Brevard County at about 15 inches of rainfall. Just outside of 44, so State Route 44, we're seeing about 16.2. And this is the area in Volusia County that we are really going to be watching within the next 12 hours or so for these rainfall totals to go up. I mean, already Edgewater, New Smyrna Beach knocking on the doorstep of 16 inches of rain and more to go, with all of those outer rain bands moving into the area. I do want to go up into a little bit further into northern Volusia County to kind of show you what we're looking at in terms of the precipitation. Really just lower rainfall totals as we get the purple shadings up there. So we're still seeing a significant amount of rainfall stretch through Volusia County, and then eventually that's going to work its way up towards Flagler County. Flagler County, anywhere from about 5 to 6 inches of rainfall, but more rain is going to be on the way. We're also looking at some river flooding data. We have new information on that. We're going to talk much more about that, and of course more on Ian in just a few minutes.
All right, Kellyanne, thank you. We have just learned about the first storm death reported here in Central Florida.
Let's get right to Jason Guy. He's monitoring the latest details from Volusia County.
Yeah, and we're getting updates on this 72-year-old Deltona man who has, authorities said, died. He's said to have gone outside at roughly 1 o'clock this morning during the storm. He was looking to drain his pool, according to his wife. She told authorities that he had gone out there to do that. Then she made the call to authorities because he didn't come back inside the home. Deputies say they found his body in a canal behind the house. Now, at this point, the initial investigation indicates that the man was using a hose trying to drain water from the pool and get it to go down a hill and into what is a 30-foot wide canal behind the house. And authorities say it does appear that there's a very steep decline into the water. Looks like it was slippery and the ground may have been soft due to all of this heavy rain. So, of course, this is the first confirmed storm-related death that we're bringing to you, the 72-year-old Deltona man. And guys, listen to this as we send it back to Sunik and Sheldon. We're also hearing reports of several deaths in Lee County, but we are still working to confirm that exact number. So we do expect the death toll to climb significantly.
Jason, thank you for that. A sobering reminder of just the intensity of this storm, just how widespread it was, the fact that we're seeing damage and deaths from all the way in Southwest Florida all the way up to Volusia County.
And unfortunately, as the day progresses, as the sun begins to rise, and as Ian starts to move away from Southwest Florida and Central Florida, we will be learning more. And of course, we'll be bringing it to you as we confirm more information. But no doubt about it, this was one of the top 5 strongest storms that has ever hit Florida. And we are going to continue to track just how historic it was.
So all morning long, Sonica, we've been talking and checking in with our crews all over Central Florida. So many people reporting flooding where they are, flash flooding where they are. Guys, right now we're taking a live look. These are the I-4 express lanes near Kirkman. It's a little hard to tell from this camera angle here, but because of the water droplets that are there on the lens, but there is water on the express lanes of I-4 near Kirkman Road. We've seen so many reminders this morning all across Central Florida to take it easy if you are out and about on the roads, if you have to go to work. Other than that, they're telling people to just stay home until all of this rain clears out and we can finally, hopefully, start to dry out.
Yeah, and in addition to I-4, by the way, we had reported this earlier this morning, but the Turnpike is also shut down in parts. Just got an update from them. Turnpike is now shut down in both directions from mile marker 254 through 267. Again, because of that significant flooding, the northbound lanes are closed from 254, southbound lanes closed from mile marker 267. This is in Orange County. So keep that in mind. It's not just the low-lying areas that we are seeing. We're seeing some major roadways being flooded out. Megan Mulatto was reporting from Kissimmee, Osceola Parkway, OBT in that area, John Young Parkway before 192, all flooded out. So really, if you don't need to leave the house, you just don't need to.
No, not at all. All right, let's get right to Meredith McDonough right now. Mayor, I know you're tracking the latest with the power outages this morning. Almost every utility is reporting extensive outages.
Yeah, Sheldon, yesterday we did hear the governor say that he expected it to be in the millions, and we can tell you it's over 2.5 million in the numbers here in throughout the state of Florida. So we're going to break it down for you. So it's over 2.5 with power outages. Polk County has the most in our area with over 194,000. Now let's take a look in Orange County. We know that more than 169,000 without power. These numbers coming in from Duke Energy and OUC. Let's take a look in Seminole County this morning. Over 82,000 without power. We're just looking at these numbers and realizing how this is impacting so many local families, the elderly. Take a look at Brevard, more than 70,000 without power. So total outage there, 21%. Lastly here, let's take another peek to see what we have. If there's any situation in Volusia County, more than 116,000 without power. The total outage there, 37%. Now, OUC is saying that crews will continue restoration efforts once it is safe for them to go out. And guys, we just continue to follow the storyline here with the power outages. It's going to be some time before it's restored to many of our local communities. Right. Sheldon, Sonica, back to you guys.
Meredith, a good reminder for everyone to keep in mind this morning that it might be a little while before the crews can get to your neighborhood because we're still waiting for this rain to stop before they can go out and assess the damage and restore power to our neighborhoods. Also, Sonica, earlier, FPL saying that they need to rebuild their system, not so much restore it. So take it with in perspective as a grain of salt right now with the power outages.
Yeah, we all have to be a little bit patient. Speaking of, road cleanup in Lee County is started already. It's begun overnight. This is in Estero. The Estero fire rescue teams are starting. Again, as the sun rises, we are expecting to see a lot of damage in Lee County. We are also hearing reports about potential deaths. As we learn more, we're going to bring that to you. Still a very fragile system, and we're going to be learning, I think, some very sobering news as we head through the day.
And this morning, we are also showing some of the damage that we've seen throughout the morning. Right now, you're taking a look at video. This is from downtown Orlando on Orange Avenue, not too far away from Annie Street. That is our colleague.
Yep.
Tony Atkins, helping a woman who got stranded in some high water there at that intersection. This is Orange Avenue in downtown Orlando. So if anybody's been to downtown Orlando in our viewing area, you know how busy Orange Avenue is, and look how much that flooded overnight. This woman that Tony is giving a piggyback ride to, holding her purse while he's doing that. That woman is a nurse. She was trying to get to the hospital so she could go to work this morning. We know so much of the first responders, law enforcement, hospital staff. They still have to work during these severe weather events. And this woman was just trying to get to work, came upon that intersection, Sonica, with all of that high water. Tony said that he didn't even hesitate. It was the right thing to do to go and help her. But it's important to note not to drive through those areas. Be mindful of how you're helping people as well.
So we haven't heard from Tony over the last hour, but just as some background, he was at that area all morning long. He had watched that water level rose over the course of the morning. They felt very confident at the time that there weren't any power lines, live power lines down there, or anything dangerous under the waters. And when she called for help, there were no first responders around. He had spoken a little bit earlier this morning. If there was, of course, first responders, he would have turned to them first. But in that moment, he went and helped her out. And he had actually been giving directions to a lot of other people who were headed to the hospital around that hour, saying, go around, you can go around the pooling of the water here. Fortunately, he was able to help that woman. But as you mentioned, a really, really poignant reminder that if you see any level of water, sometimes you don't understand or don't realize just how deep it is until you are in it, until your car is stuck in it. And so officials are also reminding you, avoid floodwaters. Just avoid floodwaters completely if you can. Turn around. We know it'll add some time to your commute, but it is worth it. Officials, of course, touting the phrase, you're going to hear this so often over the next day or so, turn around, don't drown. We know as little as 6 inches. 6 inches of water can sweep people off their feet. It may not sound like a lot if you get 6 inches outside of your door, but that is all it takes some time. And as we mentioned before, there could be power lines. They could be live power lines. We live in Florida. There could be creatures under the water. So just be incredibly, incredibly safe.
Chemicals, bacteria, all that gross, nasty stuff that you don't want to deal with if you don't have to. All right, so we know that this severe weather system was a heavy rainmaker. We've seen a lot of that flash flooding connected to it. Take a look at some of the wind damage in Naples. This is some video that we're seeing there of the wind taking that roof off in Naples. No surprise here because this storm made landfall in southwest Florida yesterday morning with all of those gusty, almost near Cat 5 winds, just 2 miles per hour short of being a Category 5 hurricane. So an intense storm that made landfall in southwest Florida yesterday, causing all kinds of damage from southwest Florida all the way up to Volusia County.
It is now a tropical storm, but that does not mean we are done covering Ian as it moves across central Florida and eventually leaves our state. Our continuing coverage of Ian continues after this. Oh my God.
From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
We've got major areas that are experiencing catastrophic flooding. Many buildings are flooded, and many residents are in need of rescue and assistance.
Good morning. It is just about 8 o'clock on this Thursday morning, and Ian is now a tropical storm. We are continuing to monitor its track here on WESH. I'm Sheldon Dutez. Thanks so much for joining us.
I'm Sonika Donge. As many of you are waking up, we are following two major threats as we head into today. Major flooding and downed trees and power lines. Our team of reporters have been giving us updates all morning long in a very safe way. They're spread out across central Florida. We have everybody from Claire Metz in Volusia County to Kelsey Thorud down in Polk County. We have several reporters spread out through Orange County as well. And of course, we've got Megan Mackey in our traffic lab.
Yes, and we know that all of our crews have been our eyes and ears. They've been all of your eyes and ears at home too, because we want you to stay indoors right now until this system passes. So let's check in with our first crew right now and see how they're doing.
Yeah, let's get you right over to our first warning meteorologist. Eric, talk to us about where Ian is right now and all of the active advisories in place.
All right, so Ian is basically working off the shoreline of Brevard County these next few hours. The 8 o'clock advisory came in. Winds are at 65 miles an hour sustained, and so many Central Florida residents are like, yep, got that. It's definitely gusty outside right now. And we're going to get to the gusts in just a couple of moments' time, but I want to focus on the majority of our concern at the moment, which is the flash flood warnings that are posted from Daytona Beach to Cocoa Beach, and including, oh, so many communities around Mims, Port St. John, Titusville, Bithlo, Sanford, though. When you get into these darker shades, that is a flash flood emergency. That runs until 8:15, and I would be curious to see what the National Weather Service does if they're going to go ahead and extend that. Just as they're updating right now, just as a status update, we have two flash flood emergencies still in effect, Little Wekiva, and then the larger warning for Volusia, Seminole, and portions of Orange counties. Little Wekiva River is at an historic level, okay? And then the broader scale, we're just seeing widespread flooding in this corridor. I'll be curious at 8:15 if they extend that out more or not. All right, let's continue on and just get to the radar, and I want to track and show you what's going on. It's this swath of rain, and it doesn't look impressive, right? Radar and tropical weather looks very different than just your normal run-of-the-mill thing. But where we're seeing these yellows and these oranges, these are truly tropical downpours, okay? Let's zoom in here and see where we're at. First off, around the Walt Disney Complex, let me put this into motion, and you can very clearly see that heavier stuff kind of developing over the 429 communities out this way. Haven't seen a ton of rainfall, so at least for now, that's not a huge concern. But look up toward Apopka and Zellwood, where it's just been these little ripples of energy coming in and coming in and coming in from Apopka all the way over through Sweetwater, the Wekiva Springs area, the Lake Brantley area, the concern of water coming up out of the lakes and overtopping banks. Almost every neighborhood picture I've seen in here has been flooding in the roadways, and it's going to take some time for that water to stop coming down, let alone subside. Look around Lake Helen, Lake Ashby. There's DeLand, Samsula watching these torrential downpours coming in from about the Ponce Inlet and Port Orange all the way up through Holly Hill, Daytona Beach, and Ormond Beach, and then back over to DeLeon Springs. The winds have been gusty, gusty, gusty. We've been tracking winds on our Doppler radar. Let me just pop this up, okay? These brighter shades show it to you. Our radar scanning a little above the surface, but just above ground level, 70 to 80. Once it gets down to the surface, it's more like 60 to 70 or 50 to 60, depending. So our radar is scanning it. The Weather Service radar is scanning it as well. It's a significant weather day, but this is why we have been here for days and days and days to prepare you for this storm system. All right, so that's kind of the current status as we are now. Meteorologist Kellyanne Klass continuing to follow a truly historic flooding event in the rivers, a 1 in 200 year flood so far.
Absolutely. You know, we've been talking about Little Wekiva River early this morning, and we're still continuing to watch it because it is over by a foot the record stage as you go towards Little Wekiva River. So here's a look at the current right now. It's 30.59. Record is 29.7. Watching a couple of areas for major flooding. It's St. John's River near Astor, St. John's above Lake Harney. These two are nearing their record stage, but not quite there just yet. Also, Shingle Creek at Campbell, we're watching it to near that record as well. The record is 62.3 feet, and we're at 61.97 feet. The last time I checked was about 15 minutes ago. I'll check it again another 15 minutes. Most likely has begun to rise. Now, we're still going to be watching that flood threat throughout the day today, but I want to show you exactly where it's headed next. So yes, even though Ian is going to go off of the coastline, we are still going to be watching that flooding potential for Volusia County, looking likely at this point. In Flagler County, it is expected to see flooding, especially along the coastline. So even though we're not seeing a lot of flooding or heavy rainfall just yet in Flagler County, it is going your way. So let's time out Ian hour by hour for you on Futurecast. Here's a look early this morning, still getting those flooding rainfalls streaming into central Florida as Ian slowly pushes off of the coastline. I think by this afternoon, we'll start to get the core of the storm out in the coastline, but we're still going to have a lot of those outer bands from Ian and the center, the heavier rainfall rather, just circulating into central Florida. So the rain is still going to arrive, especially along our metro locations and towards the east. By 5:30, 6 o'clock, we start to clear out the rain in the metro, but the heaviest stuff is still focused along Volusia County and Flagler County. So I think that's going to be the threat later on today, and our focus later on today is going to be Flagler County and Volusia County. By tonight, the heaviest stuff is just off the coast, but still I'm going to have to watch this very closely. Peak wind gusts today hitting about 67 miles per hour so far in Orlando, 76 in Daytona Beach, 61 in Sanford and in Melbourne. And we're still looking at tropical storm force winds through this afternoon along the metro into Lake County, into portions of Osceola, portions of Polk County, all the way into Osceola County. And as this storm slowly lifts, we'll see those winds slowly subside hour by hour, starting from the west and moving along towards our eastern spots. Still tropical storm force winds up and down the I-95 corridor around 7, 8 o'clock tonight, even overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, watching coastal Volusia County, coastal Brevard County, and even Flagler County for those tropical storm force winds before lifting up towards the north. So even though Ian is going to eventually move off the coastline, we still have a long day of rainfall and flooding and also the wind. So that's just a peek of what we're going to expect throughout the day today. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with more.
All right, Kellyanne, thank you. We do want to begin our team coverage this hour with a check of all of our reporters across Central Florida, beginning with Orange County.
Yes, let's get right to Tony Atkins. Tony, last time we checked in with you, you were in the downtown Orlando area along Orange Avenue. Tell us where you are now and what exactly you're seeing.
Well, right now I'm at the same intersection, but I just caught a different angle as the sun comes up. You really just get a good idea of how strong these waters were, and the winds, they're still coming through. Right now the rain isn't as heavy, but the winds, every once in a while, it comes through in a big way. Now I want to show you down the line here because you really can see like the magnitude of the ponding here along South Orange Avenue. This is Silver and Orange, and yeah, this is the same intersection where just a few hours ago that vehicle that we showed you earlier today was stuck. So that vehicle is still here. It turned its flashers on before that woman was removed from the car, but those flashers have gone off, and I do believe that this car may be dead now at this point because of that. Also, just to kind of give things more scale, take a look across the street there. You could see just how much water has risen in this area, in this low-lying area right there at Orange and Silver. It's just probably, I would say about 3 to 4 feet of street signs. So obviously, much of it's still covered in these big, just great waters out here. This is just another example of why people should take it easy on the roads. Earlier today, we did explain a lot of people were coming up through these roads, maybe because they didn't see how high this water was, but now as the sun comes up, we can see it right behind me now. But also, drivers hopefully coming down Orange Avenue, trying to get to that hospital, can see just how dangerous this is, and they can consider an alternative route there to the hospital or wherever they need to go in the Soto neighborhood. I'll send things back to you. I'm live on Orange Avenue. Tony Atkins, WESH-TV News.
Man, you can really put things into perspective when you compare the water levels to where the street signs are. And we've seen so many vehicles being stalled out in the roadways there.
We have. And Tony, can you hear us okay?
I got you.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
great.
you do. Okay, so earlier we saw that video of you helping that stranded driver earlier this morning at that intersection. It was a nurse who was trying to get to work. Walk our viewers through what happened and just kind of explain what happened in that situation.
Yeah, so around that time, it was just a much busier time when it comes to weather. The rain was coming down. A lot of water was flowing down the hill here onto this ponding area, a lot of water. And at that moment, we were turning a number of cars around. One truck barely made it through. It was a really large truck. It pulled through, and we don't advise that at any point. But then there were several other cars that either didn't notice or tried their own luck, and it's unclear what happened to this vehicle, but this car stalled out. We saw my photographer Jerry, he saw the big push, that surge of water coming up, and he was like, is somebody trying to go through there again? So at that point, we get out because we wanted to turn them around like we did everyone else, and that's when we saw this car. This car eventually got stuck. Then I saw a hand come out. I heard help, and I looked around for a number of things. Crocodile, just alligators and things like that, also down power lines. But most importantly, also, I looked for law enforcement or somebody that could help rescue that woman, but no one was there. It was so dark. She did ask for help, and I just didn't know her status. So I just, used caution, and I just decided to slowly make my way out there and just help her out. I'm sorry, my phone disconnected, so I won't be able to hear you after this point, but I will explain. So anyway, I went into the water, she got on my back, and then I brought her back. She didn't seem too concerned about the car. She seemed more disappointed, but she was very concerned and had to get to work where she worked as a nurse. So, obviously saving lives, obviously it was top of mind for her trying to get to work in this hurricane at the time. So she was safe. One other thing that I will note is that, again, after that, less cars started trying to make their way through here, but I'm just glad she got home safe.
Yeah, Tony, I know he can't hear us, so we'll let him go, but we are so grateful, and it is such a delicate situation. She was trying to head to work. He was trying to look around for any first responders that could help out. We're just very grateful. We hear this all the time. You can replace things. You can't replace people, so we're glad that things turned out the way they did. But a great reminder here, we're going to be seeing a lot of pooling water across Central Florida, and it is just not worth the risk.
No, and Tony assessed that situation. He checked it out before going to help that woman, but if you don't know what is underneath that water, call for help before trying to help someone else. But he handled that situation very well, all things considered, considering there were no law enforcement around and that there wasn't any danger in that water. Absolutely. So glad he's okay, glad she's okay, and hopefully she was able to get to work because she is a nurse and works at the hospital there in Soto.
Yeah, all right, that is not the only area. As we've been saying all morning long, that is starting to see the water build up on the roadways over in Osceola County. We had checked in with Megan Mulatto a little bit earlier, and she was giving us a live look at some of the major arteries through that area, through Kissimmee specifically, that were completely flooded with water. We also heard from some officials quite recently. We want to bring in WESH-TV's Jason Guy here in studio. And Jason, what are we talking about? I mean, listen, those pictures say it all.
Yeah, and we just got another alert. Your phone may be buzzing there about that flash flood warning in effect. And this is going to go for parts of Central Florida and our area until 10:15. Our meteorologists keep talking about this, but here's what happens when we get that kind of rainfall and very quickly we see the water collect in one spot. You've got an area that's flooded out. Look at this. A family there in Kissimmee had to be rescued by the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. They brought in that airboat, and there we've got little ones and some adults. A few of the other kids look to be elementary, middle school age, got off that boat, and they were all rescued safely. Now, in Kissimmee, we know parts of the area are impassable, and that is due to all of this water. It's just flooding in places there. Crews are responding to people in need of rescue, but right now it's still dangerous for those first responders, so they can't get to everyone. Areas to the west are dealing with the catastrophic flooding. There's help coming in as crews are trying to get people to safety, but because of the rain and the wind that's still happening for us here in Central Florida, those rescues can't all take place. And earlier we heard from Kissimmee City Manager. Listen to this.
We're mobilizing our units currently to get assistance to you. We're bringing assets in from other areas, including high water rescue vehicles, to get folks the help that they need, because as I said earlier, there are areas that are completely impassable we can't even get to with our standard emergency vehicles.
The officials are just reminding all of us because of these rain totals. And more rain is on the way, but you start looking at some of the areas just right here in Metro Orlando where you've had more than a foot, 14 inches there just east of the 417 as you get past where the 417 and the beach line connect. Officials say stay off these roads. This is a dangerous situation. Stay inside to protect yourself from the wind, the rain, any debris that's out there. And this is going to help those crews as they get to the areas where they are needed. If you notice a power line is down or any other,
start seeing just situations with that rising water throughout the day today because the rain is not stopping until this evening. So please, please, please keep that in mind in your neighborhood if you're walking around or driving.
A lot of water rescues already, and even one as we speak. Let's get you right out to WESH-2's Greg Fox. He is in the eastern part of Orange County here. And Greg, what are we watching here?
Well, right now you're looking at a rescue that is going on of 36 people in an apartment complex in the Ventura community that is just off Curry Ford Road. And these people are next to a retention pond in this community, which overflowed and into their apartments. So you can see what the fire crews have done here from Orlando Fire Department. They knocked a hole in that cinder block wall to relieve the water that was building up against the back and the front of the apartments. And then they have brought in boats in some part of this complex. It's several hundred yards down there. We'll try to get to that in just a second. But what you're looking at now is they're pulling people out. And then there is a Lynx bus waiting to take them to a shelter. But you can see how high the water is. They're using an inflatable boat there. They've got other powered boating equipment in a different part of the complex. And they're rescuing 36 people here. And then across the street, actually, Jake, if you can show them over there. I know it's a little difficult to see the Cadence apartments across the street, but there were 18 people taken out of those apartments because, my oh my, look how deep the water is here. It's up above the top of the tires on some of the cars in the parking lot. And again, it's just a huge mess here. I'm not sure if we have video from a short while ago, but we've seen a toddler brought out. We saw an infant brought out from these apartments here in the Ventura community, along with parents and obviously people worried about not only their own safety, but also their possessions inside their homes. So this is going to continue to be a challenging time for them here. Again, I told you there's a Lynx bus that's going to take them to shelter so that they will be able to kind of gather their thoughts, be taken care of, get some food, The one lady I talked to a couple of minutes ago said that this all started happening around 3 o'clock this morning. So now they've been dealing with this for more than 5 hours. And again, as you can see, firefighters are over there waiting for the next couple of people to be brought out through that break from other firefighters that are using boats to get people out of their apartments. This is an ongoing operation. The chief of the fire department is here and is overseeing it and says that obviously this is one of the more serious situations that they've been dealing with here. And Jake, I know it's going to be a kind of a shaky shot, but if you can take a look down there, you can see another inflatable boat, it appears, as they're going back into the complex to get somebody else or a group of people to bring them out here. They've been out here for, a couple of hours now, and this is going to continue for some time. We don't know how long, but until they get everybody out into a situation where they can say they're out, they're safe, and then obviously as the waters recede in the days ahead, they'll be able to get an assessment of the kind of damage that's gone on to the properties themselves and to the possessions of these people inside their apartment units. We're going to stay on top of this. We're going to get back to you periodically to show you what's going on here. But for now, we're live in East Orange County. Greg Fox, WESH-TV News.
Sounds good. Thank you for that report. A 5-hour operation so far, happening even as we are feeling the bands, the wind, the rain from Tropical Storm Ian. It is still sitting on top of Central Florida, moving away from our area. But if the water rescues are already starting right now, you can just imagine what we are in for the rest of the day.
And now that it is daylight outside, we are seeing just how catastrophic and how intense all of that standing water is in so much of Central Florida this morning. Our coverage continues right now with WESH-TV's Megan Mulatto in Osceola County. Megan, you're in Kissimmee right now. Every time we check in with you, that water looks like it recedes just a little bit, but it's still pretty deep.
Yeah, guys, that's exactly right. So the water is receding just a little bit. I'm actually a little bit further down Orange Blossom Trail than I was able to go to earlier this morning. But what hasn't changed is the amount of rescues. Those are still happening. I'm going to take a step out of the way so you can get a better look. There are still cars deep down into that floodwater. There are 2 boats here now. It looks like the Osceola County Sheriff's Office and the Kissimmee Police Department and Kissimmee Fire are responding to these rescues. Now, some of these vehicles appear to have driven into the water. They might have not seen the water earlier this morning when it was still dark out. And if you take a look just to the left of them, there is a car lot. And some of those vehicles in that lot are also getting submerged. And this part of Orange Blossom Trail actually has a couple of those. So if you take a look to the right, there's another one. Here's a truck coming through with the sheriff's office that was towing one of the boats that just arrived on scene. Again, this is the second airboat. It looks like they might be towing it away now, but just a couple of minutes ago, they were making rescues. They were taking these boats through the side streets off of Orange Blossom Trail, rescuing families, rescuing children, and rescuing some pets as well. I'm going to have my cameraman point over here, or look over here to the left. There are families taking shelter under this awning. It looks like it's a tire shop awning, and if we get a little bit closer, you can actually hear there's 2 dogs in a cage. The woman carrying them just brought them straight across through the floodwater. It looks like she was in a home on one of these side streets. And then we also spoke to a gentleman. I'm not sure where he went, but he is helping. He actually came out here to help his wife's family get out of their home. He says that they were seeing the water nearly chest high inside their house. So he came out here to help them, but in that process started helping other people. He actually, when I saw him last, was carrying a woman to shelter under this awning. And I asked him, is that your family you're helping? And he said, no, I don't know who that is. I'm just helping her get across this floodwater. So as we've mentioned earlier, this is locals helping locals. You really do see the community come together in times like these, and that's what we have to focus on, to stay positive, to focus on getting through this thing. But for now, the focus is these rescues. As you can see, there are still a lot of submerged items, submerged vehicles. Thankfully, there is nobody in those 2 cars that you see straight ahead. Those people have been rescued. And again, it's a team effort here. You've got law enforcement agencies and strangers coming together just to help people that are in need. Earlier this morning, we got some video from another Kissimmee resident who lives down one of these side streets. She sent me a video of her home, that her family's home rather, that her mom just paid off, is seeing a lot of floodwater as well. So they're going to have to be picking up the pieces after that. Clearly there's going to be some damage there, but I think right now the top priority is just making sure that everybody here is safe.
And Megan, I can't get over it. It's so remarkable that you're not on a side street. You are on Orange Blossom Trail. You are on OBT in Kissimmee. This is a main thoroughfare through multiple counties.
I can't hear if you're asking any questions.
Okay, no worries. We're having some trouble with Megan's audio right now. But as I was saying, Megan was reporting on Orange Blossom Trail. Like, that is a main thoroughfare that goes through multiple counties right here in Central Florida. It is highly traveled. It is an area that you would not think would see that much standing water, but it's just a testament to how much rain fell overnight, and it continues to fall at this hour.
Road closures all over Central Florida, and it isn't just the side streets we're seeing. We're seeing OBT, where Megan Mulatto is. Osceola Parkway is flooded with water. I-4 is shut down in parts. The Turnpike is shut down in parts. We are seeing record-breaking floodwaters in parts of Central Florida, including in Seminole County, where the Little Wekiva River at last check was a foot higher than record levels. It is something we've never seen before. We want to get you out to WESH-2's Bob Hazen, who is in Seminole County right now. And Bob, last time we checked in with you, you were really getting pelted by the rain. I think you were trying to find some shelter, a safer spot to be in. So where are you now, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, we moved back a couple streets into downtown Sanford. We're on First Street, of course, a busy area here in downtown Sanford. And you can see this is First Street at South Park. And we're going to get an example of how deep the water is right here as this van tries to go through. You can see it's going to try to make it through. It gets deeper as you get closer to Holler Box down there. And so you can see that it's kind of kicking up some wake as it's trying to get through here. Most cars have been turning around as soon as they get to that point, because it does get about bumper deep at least when you get down right there to that intersection. So I can tell you that while we do have a lot of flooding on the street here along First Street, I haven't seen the water going up into a whole lot of businesses. Right over here is pretty much the worst that we've seen. It looks like it's kind of getting close to going into the barber shop down the sidewalk here. But other than that, it looks like the water is staying in the street, even though it's getting pretty deep in a lot of places. I also want to show you some video that we just shot in the last half hour along the river walk. This is the waters from Lake Monroe actually splashing up onto the river walk and filling the sidewalks there, as well as the road right in front of the lake. And there's also, well, from what we could tell, at least 2 palm trees that have been knocked over on their sides right there at the river walk, as well as several signs that are down. So obviously some damage from the wind and from the rain with the flooding that's going on in Sanford right now. We've also seen police going up and down, watching for anyone who's out here on the streets. One thing I can tell you that we haven't seen a lot of is people out looking at the damage, and that's usually a good sign if you don't have a lot of people wandering around getting out into dangerous situations. So we have not seen that today so far, and that's a good sign. Not a whole lot of people driving around either, aside from the occasional people who drive through these high waters that are along the roads. Some of the neighborhoods are also dealing with this high water, not just on the roads, but also getting surrounding their properties and getting into their properties. So obviously there's going to be a lot of cleanup out here in Sanford, and we're going to be checking it all out this morning, throughout this storm as it moves along. And reporting live in Sanford, Bob Hazen, WESH-2 News.
All right, Bob, thank you. And just a quick housekeeping note here. We heard from the Seminole County Emergency Operations Center around 7:30 this morning. And they did say, as you wake up this morning, if you glance outside and you already see some damage, they gave you a website that you can go and report your damage claims to. It is prepareseminole.org, and you can just click on the damage assessment tab. They did also warn there are lift stations without power, water stations without power, dozens of signals are out. Treat them as a 4-way stop. You'll hear that a lot over the next couple of days. Just don't be out on the roadways, as Bob Hazen was showing us, unless it is critical, because there are also stop signs that are completely missing. It's just not the best day to get outside if you don't have to.
No, not so much at all. And even though that was a Seminole County sheriff giving that advice, it really does apply to just about every jurisdiction here in our viewing area. All right, we want to check in right now with our first warning traffic expert and anchor, Megan Mackey. Megan, you're in Altamont Springs right now. Tell us what you're seeing and where exactly are you in Altamont Springs?
Yeah, right now I am, as you mentioned, in Altamont Springs. We are monitoring the Lake Wekiva River here in this area. Right now I'm on Spring Oaks Boulevard, and we've been here for the past couple of hours. We've seen the flooding here really continue to deteriorate. You can see that those mailboxes are almost completely submerged in water. Earlier this morning, we saw several people coming out of their homes before the sun came up, especially as we were really seeing those heavy rain bands come through, just really concerned about this. Start to voluntarily evacuate. Some people even tried to get their cars out of their homes, but it was too flooded, so they ended up walking. Listen to this one guy that we spoke to.
Is it bad?
Huh?
Is it bad?
What's that?
Bad in your house?
It's about to go in my house. Yeah. News crew?
Yeah.
We have a car parked up the road we're going to go into, and we have family in other cities that we get out. Down to the bottom of the hill, so all the water goes right to it. Sandbags are only going to hold for so long.
Back out live, we did see Seminole County Fire Rescue just drive through this area, and it is a major. A lot of people still in their homes, and many of them without power. We've also heard several transformers explode. We'll continue to monitor this and keep you updated throughout the day. I'll send it back to you.
From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
Just about 8:30 on this Thursday morning, Hurricane Ian, now a tropical storm here at this hour, but still causing a lot of issues all across Central Florida this morning. Thanks so much for staying with our WESH-TV coverage. I'm Sheldon Dutez.
And I'm Sonica Donge. As Tropical Storm Ian continues to make its way out of Central Florida, we are dealing with major roads that are underwater right now. Millions of Floridians are without power. We're continuing to see rain and heavy wind gusts across our area and record-breaking flooding. All of this is coming, by the way, as we are expecting an update from the governor. Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to speak in the next 30 minutes. So when he does, we will bring that to you live.
In the meantime, though, we do want to get the latest on this storm's path. Our team of first warning meteorologists have been tracking every step of this storm since it started forming in the tropics. Let's get right to Eric Burris right now with the latest.
All right, so this is where we're at. We are watching a very significant flooding event take place. We have flash flood warnings posted for such a large geographic area, and then in addition to the flash flood warnings, we have a flash flood emergency for the Little Wekiva River. It is at the highest level it has ever been, okay? We're talking about significant flooding there. Then this entire area from Astor along the St. Johns River back over to Daytona Beach, Oak Hill, Edgewater, all the way down to Cocoa Beach, and then all the way back to include all of Orange County. A flash flood warning with a considerable threat from the National Weather Service, meaning essentially that we're watching this take place. So let's do this. Let's take a look at our live radar, and I'm going to run it here on our cart. But everywhere that you see, we've got our radar kind of focused in to be able to give us the highest resolution possible. But everywhere that you see yellows, that is a driving torrential downpour, but it's also a driving wind. We have seen gusts in the last few moments' time, like just now, Orlando International Airport, gusting to about 61 miles per hour. So it's not over yet. This is a tropical storm, so it has weakened a bit, but that 61 mile per hour wind gust, look at the radar right now. It's a light green, so it's not even like they were in the higher pocket of intensity, right? Sanford, Deltona, very heavy rain falling for you. And when we look at our first warning live Doppler radar's wind velocity product, keep in mind that this is a little upstairs, but it's finding winds upstairs running 60 or so miles an hour. So translating down to the surface, maybe that's like 50, 55 miles per hour. Still significant. That's severe weather on a normal day. And this is just a kind of a widespread pocket of it, okay? All right, let's look over here toward Orange County. You can see Windermere, Ocoee back over toward the county line, getting over to Claremont. Very, very heavy rainfall. But this is where our concern is growing. Not only is it driving winds, let's look at our live radar here. And again, what you're going to see is wind upstairs. So 80 to 85 miles per hour upstairs. The radar scanning at about 1,500 feet, translating down to the surface at 65, 70 miles per hour gusts. But it's also that rain just piling up and piling up and piling up. And focusing on how much rain has fallen and how much more could fall. The big concern there. Let's head over to meteorologist Kellyanne Klass.
Yeah, and we're really concerned about Volusia County, Flagler County later on today. I mean, look at some of these rain totals so far. New Smyrna Beach knocking on the doorstep of 17 inches of precipitation. Edgewater knocking on, actually at 16 inches of rainfall. Just northwest of Oak Hill, we have 15.6 inches of precipitation, and more is going to be on the way. I want to take you up and show you kind of that fine line between northern Volusia County and southern Volusia County. Again, New Smyrna Beach right around 16 inches of rainfall, up towards 17 inches of rainfall already. South Daytona at 12.2, so you're at a foot of precipitation, just under a foot just north of Daytona Beach. Then you go to Holly Hill and you're at 10.6. You're at Ormond Beach and you're at 9.8. So the farther north you are in Volusia County, the lower the rain. So you're waking up this morning and you're thinking, okay, I don't think that flooding is going to be a concern. Even into Flagler counties, you're dealing with anywhere from about 4 to 6 inches of precipitation. But we are expected to see that potential for flooding go up. So I want to remind you, even though right now you're not seeing those high rainfall totals, that we are going to see them eventually go up. All right, so follow me over to the key. We're going to get you kind of the latest information that we're expected to see out into the northeastern locations. If we could get the key popped up, hop over there, get you a better look at exactly what is going to happen here in Central Florida. All right, I guess we are saying here. So let's just talk about it. Looking like it's expected for Palm Coast over to coastal Volusia County. That's where we're seeing the most likely and expected chance for the flooding potential, even up towards Ormond Beach. Daytona Beach, you're in a likely chance that we will see that flooding expected. Then we go down to the south. We start to get into that possible threat for flooding. Just keep in mind, this is an additional chance for what we're already seeing as Ian begins to pull away. And look at some of these rainfall totals. So Ian is going to move up through the northeast and move into the Atlantic. And when you get that wraparound moisture from Ian, you are going to see rainfall totals even inching higher than what we're already seeing. So Daytona Beach and areas through about Daytona Beach and Sanford, thinking about an additional 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. Then from Daytona Beach north towards Palm Coast, potentially 10 inches of rainfall or even higher. So this is why we're so worried later on today about Volusia County and Flagler County as this storm system continues to move out of the way. Of course, we're also going to be monitoring our river systems. We're going to have much more of those details in just a few minutes.
All right, Kellyanne, thank you so much. And, you know, we are getting videos from all of our viewers on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. We're texting our friends and family. We're seeing standing water just about everywhere in Central Florida this morning, and Lake County is no different.
WESH 2's Marley Martinez reports from the flood-prone area of Astor.
Now that the sun has risen, we can see just how much the St. Johns River has risen as well, and at a fast pace. When we got here yesterday, there was a 1-foot gap between the river and the dock, and now you can see there's hardly any clearance at all, and the rain is still coming down. Folks we spoke with say the river was already high because of previous storms, and Lake County officials tell us just upriver they had to help 10 families move them to safer shelter because of the rapid flooding. This is a concern here in Astor, and Lake County disaster recovery teams, they are now out on the road trying to assess that damage, and pretty soon we will find out what folks are waking up to this morning after the hurricane passes through. In Astor, Marlene Martinez, WESH 2 News.
All right, we know that one of our crews, Kelsey Thorad, was in the Tampa area for the first few days of this storm. She has since relocated a little bit closer to our area here in Central Florida.
And let's check in with her now. She's reporting live from Osceola County. And
what's this road name?
Yeah, let's figure that out too. But in the meantime, Kelsey, how was your drive over from Tampa?
Well, guys, we drove over from Tampa over here, and it really wasn't that bad until we got into Polk County. Then it turned really bad, and now we made our way to Osceola County. We're actually in Kissimmee right now, and you can probably see this entire road here behind me is flooded. This is Christine Drive. We're just off of Michigan, pretty close to the turnpike here in Osceola County, and we're standing in probably what is 1.5 feet of water here, and it has flooded into these homes. We actually were just speaking with this man here. His name is Jerry. He lives in this house right here behind me. So, Jerry, you were saying that there's water in your house right now?
Yeah, it was about 2 feet high from my floor and from 2 o'clock in the morning. So I was scared. This is my friend down my life. My neighbor, he been here 45 years. This second time for them, but for me, first time. It's my experience, you know.
So how much water is in your house right now?
Right now, inside my house, it's empty. But on the garage, you got water.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for the water go down, and the city, whatever, open the pan, the water go flow. So I was scared this morning, very scared.
Have you been talking to other people in the area? I know it seems like it's every house on this street.
Yeah. That one, the gray one, by the BMW, I will talk to him.
Yeah.
They're okay. The water coming from that way behind the house, there's a river.
Here, let's move out of the way, guys. There's a truck that's trying to drive through this water, which is not a good idea. I mean, you could just see from these trucks driving through, guys, how much water is in this neighborhood. And it seems to go, as far as I can see, even to that street over there, it is flooded out, and these guys are driving through it. We spoke with another neighbor when we were walking in here for the first time, and we asked him if he lived in this neighborhood, and he said yes, that he did, and this was his first time coming back here, so I don't think he was here when it flooded out, and he was coming back here and seeing this for the first time. And I mean, it feels like we're just standing in the middle of a river right here, and this is a street. You can see just how high it is with the mailboxes. You know, the water's about halfway up those mailboxes, and Jerry's not alone here. It looks like there's a lot of people with water in their house. There's a woman here across the street. Their garage is open, and you can see there's water inside their garage. She seems to be walking through there, checking out everything. Yeah, there's water. There's a bunch of cars stuck out here, so there is definitely a lot of flooding in this area. And I did want to mention one more thing, guys. When we were driving over here, it was flooded on the turnpike. There was huge bodies of water that were coming into the lanes on the turnpike. When we got off I-4 in Osceola County, there was actually an FHP trooper who was blocking one of the lanes at the exit because a sign had fallen into the road. So there's still a lot of debris out on the roads in addition to the flooding in the neighborhoods like this. So we're going to see if we can maybe walk down a little farther, talk to a couple more people. So I'm going to send it back to you guys now.
You know, now that Kelsey mentioned that, we should reiterate, too, there are parts of the turnpike that are shut down right now, specifically from the beach line to I-4 because of all of that flooding. So it again, is not just the side streets, it's some of our major arteries that are seeing that increase in water. And as a result of all of the flooding that we are seeing, record-breaking flooding in some parts, water rescues have been ongoing all morning long.
Yeah, there's an area in East Orlando and East Orange County where 36 people are being rescued right now because the retention pond in their neighborhood started to overflow. Greg Fox has been following all of the updates with those people as they are trying to get out of that standing water in their community. Greg.
Yeah, we're outside the Ventura community. I want to show you first some of the emergency vehicles and the boats that are out here that are being facilitated for this rescue of 36 people from an apartment complex that is right next to a retention pond here in Ventura Country Club. Is just on the other side of the dockside sign and the main front entrance. And I believe videographer Jake Arthur can show us the top of one of the emergency vehicles that's just on the other side of that wall. That is trying to get a couple more people out into a boat, out here to the street, and then onto a Lynx bus and to a shelter. Let's take you to some of the video that we shot just a short while ago. In order to get the water away from the first floor apartments here at Ventura, firefighters knocked 2 holes in the cinder block wall, which then caused all of the water to come out onto the street. That enabled them to get inflatable boats and power boats inside the complex and to be able to get people in there and then out. We saw an infant carried in the arms of an Orlando firefighter. We saw a toddler brought out. We saw his mother carried out by another firefighter. And we also talked to a woman who said she and her mother saw water coming in at 3 o'clock this morning and they had been battling it ever since. Let's hear from her. Ma'am, can you tell me how fast did the water come in?
Oh my God, like in an hour, maybe we got a lot of water. It started like at 3 o'clock in the morning. So
what does your apartment look like?
Flooded completely. Thank you. I've been living in here 22 years. This is the first time that it's get to this point really bad.
You got to be at least grateful they got you out of there.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's true. I am. Yeah. But thank you. I was waiting for my mother because she got hurt.
There you go. Just an unbelievable situation there. And, you know, that really is reflected in a lot of what we've been hearing over the last few hours from people. They've lived here 10 years, lived here 20 years, lived here 30 years, have not experienced a flooding event like this, have not experienced an epic, really, rain event like they have here. And so, aside from the 36 people rescued at this apartment complex, we can't show it to you because we're too far away. There's another apartment complex across the street, Cadence, and 18 people were rescued there. And their vehicles in front of the first floor units at that apartment across the street are up to their windshields, basically. So again, we're showing you some of the boats. We've got an airboat here. We've got a power boat here behind the City of Orlando, dive rescue. And I've seen at least 2 inflatable boats and 2 Lynx buses here to be able to transport these people from a really awful, awful situation here at Ventura, just off Curry Ford Road in East Orlando. So that's the situation here. We're going to stay on top of this. We will get back to you periodically, show you how they're doing, because they've got more boats that are going to be coming out here and putting people into those Lynx buses and getting them out to shelter, and we'll get back to you with that more later. But we're live in East Orlando. Greg Fox, WESH-TV News.
All right, Greg, thank you. It's just very remarkable every time we check in with any of the photojournalists and the photographers and reporters out in the field, and just seeing how widespread all of this flash flooding is this morning, and the fact that all of those people went to bed last night, they hunkered down for this hurricane, and then to deal with this in the middle of the night, water coming into your unit of your home because the retention pond in your neighborhood has overflowed. It's a lot to take in.
No, it's heartbreaking for a lot of families, waking up this morning and having to deal with, you know, their homes being flooded, the first floor being flooded. We heard in Kelsey Thorne's live hit there that one man woke up and his garage was flooded, and it's truly heartbreaking. We know that this road to recovery is a long one too, and it feels like an appropriate time to just take a second and thank our first responders, because even as we are telling everybody, please stay home, stay off the roadways if you can see that our first responders are out in full force. They're away from their families, from their homes right now, trying to keep everybody safe. And that's another reason why we ask you to please stay off the roadways. Officials want to make even first responders' lives a little bit easier today. If they don't need to go out and rescue someone, it is safer that they don't. And we know that we're going to see a lot more throughout the day. But, you know, just so grateful to our first responders today and over the next couple of days, our linemen out in the field, everybody who's going to be working to put together our community after we've dealt with just so much. All right, let's continue our team coverage now. We're going to bring in WESH-2's Tony Atkins, who has been tracking conditions also in Orange County. And it looks like from your shot, Tony, we're seeing a lot of rain, a lot of wind.
That's right. I'm right at Lake Eola. I'm on the south end of the lake. You can see this lake has flooded. In fact, this is about as close as I'm going to go, because that is actually the walking path that a lot of people use on a daily basis. As you can see, that thing is flooded, as well as the lake in itself. What we're seeing down here are very strong winds, just winds that I tried picking this up from it fell from a palm tree. This is pretty heavy. Obviously, many of these out here just scattered throughout among the debris. One thing we did notice on the east end of the lake, we're also seeing flooding over there as well, and that street has an angle to it, so a small hill, a lot of water starting to trickle down from there. It hasn't flooded the street, but it's still enough where you can see a very strong flow. Out here, we're not seeing many people. Some folks are coming to take pictures, but thankfully no one trying to test their luck against these strong waters out here at Lake Eola. The animals are out here. They seem pretty fine and normal, but other than that, just very, very intense flooding here. We also saw flooding at other lakes here around the downtown area. So I just wanted to give you guys a look at what's going on here at Lake Eola. Right now, just total flooding of the walking path here, and it seems to be like it's going to be this way for quite some time. Also, I guess I can mention the rain. So we're in the heart of downtown, so we're next to some taller buildings, and we're really starting to feel the effects of those. Like right now, we're really starting. There's that. pump. We're really starting to feel the effects of some of these wind tunnels that are created because we're so close to the lake, one, and then we're also close to these tall buildings where wind is just surging through all here throughout Lake Eola in this area. So if you are going to be over here, please be careful. Stay away from the walking path as it is totally flooded at this point. So that's what I have here. I'm live at Lake Eola. Tony Atkins, WESH-TV News.
All right,
Eola
Tony.
got a little bigger this morning.
I was just going to say, Tony, thank you so much. I mean, that walking path is very popular for pedestrians, runners, dog walkers. Tony, from your vantage point where you are, can you just tell us again, you're facing Central Boulevard. You've got the lake behind you. I know you mentioned this before. Can you just reiterate, is there standing water on Central right now, or is it just limited to the lake?
It's just limited to the lake. So the street is fine. It's this is about as far as it goes. I'm not going to get too close, but this is it right here. So the water splashing doesn't seem to be encroaching. Even the waves or the crashes, they're not coming too far up the steps. So this is still a very good distance. Jerry is actually closer to the street. The camera's closer to the street, obviously, than I am. But this is about as far as it goes. Obviously, be careful because the roads are slick. But as far as this end of the street, water is off of this end. However, on the eastern end, we're seeing small ponds of water, not ponds, but just small amounts of water kind of just flowing. It's more of a flow on the eastern end of the road right now. Here on this side, the south end, just rain for now.
Okay, and Tony, I don't know if Jerry can hear us, but is there any way that you can have him point the camera towards Central just so we can see how things are looking to show our downtown residents who live near there what they might be able to expect today?
Sure. Hey, Jerry, can you show our viewers, we're live still, if you can show our viewers Central, just kind of give them a look at the street. So sorry if I'm too close, but I want to show you guys the street. So, oh yeah, also, yeah, I guess I was down near the lake. I can talk about this as well. We did drive in, and we did notice a lot of shrubbery on the roads there. So we had to navigate around a lot of this. We are seeing just a lot of branches and just vegetation and debris kind of scattered throughout the street. So if you are driving, yes, there isn't that standing water, but there is just branches in the ground. So you like right here, let's just take a look at how they navigate this Range Rover. You know, that's pretty much what we did when we came down Central just a few moments ago. And right now we're catching another live, on live TV, just a gust of that wind. That's what's knocking, these branches off these trees. And yeah, so if you are going to be out here, just be very careful. Sheldon, great idea showing the street because we are seeing a lot of debris start to fall from these trees out here.
Okay. Tony, I know you've been driving around that area. Have you seen a lot of people out and about? We just saw someone walk through your shot. We saw a couple of cars. Has it been busy?
I wouldn't say busy, but I am seeing a few folks like down the line there. You can see two people. I think one person walked the opposite direction just moments ago. People here are coming out. They're taking pictures. They're staying safe from what I can see. They're just trying to catch a picture, take the lake in, and it looks like folks are just going back inside. It looks like some of these folks might even be residents down here in the area, just checking out things, trying to be careful though, because again, that debris is falling. We are seeing some very large branches and just shrubbery fall from the trees. But yeah, there are people out here. Hopefully they're being safe, but not too many people, which is a good thing. Donica?
All right, Tony, thank you. You guys stay safe while you're out there.
It's crazy to see the water levels at Lake Eola that high.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's such an iconic lake.
I was just going to say, it's the heart of downtown Orlando, and it looks much bigger than usual.
Yeah, a lot of places are flooding out. We want to give you a couple of vantage points here in and around Central Florida as we continue to track what Ian is leaving behind as it moves out of our area. This is over in Putnam County as we've been seeing those water levels rise as well. It's a look at Lake Como there, and you can see more flooding in that area.
And we've been checking in with our reporters in the field all morning long. Sonica, you and I have both covered tropical storms, hurricanes out in the field, and there was a reporter in Jacksonville who's getting ready to do her live shot, and then this happened. Take a look.
reporting.
I was.
All right, so this is just a couple hours north of us. This reporter in Jacksonville, that sign there, it looks like it was a marquee sign for a shopping center, came down as the gusty winds were blowing through that area. Thankfully, that reporter and her photojournalist were not right there under that sign, but it is something to keep in mind, safety. We are making sure that our crews are safe throughout the morning and throughout the day, as they have been our eyes and ears to let you know what's happening in your neighborhood and to help us.
All right, it looks like Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking now and giving an update.
First
Let's
Lady
listen in.
and my wonderful wife, Casey DeSantis, General Jim Eifert, Gracia Check, and great Coast Guard, Admiral McPherson, and they've been so good in terms of what's happened. So as soon as that storm passed in the very wee hours of the morning, first responders from the local, state, and federal level descended on Southwest Florida. The Coast Guard has been performing rescue missions on the barrier islands consistently since the wee hours of the morning. We have Florida Guard assets on the ground participating in efforts, and we have our USAR teams who they got there even while the winds were going. They wanted to get in there, get on the ground across Alligator Alley, and they are performing rescue efforts, again, starting with those barrier islands, but also looking at the places that had the most inland flooding, and these operations are ongoing. In total, there's 28 large, mostly Chinooks and Blackhawks helicopters between the National Guard and Coast Guard that are already performing these active rescue missions, and there will be more air assets brought in as the day goes on. We've also been working with hospitals overnight who've been on generator power. We're in the process of evacuating 2 healthcare facilities to safer locations north. We're also surging more medical personnel into the area. As of 6 a.m. this morning, they have 2.02 million reported power outages, but outside of Southwest Florida, we may have additional outages from Central and Northeast Florida impacts, and people should anticipate that. If you look, there's 1.5 million outages in 7 Southwest Florida counties. Lee and Charlotte are basically off the grid at this point. Sarasota has 250,000 without power. Hillsborough, 222,000. Pinellas, 150,000. Manatee, 129,000. The Charlotte and Lee reconnects are really going to likely have to be rebuilding of that infrastructure, and so there are linemen, there are crews that are on their way down right now, but that's going to be more than just connecting a power line back to a pole. The other counties likely are not going to require the extent of the structural rebuild, but of course that's going to be assessed as the day goes on. But we do have huge amounts of resources that are en route and are going to work to get people's power on as quickly as possible. We've also had interruptions in communications as a result of the storm, particularly in Southwest Florida. We have 100 portable cell towers being deployed into the area. And those would be put up once it's fully safe to do so. FDOT is on the ground working on making sure that the roads and interstates are open. Alligator Alley on 75 across into Collier and into Lee County is open. The traffic is flowing. I-75 south through Charlotte County is open and flowing. Portions of Lee County they're still looking at. As you know, some of those areas, Cape Coral, city of Fort Myers, they got really inundated and really devastated by this storm. So the hope is that all of 75 will be open, but most of it is open, and it gives us what we need to be able to continue to move supplies into the area. We have 100 engineers on site to do bridge inspections, and they work in teams of 2 as they assess the damage and they can ensure safety. Then bridges can be safely reopened. Now, of course, we do have reports of structural damages to bridges, such as the bridge going on to Sanibel Island, and I anticipate there will likely be other bridges that have suffered damage. But once bridges are inspected and determined to be safe, they will be reopened as soon as possible. But we know Sanibel Causeway, and we also know Pine Island Bridge. Those 2 are not passable, and they are going to require structural rebuilds. Right now, if you look in Central Florida, you're looking at potential major flooding in Orange and Seminole counties, St. Johns River, all the way up potentially into Northeast Florida and Jacksonville. The amount of water that's been rising and will likely continue to rise today, even as the storm is passing, is basically a 500-year flood event. And I know Seminole County has done evacuations. I know they've opened shelters, but we're going to see a lot of images about the destruction that was done in Southwest Florida, and obviously we have massive assets there. But people should just understand this storm is having broad impacts across the state, and some of the flooding you're going to see in areas hundreds of miles from where this made landfall are going to set records, and that's going to obviously be things that that will need to be responded to. We have, of course, massive amounts of food and water in the area. We're going to have probably close to 300 truckloads of food and water in the area today. Fortunately, most of our school districts will be able to reopen on Friday or Monday. You know, Lee County is in a very difficult situation, Charlotte, so we're going to work with them and see when they can get back on their feet. But the damage there has been just so extensive that it's a very difficult situation. We have received a major disaster declaration for 9 counties, but we do expect more. I just spoke with the president this morning. He offered support. I told him thanks for this, but because the storm has moved inland and caused a lot of potential damage in the center part of our state, that we were going to be asking for those counties to be expanded and included there. But for now, we have approval for Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Hardy, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pinellas, and Sarasota. That will allow individual Floridians to seek individual assistance from FEMA. And that will be something that, as you have people that have been displaced due to the catastrophic impacts of Hurricane Ian, you know, that's going to be something that's going to be necessary. We have been granted 100% federal assistance, Category A and B, up front for 30 days to ensure we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery situation. FEMA has, as I mentioned, activated individual assistance for those in need of help who qualify. You go to FEMA.gov, or you can call 1-800-621-3262. Make sure you take a picture of the water line in your home, because if you can show that, we're able to get assistance to you faster. As people have emerged this morning, particularly in the areas that were hard hit, just understand this is still a hazardous situation. Those folks that were in there in the wee hours of the morning were taking big risks as first responders navigating this. You have power lines that are down, you have trees that are down, you have a lot of hazards right now. We do anticipate a lot of the water will subside in some of the barrier islands and some of the coasts, but some of those inland places off rivers and off these inlets, you know, you're likely to have standing water there throughout all of today and even in the days ahead. So that is a hazard, and just please be aware that that is something that if you weathered the storm to this point, going and doing and getting involved in that is just totally not worth it, and we want to minimize any harm to anybody as a result of what we're seeing right now in the streets. We have had 26 states provide support. We really appreciate that. It's going to be put to use. This is, I don't think we've ever seen an effort mobilized for this many rescues this quickly, but we appreciate it, and we will make good use of it. We want people to be safe. Those who have, who are in need of life support right now, help is on the way. What they were able to do is look to see where the areas that were the hardest hit, and they've been focusing assets there. So obviously the barrier islands, but then you also have places along these different inlets and different rivers where people said the water was rising. They were calling into the county or calling 911, and so they have a pretty good sense of where those calls were coming from, and they're focusing their rescue efforts on those areas that were most hard hit. And again, I just want to thank the urban search and rescue teams, the National Guard, the state resources, and the Coast Guard for not waiting around, but going in there and understanding that time is of the essence, and we got a lot of people we need to help. For those looking to help, people say, what can we do? Well, the First Lady is spearheading our efforts with Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We've got a lot of items, and that resources, financial resources, can really help people get their unique needs met. We have everything we need in terms of supply, but if you go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222, you can provide some much appreciated assistance. And if you want to volunteer, you have official volunteer portal at www.volunteerflorida.org to find volunteer opportunities. The impacts of this storm are historic, and the damage that was done has been historic, and this is just off initial assessments. There's going to be a lot more assessing that goes on in the days ahead, but I think we've never seen a flood event like this. We've never seen storm surge of this magnitude, and it hit an area where there's a lot of people in a lot of those low-lying areas, and it's going to end up doing extensive damage to a lot of people's homes. So there's going to be a lot of work to do. Today is about identifying the people that need help, who may still be in harm's way, but also beginning the process of rebuilding some of the things that we need to have services restored, to have fuel, and to have the things that people need in terms of communications. I want to thank Kevin Guthrie for having these assets ready to go. We're going to use every bit of them, and we're going to be there until all the tasks are completed. So, Kevin, you want to come up and give an update?
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, First Lady, for your leadership across the state. Going into a little more detail this morning, obviously, as Tropical Storm Ian continues to move across Central Florida this morning, we have damaging winds and extreme rainfall expected throughout the Northeast Florida and Central Florida area. I want to emphasize that the storm still poses a major threat to the state, including Central Florida right now and Northeast Florida. Orange County Fire Rescue is actively conducting 9 wide area search responses on the water for rising water in the Central Florida area. That is happening right now as we speak. At this time, the division has received more than 1,500 resource requests from our local impacted partners, and we have filled or are in the process of filling 1,300. As the governor said, there are 300 plus truckloads of food and water that have been loaded out, and they are mobilizing to leave to the Southwest Florida area right now. In addition to the issues with cell phones, we are deploying cell phone towers, as the governor mentioned, over 100 assets in that arena alone. We want to reinforce, and we appreciate the fact that we have received over 15,000 inputs to our shelter-in-place system. So we want to encourage you, if you are sheltering in place, or you know someone that has sheltered in place, and you know that we need to have go out and check on them, please register that individual or register yourself at floridadisaster.org/report. That's floridadisaster.org/report. We've made that more specific. Yesterday it was info, but we made it a little more specific so you did not have to hunt around for that site. So again, I'll repeat it for the third time, floridadisaster.org/report to complete the shelter-in-place survey. I want to reiterate that is not a replacement for 911. If you're in an emergency situation, you need to call 911 in your local area. Our logistical staging areas in Central Florida have all the additional resources that we need to respond. We have tarps, we have medical supplies if needed in those warehouses. We want to make sure that all the available resources can get to the residents as quickly as possible. We're obviously in a situation now where we are starting our 72-hour clock, and that 72-hour clock is that we search first, we secure, and then we stabilize. So that is what the focus of the State Emergency Response Team is going to be over the next 72 hours. Again, that is search, secure, and stabilize. I want to thank the Governor and the First Lady for their continued leadership and support. They've been here nonstop around the clock. And again, sir, thank you for that.
Okay. First Lady.
No, I just want to say on behalf of the governor and myself, everyone here who's working at the Emergency Operations Center, all of the men and women who have not left since this disaster began, to all of those people across the state, our first responders, I want to say thank you, because the people across the state and the country have stepped up big to support our Florida Disaster Fund. So far, in less than 24 hours since we launched the fund, we've raised $1.6 million. I am in constant contact with two folks. One, the people of Volunteer Florida, to pledge that we are going to remove any red tape and bureaucracy from getting those funds deployed to the people who need them immediately. And then also we're working with a lot of businesses across the state to continue to build upon that. But thank you to the people across this country and this state for stepping up to help wonderful people who are in need. Again, there's a couple of ways that if you want to continue to donate, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, or you can also text disaster to 20222. But on behalf of so many wonderful people, thank you for stepping up, and please continue to do so.
So we will be having all assets marshaled until the job is done on this initial phase. I may be able to get down today to help to survey and talk to some of the folks down in Lee and Charlotte counties. But those were massive impacts, and so we are looking at. Kevin said, you know, these 72 hours very important for safety for folks and rescuing people that need that, and eventually bringing some stability. But you're looking at a storm that's changed the character of a significant part of our state, and this is going to require not just emergency response now in the days or weeks ahead. I mean, this is going to require years of effort to be able to rebuild and to come back. These are fantastic communities down in Southwest Florida with a lot of fantastic people, and they're very tough and resilient. Of course, they didn't ask for this, but they need our help now, and we're going to be there for them. And we understand that this is going to be a very, very long process, and we also understand that these effects are going to go throughout the state today, and you're going to continue to see effects from flooding and these other ailments, not just today, but in the days ahead. So thanks for the support for everyone around the country who's donated, and thanks for everyone who's volunteered the time, and thanks for all the other states who have lent their support to us. Okay.
There have been reports that maybe there were hundreds of fatalities in Lee County. Do you have any clarification on how?
So none of that is confirmed. I think what that is there were 911 calls for people saying, hey, the water is rising in my home. I'm going to go up in the attic, but I'm really worried. Of course, those folks are now going to be checked on, and so I think you'll have more clarity about that in the next day or so as they're able to go to those locations and determine whether people need services or are able to be rescued. My sense is that that water was very, very high. But my hope is that if folks did go higher, if they were there, it's not comfortable, but now we're in a situation, I mean, if you're there, they want to come get you. And so hopefully we'll be able to see a lot of those people brought to safety. And I can tell you in the barrier islands, I mean, there have been a number of people that have been helicoptered to safety, and it's great because these folks sprung into action and they're doing it. We have had the 2 unconfirmed fatalities, in the sense that we don't know that they're linked to the storm. I mean, our assumption is it likely is, and so basically FDLE will make that assessment, and then that will be reported. But that's what we have. That number that was put out by Lee is basically an estimate of, hey, these people were calling, the water was rising on their home, they may not have ended up getting through. So we're obviously hoping that they can be rescued at this point, and I know the folks there locally, those were the areas that they wanted to spring into action to, and they really used the information that was coming, not just through those emergency calls, but also through signing up on the website to see. And I think it's safe to say, Kim, there's a pattern that's developed about where those calls are coming from and where those people are signing up from. And you can see the areas. I mean, no one wants to see, I mean, you see 3 foot of water in a road. I mean, that's obviously bad. That's going to do damage. But you see the places where the water was 4, 5, 6 feet in a residential area, and that is really the life-threatening situation.
Details of what you're hearing from Central Florida as far as flooding and other damages?
Yeah, this morning at 5:45 a.m. I received a phone call from Orange County Emergency Management Director Chief Laura Lee Avery. She's actually technically assigned to the fire department as a division chief over the Department of Emergency Management there. She called me to let me know that they were actively responding to 9 widespread areas along the Colonial Drive area, I-4, State Road 46 area of Central Florida, and that they were requesting assistance for stuff that we may have staged in Orlando. So very quickly this morning, our overnight crew sprung into action and started moving National Guard high water vehicles as well as other assets that were staged there for urban search and rescue elements, swift water elements, and they started moving into action this morning. I do not have a total number of potential saves that they have done, but what it's linked to is the massive amounts of rainfall that are happening there. We were receiving reports that some creeks, tributaries, the area around the St. John's, headwaters around the St. John's area, and unconfirmed, may have been rising at about a rate to about 4 feet in a matter of hours. So lots of rain in the area, lots of instant action water rise. There's a lot of lakes in Central Florida, especially in that Orlando-Kissimmee area. And it appears that these lakes were filling up and overflowing into the neighborhoods around them. So that's what is going there on in the Central Florida region. I will say, as a part of Central Florida and also as a part of Southwest Florida, do not come in and tour the area for damage. We have 20,000, 30,000 responders coming into area that need access to those roads. Stay at home. Do not get on the roads. Let the first responders have the roadways. Let the power crews have the roadways. We will get things open up exponentially quicker if we don't have to maneuver around individuals that are just coming into area to look around. So please, stay out of the area, both in Central Florida as well as Southwest Florida. Let the crews get in there, do what they need to do. We're coming in full force. We've got a lot of people coming in there. We need you out of our way so we can get our job done. Thank you.
But also just note, I mean, as this exits the state, it's going to go into the Atlantic Ocean, and it's going to impact other states in our country. And so you're looking at Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, they may be having impacts. This is just a lot of water, and you're going to have flooding in those other states as well. Of course, they're not going to have to deal with the catastrophic impact that Florida suffered on the southwest coast. But this thing is not done creating damage. I mean, this thing's going to continue to move. I know they've declared state of emergencies in many of those states, and they're going to have to deal with this storm, which is wreaking havoc across our state, but it's going to end up wreaking havoc in communities across the southeastern part of the United States. Yes.
Governor, you made a comment about a pattern for the 911 calls and the surveys. Is there an area that you're looking at that you can share?
So I would say, and then Kevin can come in and I would say, obviously, the places that got the catastrophic storm surge, so you'd be looking at the barrier islands in Lee, Charlotte counties, some of the coast, even in Collier County, and then you're looking at, as you go inland, in kind of that Fort Myers, Charlotte County juncture, where you've got the Caloosahatchee, you've got these inlets, you've got the harbor. Those areas, because the storm surge can come on a barrier island, it's there, and then that is just the water is just building up. And so you see that they were absolutely consistent with Kevin posted. We have it in there in our room, the inundation map from 24 hours ago of what we projected, and what you'll see is some of those areas, you go inland even many blocks, and you have massive inundation that are off those areas. And so I think it was a pretty consistent pattern, and I think if you look at what's going on, it's going to be those communities in Lee and Charlotte counties that are close to those bodies of water that probably suffered the most severe flooding. And, there's people that had, the Coast Guard has had people that were in their attic and got saved off their rooftops in those areas because of the flooding. So that, I think, is pretty clear that was really that. But you also have, normally we would say, having 3 or 4 foot of flooding in some residential area was like a big deal. You see that in like Northport, I think I would say, in southern parts of Sarasota, but that's just a different degree than what we've seen in Lee and Charlotte counties. Okay, we will be back here likely later today, but we will be down in Southwest Florida as well.
All right, we've just been listening in as Governor Ron DeSantis gave us an update on some of the emergency response that's happening, and he did caution while there have been reports of fatalities. He said there's just a lot that we don't know about people who may have reported that they were in trouble but then were rescued. So it is going to take some time to figure out and assess the situation to know, what that might look like in terms of if there were more than what we know about right now. We have a confirmed death in Volusia County. Man apparently went to drain his pool and was swept down kind of a steep embankment. He was going to drain it into a creek nearby because of the soft ground and just the slick conditions. It looks like he slipped and ended up in the creek and drowned. There are a couple of other deaths the governor did mention, but he said there's still not storm-confirmed fatalities.
Yeah, he did confirm that there were rescues via helicopter out of the Barrier Islands at some of those locations, Fort Myers area. He said they're going to go in there and try to assess the situation, get those water rescues in play. Also, though, talking about here in Central Florida, how we are now, this storm Ian is just wreaking havoc on our areas, especially with the flooding, calling it historic, record-breaking, and the governor referring to it as we haven't seen this kind of thing happen in 500 years.
Yeah, for the state of Florida, he was talking about that. And we want to turn our attention to our team of first warning meteorologists. And Eric Burst is going to start things off here. Eric, when we're talking about Central Florida, you said this is something that really we haven't seen in centuries.
Yeah, well, think about it. So the amount of water that we have seen on our Doppler radar would line up to be, at least in the Orlando area, a 1 in 200 year flood event. But we're still seeing rain and are not that far from a 1 in 500 year flood event. Lakes, rivers, creeks everywhere are overflowing their banks. I mean, Lake Eola, we've seen pictures where the fountain, the majority of it, is underwater. It is a truly remarkable scenario. So many of you are experiencing a very worrisome situation where water is coming up to your home. Some of you, water is in your home. So just know this, we're going to be okay. We're going to get through this together. Everybody is on the same page. Everybody's going to be working together, and we're going to get through it, all right? Here's a look at our first warning live Doppler radar. And I just want to show you the center of circulation. There's Tropical Storm Ian, basically over the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and will continue to move out. But it is turning to kind of more of a northerly direction. So all this wraparound precipitation is going to continue. Before we even get into all of that rainfall, let's just talk about the gusts that we're dealing with, okay? This is our live first warning Doppler radar, and you can very clearly see the spin there. But all of this wind is, we're running into strong tropical storm force. As a matter of fact, just got a 68 mile per hour wind gust in Flagler Beach, okay? The brighter the color, the more the wind. And essentially, what we're talking about in here are winds running. Let's just sample this, okay? Let's move here to the Seminole Orange County area, because that's where we're kind of sampling it the best, okay? Watch this. The brighter shades, you're looking at 50 to 60 mile per hour winds according to our Doppler radar, and that's kind of working its way down to the surface. We've seen gusts upwards of 80-something miles per hour at Daytona Beach earlier. We had a wind gust around hurricane force at the Orlando International Airport earlier. Meteorologist Kellyanne Klass and I are kind of working on graphics, gathering all this data. You can imagine there's just so much information. But let's just talk about the winds for a second, right? If it's blowing at your house, remember, as long as you're inside, you are protected from this wind. And it is going to be an unrelenting wind here in Daytona Beach for quite some time, because you can see that activity is well offshore and it is still working in, and our radar is sampling some even more intense little bands that'll be coming in around Daytona Beach, Holly Hill, and points up to the north near Ormond Beach, okay? All right, now to the rainfall situation, because we are still tracking not just flash flood warnings widespread across town, but there are 2 flash flood emergencies that are in play. The first one here, this is a flash flood emergency for the Little Wekiva River, but we're just piling on and piling on more and more rain here in Volusia County. There's a flash flood emergency in effect. Let me just zoom in so we can really get into some specifics. From about Daytona Beach through Port Orange, through Ponce Inlet, New Smyrna Beach, Edgewater, and that continues inland along the 450. I would not be traveling on the 415 right now. Around Samsula, back over toward 44 on the approach there to New Smyrna Beach, okay? That's the situation as it stands right now. That said, when do the worst winds move out of the area? That has been the question so many have been asking. Let's just briefly look at this, and then we're going to get over to Kellyanne Klass with some new information on winds. But when does the worst move out? All right, through the metro area, 5 p.m. it's going to take that long for this activity to lift out. If you're in our northern areas, and this is why we're so concerned about Volusia County, it's going to go overnight tonight through early tomorrow morning, all right? So we've got some time left still with some tropical downpours and certainly gusty winds. Just got about a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust reported at the Orlando International Airport. Kellyanne, you've got plenty more wind reports, though.
Yeah, we're looking through a lot of that data that the National Weather Service has just come out with, and they are talking about each county. So we're going to start off with Volusia County because I think that this is one of the most intense wind gusts that we've seen so far in this spreadsheet. It's New Smyrna Beach, a wind gust of 86 miles per hour. Daytona Beach, 76 miles per hour. Ponce Inlet, 50 miles per hour. Ormond Beach, a wind gust of 66 miles per hour. And DeLand recording a wind gust of 49 miles per hour. Going inland, going into Orange County, Orlando International Airport picking up a wind gust of 67 miles per hour. Maitland of 55 miles per hour. Lake Nona just on the cusp of 50 miles per hour. Oak Ridge at about 41 and Dr. Phillips at 46 miles per hour. The other stories, obviously the rain that we've been talking about. I keep on checking on the river levels out into St. Johns River at Astor, and it's now up to 3.92 feet above that river level. So we're talking about a major flood stage at this point. Looks like as we go towards St. Johns River above Lake Harney, 8.89 feet, and we're starting to get near that major flood stage. So the rain is going to be the big question for many of our interior folks, as well as the wind gusts. Well, let's talk about the rainfall. Still expected to see streams of rain into central Florida throughout the morning and early afternoon. As Ian begins to pull away, we'll start to see the rain clear out from west to east. But I will say Volusia County, Flagler County, you are expected to see the heaviest rainfall throughout the day today, looking like, especially in coastal Flagler County, that flooding will be expected. So more rainfall is going to dump into the area. 3, 4 o'clock, still watching the I-95 corridor as it slowly pulls away from the metro. Then as we look towards 5 and 6, still seeing that lingering rain and also those gusty conditions. So I want to also take you through the wind gusts. So we were kind of talking about when the worst of the weather is going to end. This just gives you a better idea of when the tropical storm force winds will end. So later on this afternoon, 2 o'clock, starting to see it move out of Lake County, Sumter County, and Marion County, but still stretching in our central and eastern spots. Slowly lifting up towards the northeast throughout the afternoon and evening. By 7:30, things start to clear out into the metro. Still seeing tropical storm force winds, though, in Seminole County, Volusia County, Flagler, and Brevard, and then slowly lifting throughout the night, pulling away from Volusia and Flagler. I do think that Flagler County will be the last to see the tropical storm force wind. So this is still going to last until the overnight hours. The rain again eventually pulling away from west to east. Of course, we're going to talk much more about Ian, everything else that you need to know coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Kellyanne, thank you so much. And we do know that Ian has been a deadly and truly just destructive hurricane into a tropical storm. And Jason, just the images that we've been seeing of these people flooding throughout our area, it's truly heartbreaking.
And we've watched rescues take place in Osceola County. That's where we want to go to WESH-TV's Kelsey Thord. You're there in Kissimmee, where some of this has been happening.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We're at the intersection of Christine and Orchard Lane in Kissimmee, and you can see the winds are picking up here as well. And this entire neighborhood is flooded. We're standing in over a foot of water at this point. We're to some of the homeowners here just a minute ago, and they said it's been flooded like this all morning, pretty much since overnight. And you can see the water just streaming into the road. That's actually someone's driveway. That water is coming down, and then it's just streaming into the road here. And this flooding goes all the way around the corner and down both of these side streets. The people here say that at one point the water was even higher than it is right now. We talked to a homeowner that lives down this way. He said that there were inches of water in his home at one point earlier this morning. And now a lot of them are just kind of walking around assessing the damage, even though the water is still very much out here, guys. And it's not just this area. When we were driving out here to Kissimmee, we saw a lot of flooding on all the roadways coming in here. We even saw flooding on the turnpike. So it's not just this area of the neighborhood that's dealing with a lot of this flooding. And as I said, there's also still a lot of wind here, you guys. So back to you.
And Kelsey, you've been on quite a journey this morning coming from the Tampa Bay area back home here to Central Florida. Take us through that ride. What did things look like to you on the roadways?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody thought when this storm was coming that it was really going to hit Tampa. And so we were out there in Tampa for a few days waiting, kind of bracing for that. And then it ended up going south of there, really hitting Fort Myers, Naples, that area, Port Charlotte. And Tampa was really spared from a lot of it. We saw the bay actually drain instead of getting storm surge. There really wasn't even that much rain and wind in that area. So we drove back over here to Central Florida this morning once we started seeing all the reports of flooding in the area. And the drive really didn't get bad until we got into Polk County. That's when we started to see the rain and some of the wind. And by the time we got towards Celebration, the Disney area, the wind was really picking up. And it's been like that here ever since we went back to Central Florida. You know, this is by far the worst thing we have seen. This is nothing compared, in Tampa, there was nothing compared to what we're seeing here in Central Florida, guys. This is much worse.
Yeah, isn't that wild? Okay. Kelsey Thord, live for us there in Osceola County. Thank you so much, Kelsey.
And now let's head up to Volusia County. Claire Metz joins us now. Claire, we know that up there things have been rough. Flooding is a major concern. The amount of rainfall just will continue throughout the day. Where are you right now, and how are things?
We're on the beach side because we've yet to be able to get over those bridges. The conditions just don't allow us because the wind has just been relentless. It has not stopped. I know Eric and Kellyanne have been talking about the sustained winds and the gusts are just making it too dangerous to make that kind of a drive, although we'll try in a short while. But I've been in touch with a lot of folks on the mainland. The beach side here, there hasn't been incredible flooding to look at because it just keeps blowing and blowing. But there is debris everywhere. I mean, fences and signs and power lines and street lights. Everything is just coming down. There is property damage. I've heard a roof at one of the motels was in jeopardy and precariously dangling in some spots. So this is going to be such a mess for everyone in this community. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And again, because this wind just won't stop, it gives you no opportunity to really get a breath of all that is going on here. Power outages widespread, particularly here right now on the beach side, because I think I've seen myself 5 or 6 transformers go. Hotels are out of power in the area. Unfortunately, there were folks on vacation, so this has turned into be, people get excited. Oh, wow, you're going to see a hurricane. This is nothing they really want to sit through, and without power, it makes it all the more miserable. Now, we have heard of significant flooding situations. I talked to the sheriff just a few minutes ago. He said 415 up going into the New Smyrna Beach area around Samsula. Impassable. Absolutely can't get there. He expects there will be high water rescues. Venetian Bay is in trouble, no doubt about it, in terms of flooding. Down in Edgewater, friends of mine who live in the area are sharing 2 foot of water in some people's homes. Roads impassable. Water's Edge in Port Orange. My former colleague Shannon Fitzpatrick says she's never seen anything like it up there. So people that have never flooded are flooding over on the mainland significantly. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Take a little spin around real quick, and again, because the wind is so significant here, you don't see the water staying put, with the exception of this little street right behind me. I think this is maybe Coate Street, and you can see the stop sign there is just about underwater, so that's an impassable street. But the reason that the streets are really impassable, at least on the beach side right now, is because there is so much debris in the water and lines down everywhere. I have to tell you, in terms of physical damage to buildings, Irma was worse, but in terms of just damage widespread with signs and other things blowing all over the place, this is unseen, at least in recent years, as far as I'm concerned. So it's really making life just awful. And so many people are just devastated. So many people are going to have damage to their homes because of the flooding. And as Eric said, we are still seeing it. I think you can watch as we sit here with material blowing around. Some folks are starting to drive in the area. I don't know why. If you don't have to, it's just not worth it, because you just don't know what's going to happen. Our vehicle, as we've cruised around, has been hit several times now by things that are just coming around. And even if it's, you know, insulation or foam or something, you know, when it's cruising at that speed, it can do some damage. So just be careful out there. Again, the sheriff says on the mainland rather, it's really difficult in so many areas. 92, US 92 through Daytona Beach up to I-4, underwater, impassable. He was trying to get to the EOC and told me instead he thought, well, I'll whip over through Venetia Bay and go down State Road 44, then realized he couldn't do that because there's so much water over there. I believe downtown Daytona has some significant flooding as well, so we're keeping an eye on the entire area, but this is certainly not over for many of us. And if this kind of wind goes throughout the day with this kind of rain, the impact, I can't even fathom what it's going to look like when it's all over. Folks, back to you.
And Claire, our meteorologists, they're telling us that Daytona Beach did have a wind gust of 75 miles per hour. So, Claire, you are feeling it. Clearly, why you can't get over to the bridges, over to the waterway there. Claire, let me ask you a question. You've been covering storms for nearly 40 years. Do you think that Ian will be one of the worst that you've ever covered?
I think so. I do. I think just because it's so widespread, it's hitting everybody. Oh, for heaven's sake, we're nothing like what our folks in Southwest Florida are feeling. And my heart just goes out to them. But this is so widespread, statewide, everyone's got something. And when your home's flooded, it's a catastrophe. It's your little home, it's your little place, and when it's flooded, that is a disaster. I think we're going to have a lot of those single kinds of disasters all over the place. There's very few people that are going to come out of this without something. I mean, in my own neighborhood, we've got trees down, there's water intrusion, you know, and little tiny thing that means nothing in the grand scheme of things, but it's very difficult when you're in it. And again, I do believe we're going to start seeing water rescues, but just look at this. This wind just won't quit. Now, the ocean is just over my shoulder. We did go down there, but because it's not threatening anyone, I didn't feel like it was really something you needed to see. Everyone knows what the ocean looks like. It has not come up in terms of over the approaches. So the storm surge has not been as significant here, I think, as we might have anticipated. It has not come down to the road. A couple of the workers going by has not come down to the road, so I guess that's a good thing. Up in Flagler, I just checked with them a few minutes ago, and they're pretty hopeful in terms of A1A. That's the road that has been they've been protecting for so long because of the falling dunes, if you will. The dune erosion, the dune protects the road, and the erosion has been significant there, so they were very worried about Ian. So far, so good. A1A has held tight, and they don't have a lot of damage, but they are getting flooding in those low areas right by the intercoastal that you flooded during Irma. You remember that? Businesses and homes, they're flooding again. So any of those low-lying areas are really going to have some problems. I will say one optimistic thing. Everywhere I look in this area are power trucks and tree companies and all. So a lot of folks are ready to go to work when they can go to work, which is a good thing. You heard Sheriff Chitwood perhaps earlier when he was talking with us live this morning saying that they're looking to send 25 of their deputies down into Southwest Florida for their needs because they're so much greater than ours right now, and he's going to spare him. You know he will. But there's going to be a lot of work here as well, cleaning up and such what. And I think we are going to see some water rescues. They've definitely had some issues in New Smyrna Beach in terms of folks, you know, feeling trapped but not threatened. They want to get out of there. And we've seen cars, you know, almost underwater in areas of Port Orange and Edgewater. Riverside Drive is a mess in Port Orange. Ormond Beach, I know you're taking it. A couple of folks I know and a couple of folks on Twitter have been sending me videos from your community, and you know, everyone is feeling this. It truly is. And this is the kind of rain that slips in. You know, it comes in from under the eaves of your home, or we've heard of folks with suddenly they look up and the ceiling's leaking. That water's driving right in, and it's not going anywhere. A few minutes ago, I thought maybe we were clearing up for 1 minute or 1 second, and now it feels like it's coming back in. And the change in direction of the wind is constant. You think you're in a safe spot, next thing you know, the wind's whipped around again and come from somewhere else. But if you don't have to come out in any of this, don't. We'll show you as best we can, being as safe as we can, but it's still blowing hard. Here on the mainland, where the flooding is such an issue, stay home if you can, take care if you can, tuck in. Hopefully you don't have damage, because I think so many of us will.
No, Claire, you're absolutely right. We've been seeing the damage just here throughout the morning. The flooding is just, it's incredible to see. It's devastating. We know this is a deadly storm. A man did die in Volusia County. Yeah. And the governor is saying that he's not confirming any numbers yet out of Southwest Florida. And take a look here, guys. Our meteorologist now joining us. These are some images out of Southwest Florida. We are told that Lee County, Charlotte County there, they are off the grid. Yeah. And it's going to be a whole rebuilding of the infrastructure. Yeah. And at this point, they've been doing water rescues, air rescues, but they had received 911 calls throughout the night.
Yeah, and when you start seeing some of what this looks like, homes are underwater there, cars have been swept away, and just to know, there are so many rescues that took place. And now there's still rising floodwater, and that's why we'll bring in our team of meteorologists. That's a concern for our coast, but maybe first for the folks in these areas in Southwest Florida.
You know, Charlie hit almost the same area, almost the same intensity, okay? And in this storm, we listened to the governor talking about how the Sanibel Island bridge was wiped out partially, and the Pine Island bridge at Matlacha was wiped out partially. These are the same areas that got that storm, but this one did the number on that. So in addition to this power infrastructure, now you're talking about residents that maybe are isolated until some aerial or boat crew is able to get through.
They're really on an island right now.
Yeah, and those were some of the rescues I believe he was mentioning that they were flying in trying to evacuate those people.
So
also
scary.
Yeah, it's so scary. And in this video to see just how high the floodwaters are going. 2 hospitals in these areas too have been evacuated, so they're trying to get patients out to safer locations. Of course, we're going to cover locally here in just a second, but while we have these live pictures, guys, Kellyanne, I mean, this thing hit a Cat 4 just barreled through. You do your best to evacuate or hunker down, but we know this is life-threatening.
Absolutely. Whether it was, you know, we were talking yesterday about how it was rapidly intensifying, whether it's Cat 4 or Cat 5. At this point, it's devastating to everyone that lived along there. And they were talking about 12 to 16 and then eventually a 16 to 18-foot storm surge. And I mean, yeah, I would say that pretty much verified. We saw video of people on the 2nd floor of condos or apartments, and the 1st floor completely flooded, started to get up into the 2nd floor.
Yeah, can you imagine that encroaching into a 2nd story?
Right.
The height of that flood water.
And then your only option is climbing into the attic.
The attic, or
and we've
getting
seen
on the
that.
roof.
But imagine that thought process in your head, and then if you're a whole family, and it's like, okay, little child, sweetheart, let's go up there. Why, mommy? Why, daddy? Because we have to.
Right. No, parents and families have been in such a tough situation. The warning initially there was to evacuate some of these areas when they started seeing that this is where this storm was moving, and this is why when we say listen to your officials, they're saying get out, and that's why you do that. And if anyone stayed in one of these places where the road is gone and it's now an island, they are wishing, I feel certain, that they had done what they were told to do, because the house can be rebuilt, the property is just stuff, and you can always start over, but loss of life, there's nothing that can rebuild that.
What do you feel too? I mean, how many people say, I will never do that again? And you always get these waves of people that will always evacuate the next time, but what does that traumatic experience, how do you carry that forward, right? Because that's some real terror in those moments.
Let me ask this. So it was 2.5 to 3 million were those evacuation orders. And at first, I know we thought that it was that Tampa Bay, but you guys had mentioned this. All in that cone, though, was this area, too. Fort Myers, all of that was in that cone. You just wonder, as we started to see it shift south, how many of those people really got out?
The cone was always covering that. Maybe the exact motion of the cone was tweaking, but I mean, Kellyanne, they were in that cone the entire time. We were in that cone the entire time.
Absolutely, all the way up to the Nature Coast. So the edge of the left side and the right side are always saying it could be
fire. Kellyanne, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I'm just looking at these flames here. So obviously the home, that's a home in Southwest Florida. Take a look at the roof here. We are seeing flames. I can't imagine how first responders are going to get to that. Is that water surrounding it, guys? It is. Clearly, water's all the way up there. So if they're not aerial,
it is what it is
coming in
this
by,
moment.
The
weather there. The weather there is. This is a helicopter. They're flying. The weather there is improved. I mean, we are getting the worst weather right now.
Right.
And you know, Claire, you saw her just getting beat up by the storm system. Just had a wind gust of, what was it, 76 miles an hour, right?
In Volusia County,
right, in Volusia.
In Volusia County, New Smyrna Beach 86. I think Daytona Beach 76.
Yeah. So it's still happening, and we're getting tweets, we're getting Facebook messages of people concerned, like, you know, this is still happening outside. How much longer, Kellyanne, is this still going to be going on? If you're inside and you're just like, I'm over this.
Yeah, and it started a little bit later for friends out in Volusia County and Flagler County, but they're actually going to be dealing with it a little bit longer. So I think from west to east, we'll start to see some things clear out. Still dealing with some gusty conditions right now in Orlando, in Seminole County, but that will eventually clear out. But we're going to be watching Volusia County and Flagler County through this evening for those potential gusts and that threat for flooding as well.
And Volusia, like you guys said, this, in Flagler counties, this is the one that we're going to watch the rest of the night because it's so concerning now.
And this is going to move on up to the Georgia coast, into the Carolinas.
Right, yeah, and it could be a tropical storm up there as well. But, you know, for us, we've already seen 17 inches of rain, 18 inches of rain in parts of Volusia, and there's still hours and hours to go. That's why there's a flash flood emergency, and that's why we're harping so much on the discussion of water, because, we know it's a hurricane outside, right? Like, it's terribly windy. That has been discussed for days and days, but there's this playing out scenario of water rescues, of people with water coming into their homes, and so, you know, that I think is the big story now, and with more and more water, we're right now about at a 200-year flood. Okay, when you buy a homeowner's insurance and all this, this is the kind of flooding event that has not happened in our lifetimes, okay? There's the potential that this could get to a 1 in 500-year flood, 1 in 1,000-year flood. And I know that these terms get thrown around, but there are statistics, there are numbers.
Yeah, we look at historical data.
Right. And it gives you perspective to just see how bad this hurricane turned tropical storm Ian really has been on the majority of Florida here.
We're what, about 14 inches in Orlando, give or take?
Yeah, give or take about a foot, a little bit over, even more in Volusia County, almost about a foot and a half.
14 inches in Orlando. If we get to 16 and change, that's a 1 in 1,000-year flood.
Wow.
So we're not that far.
No, no. And when we've seen some of the images Tony Atkins has been bringing us, where we saw right there on Orange Avenue, if you've driven around downtown, you know this spot, and we saw it flooded out, hospital worker trying to get to the job, and a car got stuck in the middle of that. Let's get to Tony. He's at Lake Eola, where we have seen that water really rise up. Give us an idea of what you've seen in the hour or so that you've been out there.
For sure, this morning, a lot of people are starting to come out and really check out these waters and this debris that has fallen over the course of the past few hours. I had the chance to speak with a young man out here who said he's lived in Orlando for 9 years. He said he's never anything like it. Just give you a live look at Lake Eola. A lot of people are coming out. The walkway is entirely covered by water, so you can't really walk on that normal walking, biking, you know, that path that everybody loves, including the animals. But again, very strong winds. Since we are downtown, we have been noticing those wind surges coming through, just tall buildings, strong gusts of wind like the one like we're getting right now. But yeah, this is what Lake Eola looks like. We also saw some water on the on Eola Drive, which is just on the eastern end of the lake, just water kind of ponding over there. Here, though, I'm here with, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. George, I'm sorry, I just forgot it. We were just talking about this. But anyway, George, you just moved here a year ago. Tell me about your experience over the night.
Yeah, so this is the first hurricane I've ever been through. So I did all the preparation that I found on the internet of what I should do. And I hunkered down in my apartment, and last night was super loud. The winds made it hard for me to sleep, so I'm running on not much sleep now. But I woke up, and I usually do a walk around this lake in the morning, and obviously I can't do that today since it's flooded. But I came out here to see the damages, and it does seem to be significant. There's a lot of branches everywhere, and the lake is extremely flooded. It's a surreal thing to see.
Yeah, so you moved here, I believe, from California. So obviously a huge change of pace. You did a lot of research to prepare for this moment. Just now that it has passed to a degree, just what are your thoughts on just this experience?
Yeah, I was very fortunate I didn't lose power. But I think the important thing is to take the precautions needed, because if you don't, you can have a lot of anxiety and worry. But for me, I was good, and I'm fortunate that I stayed safe, and I hope everyone else out there stayed safe.
So you live in these apartments right here. For many who don't understand or aren't familiar with the area, these are some relatively tall apartment buildings here on Central, I believe, right? Yeah. All right. So so tell me about the things you heard from, like, being so high up and things that concerned you. And then when you came down here, what were some of the things you noticed?
Yeah, I heard a lot of noise that I couldn't explain what it was, like banging and rattling, and I had no idea what it was, but it sounded awful all throughout the night. And then I do live in a high-rise 14th floor, and this morning I went on my balcony, I looked out, and what used to not be covered was covered. So this flooding is something that I never thought I would ever see living here, and it's just surreal.
Thank you so much for taking the time out to chat. Yeah, just an incredible storm that made its way through here at Lake Eola. Just these high water levels. Just shocking for new residents, but also long-time residents. And the winds are still very strong, so you do want to be careful. I guess I can turn it over here, if we may. Just take a look right here. You can see folks out here just taking this all in. A lot of these folks are longtime residents, but then also down the road, other drivers have been navigating the shrubbery and branches that have fallen to the ground. A few moments ago, I did mention, I have been mentioning this term, infectious sense of community, people just kind of banding together and helping one another. One thing I noticed a couple hours ago, folks out here came out of their apartments. They cleared the road as best they can. We see law enforcement, police, firefighters kind of making their way through, just sweeping through the area to check on things. But that's a look at where things are now. High waters at Lake Eola. You can't come out for a walk yet. Hopefully this subsides and we can get back to this beautiful lake we enjoy soon. For now, reporting live downtown, Tony Atkins, WESH-TV News. Back to you guys.
Tony, I think we all look forward to seeing the city beautiful and really just all of our local communities in Central Florida returning to how, we know them and we love them. It is incredible to see how the community does come together, but this is a time we're saying just stay inside, stay indoors, so first responders, those rescue crews can do what they need to do. Because, Jason, we have seen so many water rescues of infants, toddlers come out of apartment buildings. Yeah. I mean, this stuff is gut-wrenching to see, but incredible that these crews are able to do that and help these families.
Yeah, and just heard from some of these power crews, they're ready to respond. We know so many of you have lost power. You may be watching us on a mobile device or listening to us on 107.7 FM. Thanks to Magic 107.7 for rebroadcasting what we're doing here. But they're waiting for the wind and the rain to let up. And in much of the area, it's just that wind, and it is relentless.
Yeah, Megan Mulatto is joining us down in Kissimmee. And Megan, you've been there all morning long, and a lot of those, the flood waters behind you that we can see, and so many of those rescues that you guys captured on camera, Megan.
Yeah, there's been a lot of rescues this morning. Thankfully, the floodwater here on Orange Blossom Trail near Bonita Street has gone down a lot. I'm going to take a step out of the way so you can see. The water has gone down so much. Before, we wouldn't have been able to walk this far down, but there are still some vehicles submerged in this floodwater. So it is still deep in parts of Orange Blossom Trail. As soon as this utility truck passes, we're going to try to zoom into that car. That one is still one of the few remaining underwater. The focus earlier this morning was pulling those cars out of this floodwater, and then the focus shifted to rescuing families in nearby homes that had flooded and bringing them safely to the shelter. So if you look over to my left, you might hear this dog barking, so I'm going to just kind of show you why. This dog here was rescued from a home with his family. The platform that he's standing on, that I'm standing on now, this is where families were being brought from their homes. They were brought here to this platform that has a little bit of an overhang. It's just a tire store that that law enforcement was utilizing before then taking people to the appropriate shelters. But I want to show you this vehicle vehicle over here, this one was one of the ones that was submerged in the very early hours of the morning. They actually were just now able to pull it out of the water. You might have seen this if you've been watching, if you've been staying with us, you might have seen this car earlier. If we could come around to the front, I want to show you the damage. And this is just caused by the flooding, just driving into the flooding. This bumper completely destroyed. I mean, I'm not sure that the car is going to survive this. And this is from a driver driving into the floodwaters, whether it was an accident or they thought maybe they could just make it through. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and this is the damage. We are waiting for a tow truck to come and pick this vehicle up. Tow trucks have been coming and going throughout the entire morning. And then officials with Osceola County Sheriff's Office and Kissimmee Fire have also been coming and going throughout the morning. Again, this is Orange Blossom Trail, so there's a lot of businesses right down this strip. But if you take a left or a right down these side roads, there's a lot of homes. A lot of people live in this area, in this part of Kissimmee, and a lot of those homes have flooded. So that's what the Sheriff's Office was focusing on, is rescuing those people, bringing them here to this tire shop, then taking them to the appropriate shelter. Then we did speak to Osceola County Sheriff Marco Lopez. He tells us everyone who needed to be rescued, thankfully, has been rescued as far as they know in this area. But he says that another area is being impacted, and that's where all of those resources, including the boats, the Bearcats and the deputies and the fire crews, that's where they're all going. And I believe he said Lake Buena Vista. We're going to go follow them and see what the conditions are like over there. But for now, I'll toss it back to you in the studio.
And Meg, before you go to that next location, just a quick question for you. Those rescues, I think, just captured the attention of so many of us because it's such a scary time. The people, were you able to talk to them? What were they saying? I can only imagine how they were feeling.
Yeah, we were able to speak to a couple of families, a lot of them just thankful that they're alive. That was the general consensus. People were thankful that they're okay. They were thankful that they were rescued. Some of them called in to be rescued. Others just came outside and hopped on the trucks that were rescuing other people and other families. I think people are definitely devastated. They're going to look back and remember Hurricane Ian as the hurricane that displaced them, that possibly made them start their lives all over again. But again, the majority were just thankful. They were rescued. Their families were rescued. We saw a ton of kids rescued, just younger kids, and a lot of animals as well. So we did speak to them here, and hopefully those families are doing better now, that they're in a warm shelter with a roof over their head, no flooding, and a warm meal, hopefully, as well.
Yeah. No, for sure, Megan, indeed. Thank you, Megan.
Yeah, Megan Lotto, Air Force in Osceola County, monitoring the conditions there. We've still got a lot of wind moving in. Still some rain, but the concern really now has been the strong gusty winds, and some of those gusts that we heard in Volusia County were hitting into the 80s, 76 there in Daytona Beach when we saw Claire Metz a little earlier. We also are monitoring in the metro area some of the road flooding, and it's happening right around our airport. This is an area that so many of us have traveled in and around to take a flight out of Central Florida, and right now you can't get to the airport.
No, for sure. Closed down yesterday, and obviously with good reason here with this hurricane turned tropical storm. And Sonica Dange joining us now. And Sonica, I know we've seen these road closures throughout the morning. Tell us some spots right now that people were encouraging them to stay indoors, but what do we know is shut down right now?
Well, certainly, I think nothing says it better than when we take a look from our reporters that are spanned out across Central Florida. You can see almost all of the roads behind every single one of our reporters, from Claire Metz to Megan Mulatto. You can see those roads are flooded out. But we're not just talking about the local roadways. We're talking about all of the roadways around Orlando International Airport. The Greater Orlando Aviation Authority called and said all the roads to MCO are closed for flooding. They're asking crews to avoid the area. You know, operations have ceased, so probably shouldn't be any reason to head out in that direction. But there are road closures all across our viewing area. So what you're taking a look at right now is in Seminole County. This is I-4 right by State Road 46. So this is near Lake Monroe. You can see some ponding on the waterways. You're going to see a lot of first responder vehicles as we move through some of these traffic cameras. I-4 West on-ramp is closed in that location. At I-4 at Osceola Parkway, the On-ramp is closed on the eastbound side. This is actually an area, by the way, that Megan Mulatto was driving through earlier this morning, and she had first told us about this. She said it was completely covered with water at the time, but as you can see over in Osceola County, those conditions, the water levels are starting to recede, so hopefully that continues. Over to Epcot Center Drive on I-4 now. The westbound side, I-4 East off-ramp is closed there. And let's take you over to the beach line. At I-4, the I-4 East off-ramp is closed. You can see some water droplets there, but you can see first responder vehicles in that location as well. Also on the beach line at State Road at 520, we have an off-ramp closed there. I mean, look at the center of your screen right here, guys. That looks like a tiny swimming pool, and I'm told that this camera has moved around a little bit and given us a few more visuals from this particular camera at different angles. Everything is underwater. So when we are telling you, when officials are telling you, stay off the roadways if you can, this is why. And we've already seen a lot of the damage that has happened from vehicles that have tried to attempt to drive through some floodwaters. We've seen trees falling on cars. We've seen cars hitting something underwater. We've had a couple of instances where cars have just completely stalled out. You never know what's under those floodwaters, whether it's a power line, if it's live, whether there's any debris down there. Of course, any creatures. It is Florida, so just stay safe out there. Jason Mayer?
No, Sonica, for sure. Want to take some video now that we got a little earlier today. Greg Fox was in Orange County in this Orlando neighborhood. So take a look here. 35 people were rescued. Orlando Fire folks inside, and you're going to see this firefighter turn around holding a
little one had to be rescued, and where they are standing, you could see the water is about knee level there, but it was pouring into a residence. Dangerous part of the this and they go to work.
Yeah, this was so the Ventura neighborhood. It was an apartment complex just off of Curry Ford and Woodgate Drive. You just can't help but feel for the families going through this. I mean, this is gut-wrenching to watch. My heart goes out to them because we're both parents, and can you even imagine you're in this situation and you have this brand new baby, you have this beautiful infant, and you're just trying to get everyone to safety. I mean, it's so much stress, it's so much to go through. Just thank goodness they were rescued and everyone was okay in these apartments and hopefully in shelters right now in dry areas. But really, this is some flooding that we have not seen historic. I mean, Eric has used that term, our meteorologist, Kellyanne. We heard the governor earlier saying that this is historic flooding. We haven't seen in our lifetime these kind of conditions here in Central Florida. And so many families are going through this right now, dealing with their homes, their vehicles are submerged, and these water rescues that are taking place all throughout our area.
Right, and we want to get you to just a little bit of sound here that we had as we were working on covering some of the rescues in Orlando. Listen to this.
Ma'am, can you tell me how fast did the water come in?
Oh my God, like in an hour maybe we got a lot of water. It started like at 3 o'clock in the morning. So
what does your apartment look like?
Flooded completely. Thank you. I've been living in here 22 years. This is the first time that it's get to this point really bad.
You got to be at least grateful they got you out of there.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's true. I am. Yeah. But thank you. I was waiting for my mother because she got hurt.
From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
It is now a tropical storm, but the power of this system is very, very great. We see a lot of wind still moving across Central Florida, and we're getting rain, and especially our coastal communities still at this hour, and there's more to come for many, many of us.
We know this is a destructive storm. We also know it is a deadly storm. We did have a man die earlier today. We received reports from officials in Volusia County. He was attempting to drain water from his swimming pool area, ended up slipping down an embankment into a canal.
Trying to get into a creek or canal nearby.
So we are hearing reports of this fatality, at least in our Central Florida area, but we are still working to contact, of course, all of our sources to find out anything more because there is concern about Southwest Florida. We don't know any numbers at this point, but that's something that we've been working on.
And Governor Ron DeSantis did make it very clear. It is going to take some time to figure out when 911 calls came in and people were looking for rescues. It's going to take time to figure out if those people were rescued and they're safe now, or if this is someone who was lost in this storm. And then as those numbers come in over the next few days and weeks, we will keep you updated. And one of the things about WESH-TV News, we're your local TV station, and we all live here, so we are going to be here with you through this rebuilding process. And it is going to take some time for some of our local communities to rebuild after this with infrastructure, drainage, and so many homes where there's been damage.
Yeah, number one priority is the safety of our viewers and our community members. Meteorologist Eric Burse and Kellyanne Class, they're joining us this morning. So, Eric, let's talk about just these advisors you've got going on, the flash flood. Eric, we haven't really seen anything like this, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest flooding event Central Florida has seen in years. Flash flood warnings in effect for Volusia, Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and even in earlier to Brevard counties. Just take a look at where we're at in terms of advisories. Everywhere highlighted in light green, that is a flash flood warning. That's most of the metro area, but these darker green areas are the next step up. Those are flash flood emergencies. The Little Wekiva is at record levels. We've never seen anything like this. And then here in Daytona Beach, down through about Port Orange and Ponce Inlet, all the way back over towards Samsula, flash flood emergency because we have seen so much water falling and it is still pouring in so many of these areas. So to our first warning live Doppler radar, let's just take a look and see where we're at right now. The center of Tropical Storm Ian is right over the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station now. It's moving out kind of toward the east and it's going to start to lift more toward the north. Guys, let's send it back to you. I believe we have a press conference to go to.
We want to update you on the situation in Volusia County as emergency officials are giving us an update. Let's listen in there.
Emergency Management Director Jim Judge. To start off, I'm very saddened to report that our county has had its first fatality related to Hurricane Ian. A 72-year-old man went outside to drain his pool in the storm, and our condolences go out to his family and all others who are affected by this tragic loss of life. We are stressing to everyone, the safety of your life is our #1 priority. Please, please do not go out in this storm at any time. Our county has already experienced historic levels of flooding with rain scheduled to continue over the next few days. This situation is beyond dangerous and poses an immediate threat to anyone who steps outside. All bridges remain closed due to the high winds. The Florida Department of Transportation will be performing the bridge inspections before they reopen, but that's not going to be until the winds subside. Multiple city, town, and county roads are closed due to obstruction of trees and extreme flooding. So again, we strongly encourage everyone from staying off the roads until we can inform you that it's safe. A lot of residents started experiencing power outages early yesterday afternoon, and as of 5 a.m. this morning, FP&L is reporting that more than 48,000 customers without power, and Duke Energy, as of 7 a.m. this morning, is saying that they've got 22-some thousand customers without power. So to report a power outage, please contact your electric provider. That information is found on the county's PIN page, volusia.org/PIN. Almost 300 residents were able to seek emergency shelter last night among our 4 shelters. And while the shelters remain open, we do not recommend attempting to reach a shelter due to the road conditions at this time. For the most up-to-date information about weather, road conditions, and other safety resources, visit volusia.org/PIN or call the Citizens Information Center at 866-345-0345. With that, I'll bring up Emergency Management Director Jim Judge. Jim?
Thank you very much, Kevin. As Kevin mentioned, we cannot emphasize enough how serious the situation here in Volusia County continues to be. This is unprecedented for Volusia County. Unprecedented, I think, for Florida. We are going to continue to see sustained, strong tropical storm force winds for the next 6 hours or so. Then even after we get past those sustained tropical storm force winds, we're going to continue to have tropical storm gusts coming through all night tonight, and hopefully things will begin to clear out by Friday morning. But understand, we're still going to have a great deal of rain all through the day Sunday. The St. Johns River is at major flood stage. These roads are flooded. The gusts that are coming through, we're watching pine trees bend halfway over. Do not get out on the highways. You know, it's just absolutely critically dangerous. You get stuck out there. Hey, you're on your own, really, because it really isn't even safe right now for emergency response agencies to go out, and the sheriff is going to cover some of that. If you want to report that you've got a situation with water in your home, and we're getting a lot of those calls, call the Citizen Information Center and report that to them, and we will capture that information. In a critical life-threatening emergency, you can contact 911, and they will log that information in. Stay off the roads. Take this seriously. Report any water inundation into your home or your business to the Citizen Information Center, and we will collect that information. So, very serious situation. We're far from out of the woods, so please take all this extremely serious. And with that, let me bring up our sheriff, Michael Chitwood.
Thank you, Jim. Good morning. While we had done a really good job navigating this storm, at around 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning, I think Volusia County took as much water as it could take. As a result of that, we are seeing historic flooding. Even though the curfew ended at 7 a.m., I have people out there in their F-150s driving around, taking selfies, zooming through these flooded areas, and what they're doing is they're pushing that water into people's homes, people that are on the brink of not flooding or flooding. When you go through these puddles, you're going through these subdivisions, you're on 415, you're forcing that water into people's homes and causing a major problem. You need to stay off of the roads. Right now, the county is being cut off in different pockets because of this historic flooding. If you drive into one of these big puddles, these big flooded areas, and you get stuck, we're not coming to get you. So it doesn't make any sense. We have stopped people who say they're going to Publix. Publix is closed. We've stopped people who said, I have to go to Lowe's or Home Depot. They're closed. No businesses are open. For the next several hours at least, we are going to undergo this massive rainstorm, the wind that is blowing. I need people to stay off the roads. I'm imploring you to stay off of the roads. Let us do our job. The power companies, there's trees down on the highways. We cannot afford somebody to lose their life or for you to stop us from doing our job. So again, please heed my warning. Stay off the roads, let this storm pass, and we'll get through this. Thank you. Kevin, or County Manager George Reckenwald.
On the note of what the sheriff was saying, we just passed it through with the county chair and county council. Effective immediately, the curfew that was in place last night will be extended from now until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Reckenwald. Thank you, Sheriff Chitwood. Thank you, Mr. Judge. Just want to mention, if you had trouble with seeing this conference, hearing this conference, it'll be on Facebook and YouTube. It'll be posted shortly thereafter. And just to reiterate what Sheriff Chitwood said, unless it's a life-threatening emergency, resist the urge to call 911, as the communication center is very congested right now with calls with flooding, and we are aware of the flooding situation. With that, we'll close today's conference. Continue to stay safe. Check with us for updates on volusia.org/pin. You can also follow us on the Emergency Management Facebook page and Emergency Management Twitter. With that, take care, stay safe, help your neighbors.
And there you're just listening to officials in Volusia County. Some of the updates there, again, one man died in Volusia County while draining his swimming pool. Yeah. All bridges remain closed in Volusia County because of the winds. They've got thousands without power and just historic flooding all throughout the county there.
Also, county leaders are extending the curfew there. It continues now through 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. So they are asking people to stay in their homes, stay put, don't go out and about. And you heard the passion from Sheriff Mike Chitwood about people not driving, because when water gets pushed from the roads, it goes up into yards and into homes. And he said people who are teetering right now on their homes being flooded, it might not have happened had people stayed off those roads.
Yeah, and they said they're gearing up for at least 6 more hours of this. So let's bring in meteorologist Eric Burris. Eric, they're describing this as historic, relentless, and really just very difficult for any county to deal with.
Listen, you get this much water in such a short amount of time, and there's just nowhere to put it, right? Just was looking at the numbers, and the Orlando International Airport has gotten enough rain to put us at a 1 in 200-year flood. So nobody alive now has seen this kind of water in this area, okay? That just should put it into perspective, and it is still pouring across so many areas. All these green boxes we showed it a moment ago, those are the flash flood warnings. You also have a flash flood emergency here for Daytona Beach and parts of Volusia County. But let's just zoom into the metro area. Let's start here, and we're going to kind of take a bit of a radar tour. All right, let me lapse this to give you an idea of motion. And you can see the center of circulation is over here, but now we've got this due north spin, which is putting all of the water in. So Apopka, Sorrento, Paisley, back over toward Lake Mac. These communities are getting this just wall of water. It is just off to the west now of downtown Orlando. So it has lightened up a little bit in Orlando. But just because you're not getting the downpours does not mean that you're not getting the winds. Take a look at the live wind data here, okay? And just to give you an idea of the kind of winds we're looking at, I'm just going to click random spots here. And understand that this is a little above the surface, so actual numbers down at the ground maybe a little bit lower, but you're running 55 to 60 miles an hour for West Volusia County, back over toward Seminole County, back over to Orange County. And then you come up here into the kind of coastal areas of Volusia County. And let me just show you around Port Orange. Again, this is a little above the surface, but you're talking, I mean, yeah, 90, 80 mile per hour winds. That's up top. Translating down to the surface, though, we have seen several reports 60, 70 mile per hour winds, and it is just raining. Sustained winds are gusty. It is pouring. It is every bit of a tropical storm, and in many locations we're getting these little moments of Category 1 hurricane intensity. But the rain is coming down Ormond Beach, Daytona Beach, Port Orange. Here's a look at one of our DOT cameras live. And I don't love seeing anybody out on the roadways. All of the emergency officials are saying stay off the roadways because at the very least, you could find yourself in a situation where you can't get home because the floodwaters pick up. And at least here along I-95, there have been some locations that have seen over 16 inches of rain on the highway. And while there are swales and drainage ditches that are able to collect some of that, certainly that is a building concern with the rain still falling. Let's come over here toward Brevard County, and it's a little bit better for you because that center of circulation is here. And what's happening is this wind field is just spreading out around. Up into Flagler County, we've seen several reports of gusts in the 60-so mile per hour range, and you can kind of see these little ripples of energy, these darker orange shades coming on in. That's more and more of that truly tropical downpour. So let me come back out to the wider perspective of the radar and just kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at. There's the storm. For the next several hours, we're still driving in the rain. If you live in Ocala, if you live in Dunellen or Reddick, back over to Wildwood, things have already cleared out for you. Tampa, things have cleared out. It's going to take time, though, for this ribbon to clear out off toward the east. All right, so we've still got quite some time. Let's look on the right side there. There's Lake Eola. Did see earlier where most of that fountain was underwater. And only in Central Florida are we able to at least bring down those floodwaters a little bit, though it is certainly still quite elevated. It's also quite windy. Meteorologist Kellyanne Klass with the reports. Looks like we just got a 67 mile per hour wind gust over at Orlando Sanford.
Yeah, you know, I'm not surprised we are watching this storm now beginning to push off the coastline, and the winds are still beginning to pick up. This is a look at the sustained winds right now in Orlando at 52 miles per hour. So as this continues to pull away, we're still going to see all of this wind filter in. And because it had that land interaction, the core of the storm has to displace those winds. So it's beginning to spread out the wind. So we have 52 mile per hour sustained wind in Orlando, 44 right now in Sanford. And again, that center of circulation is right over the Cape. And as it moves off the shoreline, eventually we will see these winds slowly calm down, but still expect tropical storm force winds throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon today. Take a look at some of these peak wind gusts in Volusia County. New Smyrna Beach hitting 86 mile per hour wind gusts. Daytona Beach 76 mile per hour wind gusts. Ormond Beach at about 66. Ponce Inlet at 50. Gusts in Orange County before that 67 mile per hour wind gusts. 55 in Maitland, 49 in Lake Nona, and Dr. Phillips right around 46. So this storm is going to go eventually into the Atlantic and lift up towards the north. And as we look towards later on tonight and into tomorrow morning, the wind will eventually clear out, and so will that rainfall. With the rain threat today, though, I do want to talk about that, especially for Flagler and Volusia counties. This is something that we are really going to have to watch. It's expected for flooding right around coastal Flagler County across I-95 and into extreme northern Volusia County. And then from Volusia County up towards interior Flagler County, looking like flooding will be likely. And it's because some locations in northern Volusia County and into Flagler County could see an additional 10+ inches of rainfall as this storm pulls away. So we're still going to watch that lingering rain move in from Ian. As it pulls away, we're still going to get that back building of that rainfall. That's going to slowly linger into Orange County through about 1 o'clock. Then after that, slowly pull away. So hour by hour, we'll see Ian slowly pull away, clearing out the rainfall from west to east. But I really think the I-95 locations, especially in Volusia County and Flagler County throughout the afternoon and throughout the evening hours, will deal with the brunt of the rainfall. Still going to linger throughout 7:30, 8 o'clock tonight, and those winds are going to stick around as well. So here's what we're thinking. When does it end? We're thinking right along our southwestern locations in Polk County, ending right around lunchtime. It'll take some time for the worst of the weather to clear out of the metro and areas in our central and southern spots, but we're thinking around 5 o'clock. And then from metro and north, not until late tonight. So by early tomorrow morning, we'll start to see those winds clear out, and then eventually we'll start to kind of see things return back to normal by Friday and especially the weekend. Much more on Ian in just a few minutes.
All right, Kellyanne, thank you so much. And our crews, they are covering this storm really all over the Central Florida area. So many locations here with flooding. We know Altamont Springs is one of those spots, Jason. Bob Hazen, he's there now.
Yeah, let's get out to Bob and talk about what you've been seeing there. It looks like you're near Crane's Roost.
Yeah, Jason, we are at Crane's Roost, like you said. Of course, a popular spot to walk around, to go jogging, all that kind of stuff. And look at it right now. You can see it looks like it's just the lake right now. And if you look along the lake, you can see that black railing that's sitting right there. That's usually the railing that is about, what, I'd say about 4 feet, 4.5 feet tall, that you would stand at and be able to look into the lake. Almost up to the top of that. So it is just completely flooded out here. And if you look down right close to where we are, you can see these steps. You know, people like to sit on those. They have concerts here at Crane's Roost. People sit on those. A lot of those are covered up by water too. So a lot of cleanup that's going to have to happen here at Crane's Roost Park. And I can remember this vividly after Hurricane Irma, this same thing happening, where the entire walking path and the sitting area had been flooded out, and then it took several weeks to get it all cleaned up and get it so that people could actually use the path for jogging or hanging out and having concerts here again, celebrating like they usually do here in Altamont Springs. Now, we've also been driving around throughout Seminole County this what is it, still morning, I guess, but we started in Sanford, obviously, then we came down here to Altamont Springs. In the meantime, in between there, of course, we went through Longwood, saw many roads that were flooded out, including parts of 1792, which, you know, it's a major busy road, but there are still parts of that were flooded out, and you got to be careful. Parts of 434 as well flooded out. In fact, at the train tracks, we're at the Sunrail crossing where 434 crosses with the Sunrail train tracks. There was a car that was stopped there, and we saw ambulances and the fire truck come in. So actually some people who were just driving by stopped as well, trying to help that person out, because you're driving along and the road's fine, it's dry, and then all of a sudden, you know, you run into this spot where there's really deep water, and your car could either get stalled out there, or anything can happen when you get into too deep of water, especially if you're in a sedan, not a high-riding truck. So that's what we've seen all the way up and down, as well as a lot of tree branches down. And in fact, in Altamont Springs on State Road 436, if you know the area well, the shopping area, there's a Hudson's Furniture store. The sign for that store, the big kind of sign you see along the side of the road, that was knocked over, ripped off the ground, and had fallen down on top of a stop sign, which pierced right through the sign. So there's still some damage. We haven't seen it all yet. There's going to be a lot more as people come out and start looking around,
figuring out what the problem is. But it's very important that, you know, stay off those roads because people are driving into these giant puddles not knowing that anything's flooded out, and they have not been marked off. There are no barricades or anything to try to keep people from driving into those because at this point, police, firefighters, public works, they have not had a chance to go out and try to clean those spots up. In fact, in Sanford, we were able to talk to a man who was going around cleaning the drains himself in order to get the water to drain down off of 1st Street in the heart of downtown Sanford because there was so much water building up there. He was going around cleaning that out himself. So again, those roads can still be very dangerous. Watch where you're going, or just don't get out there at all because you can really come upon that without knowing what's in front of you until it's too late. Back to you guys.
Bob, we were just able to show, too, that video from Sanford earlier today. You were really getting pelted there with the rain. Glad to see you got your hat back, my friend.
Yeah, it's a little wet, kind of nasty, but everything's wet at this point, so we'll be all right. But yeah, Sanford had a lot of that flooding in the downtown part. A lot of that water was hitting the seawall, and you know, people who we talked to who were there said they haven't seen it that high up in a long time, possibly since Hurricane Charlie, which is, you know, when there's a lot of improvements made after that to the park, the Riverwalk, and downtown Sanford in general. So hopefully this didn't cause any serious damage. It's going to cause problems there. We did see some palm trees knocked over and some poles. But other than that, we couldn't really see if there was anything that would be a more long-lasting, long-term kind of damage suffered there at the Riverwalk and the marina.
And Bob, some of those businesses there in that historic Sanford district, did it look like they were flooding?
I'll tell you, a lot of them had sandbags, and I went kind of walking up and down, and I did not see any that looked like they had been flooded, at least not, you know, any serious floods, no feet of water or anything inside their businesses. And part of that could be the sandbags. Part of that could have been the gentleman who we talked to who was actually cleaning out the drains and making sure the water was continuing to go down. Also, a lot of them are kind of, there's a curb, and they're a little bit further back from that curb, so they have a little bit of buffer room there to get in there. I mean, I know one place I checked out, the popular Willow Tree Hollerbox restaurant in downtown Sanford, they looked like they were okay from what I could tell, at least. Of course, you never know. I mean, there could have been water in the backside. It could have been in there that we just couldn't see. I don't know. But it looked, from what I could see at least, that there wasn't a whole lot of water that infiltrated those businesses in downtown.
One of the things we know is after all of this is passed and it is safe to go out, people in Central Florida are going to be looking for places to go. And Bob, that historic Sanford is surely one of those spots. Also, where you are live there at Crane's Roost. Thank you so much for your reporting, Bob. We do want to turn to another area where we see lots of activity with people, especially our tourists, when we get down to Osceola County.
Oh, yeah, Kissimmee right now. Let's check in with Kelsey Thorne. Kelsey, you're in a neighborhood where it is flooded. We saw, you know, folks had their cars really up closer to their homes because their driveways are all flooded. What's happening there? How are they all doing?
Well, it's still very flooded here in this neighborhood here in Kissimmee. This is Christine Drive right at the intersection of Orchard Lane. And you can see there are inches of water. There's actually a catfish right here. You can see him swimming up. This is normally just the side gutter of this road, and it is under inches of water, enough for this catfish to make his way up there. And that's just really, this is kind of the better section. If you look all the way down this road, you can see that car at the end, that teal car. The water is all the way up to the bumper of that car. And we've been talking with homeowners here since we got here a few hours ago. They say this flooding has been this bad since overnight. We actually spoke with a homeowner who said that the worst of it was even overnight, that it's actually gone down a little bit since then. And they have had so much water here that it's reached into people's homes. The man that we spoke with said that he had a few inches of water come into his home. You can see how it's bad on this corner. This is Orchard Lane, just across the way from where we were just standing. And this has over a foot of water in here. You can't even tell right now, this is the road. It is totally filled with water, and it just started raining again here, guys, just about 20 minutes ago. Of course, that's something we don't need when it comes to just the amount of water we have here. But you know, we've talked to a lot of these neighbors. A lot of people are still in their homes. They're just riding it out at this point. The good news for the people here, if there is any, it does seem like they still have power. A lot of these lights are still on, but you can see the weather is picking up now. We're getting some wind gusts over here. But yeah, most of the people that we've spoken to have said that the water at some point during the day has gotten into their home, and it's still really high, guys. Since we've been here just the past few hours, it has not receded at all. We've just been seeing more and more water come into this area, and it doesn't look like it's going to drain out of here anytime soon, guys.
All right, Kelsey, and again, for folks that are just joining us today, Kelsey, they may not realize that you were in the Tampa Bay area. You made the drive back here to Central Florida this morning. Just take us through that trip. What was it like on the roads? What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, Frank and I have had a very long week. We started out our week in Tampa. Then, as you said, we woke up early this morning and kind of realized that the storm had shifted. You know, we were really understanding that yesterday when it made landfall south of Tampa there, and Tampa itself didn't really get hit that hard. And so we saw what was going on here closer to home. So we were like, we're going to book it back over here so we can help out our community and see what's going on here closer to home. So we made that drive, and really when we left Tampa this morning, it was not bad at all. It wasn't raining. It was just a little windy. By the time we got to Polk County, though, it really kind of shifted. That's when we started seeing more rain, that wind come in. And then when we got into Osceola County, that's when it really changed. On I-4, we actually saw an FHP trooper who had blocked off one of the exit lanes to Celebration because a sign had fallen into the road, and he was blocking it off to make sure no cars ran over that sign. So we went past him. We got on the turnpike coming towards Kissimmee, and we saw flooded areas on the turnpike, and I know they actually closed a portion of the turnpike in Orange County. So there is flooding all over Osceola County. We've seen what's been going on over on OBT, and you know, it's not just Osceola County. As everyone has seen, it is all over Central Florida. But this by far is the worst that we have seen since we've been here in Osceola County. This is worse than anything that we saw when we were in Tampa earlier, guys.
Thank you so much. And we're going to keep it now in Osceola County for another report now.
Yeah, we want to go to Megan Mulatto, who's just about 1.5 miles away from where Kelsey is there in Kissimmee, and spoke to Osceola County Sheriff. Megan?
Yeah, we're still out here on Orange Blossom Trail near Bonita Street, where the floodwaters are receding a little bit, but rescues are still ongoing. We're finally able to catch up with Osceola County Sheriff Marco Lopez, who's joining me now. Sheriff, tell us the latest. What's going on now?
Pretty much, we're dealing with flooding in the county in different areas. This is just one. As you can see, cars are getting stuck. People are trying to drive through here. There's nothing to see here. It's just water and rain. Please stay home. If you have a medical emergency, call 911. If we can get somebody to you, we will. We already had an elderly man having a heart attack earlier today. We couldn't get to him, and then we send the resources over to get him. But if we got to come to people stuck in their cars because they're going out for coffee, there's nothing open, stay home, please.
And it was just yesterday that we had that news briefing where you told residents that you may not be able to respond to their calls unless it's absolutely necessary. Talk a little bit about your thoughts, seeing that people are still coming out here.
Well, right now, as the daylight hits, we're doing an assessment. If we could have our helicopter up right now, we can't because it's too windy. But for right now, assessment is the main issue we're having is flooding. Osceola Parkway, Buenaventura Boulevard, La Paz, here on the trail in different areas throughout the county. That's our main focus because people are just trying to drive through this. They just need to stay out of this, stay home. If you're in a home where the water isn't coming in and affecting you, just stay home. Eventually it'll subside, or eventually we'll get somebody out there to help you.
And my last question for you, we've been out here for most of the morning. It's obvious there's a ton of resources out here. Talk about what you guys brought out. I know I saw a couple of airboats earlier.
We have our airboats, we have our 5 tons, we have every deputy in town, we have our agricultural units. Everybody is here, our community services, able-bodied employees, community service officers, civilians. They're all out here helping, doing their job, and that's what we're here for.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And so, as we mentioned, we're on Orange Blossom Trail. I want to just give you a look behind me. This used tire shop has become a shelter. This is where the sheriff's office is dropping people off. Families that they're rescuing from their flooded homes are being taken to this platform here. Then they're loading up and taking them each to appropriate shelters. A lot of people, of course, are bringing their pets. There are 2 pet-friendly shelters, so that's where those people will be taken to. But the rain has subsided a little bit. The water is receding, so 2 good signs. It's still very windy out here. We're going to keep an eye out on the conditions, and of course, we'll bring you the latest as soon as we have more details. Back to you guys in the studio.
From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
And our coverage of Ian does continue at 10:30 this morning. Meredith McDonough alongside Jason Guy. We have been here for a few days now, just preparing all of our viewers for this just enormous storm, this historic storm, and we have seen nothing like this before in Central Florida in terms of flooding, in terms of rainfall. It is really just wild to see these amazing rescues that have taken place all morning, Jason, of families and babies and toddlers. You know, at this point, I feel like just our community, it's been devastated by the storm.
Yeah, and it's something that our team began to closely watch when the system started to develop. It was in Invest, and I remember meteorologist Kellyanne Klass telling us one morning during sunrise, she was like, get ready, guys, this could be something that impacts us. And then as it got closer and closer, we knew that this was going to be a major storm for us. And we turn our attention now to our team of meteorologists. We have Eric Burr standing by and Kellyanne Klass. And I'm not sure who we're going to begin with, but I think we're going to send it over to Eric now. Eric, this is something that we've been watching. You told us that the impacts were going to be great, and specifically from all of this water.
Yeah, it's remarkable how much rain has fallen, right? Look at these advisories, just to put this into perspective. There are flash flood warnings in effect for Orange, Seminole, Volusia counties, and it's not just because of one little area. This is a widespread swath, and these are our most populous communities, okay? The darker greens are flash flood emergencies. That's for the Little Wekiva River that is overtopping its banks in a big way by multiple feet, the highest it's ever been recorded. And then up here into Volusia County, let me zoom into this. The flash flood emergency for Volusia County runs for Daytona Beach, Port Orange, Ponce Inlet, down through about, say, the New Smyrna Beach area, Edgewater, all the way down 44. There's 415, okay, Taylor Road. There's a kind of Pioneer Trail community. Let's get out to the wide perspective and show you the radar and just kind of get an idea of what's doing on our first warning live Doppler radar, because it's still raining and it's still gusting. We are not done with this. And this is a big concern. I've seen people ask me this question, honest to goodness. When's the rain going to calm down? Because we want to go out and survey the damage. And it's like, the rain calmed down. Let's just talk about the wind. We just got a wind gust at the Orlando International Airport of 72 miles an hour. We are absolutely still in this. The center of circulation has moved off the shoreline, but because we're on the backside, we're still grabbing moisture and wrapping it around. And it may not be as bad, but the winds are still very much gusting. The rains are still falling. The flood threat is very much persisting. Through the metro area, we are watching these torrential downpours, especially down here just southwest of Orlando. That's going to work back over toward Meadow Woods and back over toward Hunters Creek, where we have seen significant flooding already today. Up toward Popka, Sorrento, Paisley, more of that very heavy rain. DeLand, West Volusia, we have been seeing reports of water rescues in the Sanford area, and all of that heavy rain will be working from DeLand into northern Seminole County. And then, of course, there is that flash flood emergency in effect here for Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach. And notice it's not getting any lighter. It's persisting as we get these gusty winds and this very, very heavy rain moving on in. Let's take a look at the pictures. I'm hearing that the bandshell, is that right? Oh, yeah, look at the Lake Eola bandshell there. This is on our Tower Cam network, the Walt Disney Pavilion there. Look at that, Lake Eola overtopping its banks. This is just the scene in downtown Orlando. Imagine all of these other locations that we've been having our team of reporters out covering. So this continues to be a significant problem. We are still very much feeling tropical storm now, Ian, but wind gusts up to hurricane strength. For more on that part of the story, let's go over to meteorologist Kellyanne Klass.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about in Volusia County this morning, we saw a wind gust of 86 miles per hour in New Smyrna Beach, and they're still dealing with sustained winds of 51 miles per hour in Orlando. We're seeing sustained winds of almost 50 miles per hour as well, as Ian continues to kind of sit over Cape Canaveral and begin to push offshore. So we're still going to be dealing with these gusty winds for quite some time. Wave heights, because we're starting to see the winds push offshore, are starting to exceed 18 feet in some locations just close to the coastline. Depending on your location, they're going out. Right around Cocoa Beach, you're seeing a wind going out towards the Atlantic, 10-foot waves. But because of that counterclockwise rotation, we're starting to get that onshore wind in Flagler County and Volusia County, seeing wave heights of about 12 to 13 feet. So because of that onshore wind, we are going to be watching for the potential for some minor storm surge right around Volusia County and Brevard County. But that threat is a little bit higher in Flagler County, which is why you're under a storm surge warning throughout the day today. Here's a better look at that peak storm surge possible right around from the Cape up towards the Volusia and Flagler County line, 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. Then as we go from Flagler County on up, 4 to 6 feet possible. So that's the other part of the picture that we're going to be watching for this afternoon, this evening, along with the steady rainfall. So let's talk about those gusty winds along with the sustained wind. So here's a look later on this afternoon, 3 o'clock. It starts to subside. It's not as gusty in our western and central locations, but we're still going to be dealing with those gusty winds. Tropical storm force winds out along the Cape and out along the coastal locations. New Smyrna Beach hitting 66-mile-per-hour wind gusts later on this afternoon. And notice as we play it out in time throughout the evening hours, still going to be watching for those gusty conditions up and down coastal Flagler County, Volusia County. Not as bad in Melbourne because of the Cape protecting it and because it's going to move up towards the northeast, but still expected to see gusty winds. And I think the thing will be tonight and into this afternoon rather, and into tonight, our coastal locations, Flagler County, Volusia County, that will be watching those main threats. I mean, look at how gusty it is outside right now, still here in Orange County. Again, we're watching sustained winds of 50 miles per hour. And this is the top of our WESH-TV tower cam. And you can see it is just windy. So those winds are going to stick around throughout the afternoon. But again, subsiding from west to east, our coastal locations still will see those gusty conditions throughout the evening hours and overnight hours tonight. So here's the latest thinking. When does it end? Well, it starts in our southwestern locations and slowly but surely will lift up to our northeastern spots. We're thinking right around 12 o'clock. The worst of the picture will be from about Sumter County all the way down to southern Brevard County. Then from central Brevard County around Titusville, Mims, through Bithlo and through the villages in Ocala and areas up towards the north and northeast. We're thinking about 3 a.m. tomorrow morning as Ian slowly pulls away. So still going to be watching for rainfall, still going to be watching for gusty winds, just something that we are going to have to wait until Ian moves away from our area. Of course, we're going to talk much more about rainfall totals, accumulations, everything you need to know coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Kellyanne, and we want to check in now just to see what's happening in our amusement park areas, to see what's going on there. Of course, they are shut down right now, but we've got crews in that area.
Yeah, and we want to get to Tony Atkins. You found some flooding right outside the gates of the Universal Orlando Resort, Tony.
Yeah, Jason, right now I'm standing at Kirkman Road and Major Boulevard. Take a look right here. You can see just the significant flooding outside of this Friday's restaurant. Take a look at this silver Hyundai right here. You can really get a good idea of how many, it looks like several, maybe 2 feet, I don't know, of water just rising here and just sustaining here in this parking lot. Many of these cars have just been here at the moment. I haven't seen a lot of people coming out to tend to these cars, but obviously dealing with a lot of flooding, they might want to just stay where they are at this point. I also want to show you down Kirkman Road. Just look at how far this flooding goes heading toward the freeway from Kirkman. It's just significant flooding. No cars have been trying to pass through. We did see one large truck that went through, it turned around. People are coming to take pictures, but for the most part, this road has just been just shut down to the public at this point. But just a lot of flooding here. Just wanted to give you guys a quick look at just as the sun is up now, we're really getting a good idea of just how much rain had fallen. Just to kind of also give this more context, Jason, you mentioned Universal, which is right across the street. Not seeing a lot of flooding over there like this from where I can stand, but right across the street on the north end here, this is the DoubleTree. You can see the parking lot there is where, or the street here is where you get entrance and exit. This is how you get in and out of the parking lot. But I didn't see a lot of flooding in the parking lot of the hotel itself. But obviously, if you leave the parking lot, if you're trying to get in, you're going to have to deal with the water that's just out here on Major Boulevard. So that's just a look at what is happening now. Still raining, still windy. So if you're going to come out here, if you're planning to use this road or coming near Kirkman, just be careful because this water is still sustaining. It might not seem like it was earlier before, but it's still going to be some challenges if you're trying to get through some of these roads here across our area. Jason?
And Tony, that's what I was going to ask, just your advice here. You've been really all throughout the downtown area, then to this location by Orlando Resort, by the Universal Resort. So what do you want people to know?
Well, the thing is, I think the main thing is it's just turnaround. If you must be out, I think Megan had a really good interview with the sheriff out in Osceola, I should say. Sorry, but yeah, just turn around. We're seeing a lot of people. There are a lot of folks who are coming out after Ian. It's a historic storm to make it through. So I understand the want to check it out. Like this guy right here is just taking photos of the, just of the flooding, but he's staying at a safe distance and trying to capture history. I understand that. But I think the issue for me and what I would like people to understand is just to take it easy. You don't have to make it through this water. There was a guy who earlier just tried to drive through this right behind me. He didn't speak much English, and I don't speak much Spanish, but we understood each other enough where I was able to give him a detour of where to go. So I guess if there's a message to people based off of what I've seen, it's simply to turn around. Meredith?
All right, Tony, thank you so much. Stay safe there. One of the things, while you're in that area, we're going to see if you can check out. We're seeing reports on social media that one of the Universal rides may have had some damage, that Jurassic Park water ride. And it looks like people from some of the resorts, I'm not sure how they're getting these pictures, but they're sharing those on social media. You may have to ask around some of the resort guests if they've got a vantage point or on one of the roofs of one of the resorts over there, if they'll let you get up there, may be able to check that out for us, Tony.
It's wild, just things you don't think that these heavy-duty signs that are coming down and just the roofs coming off of some homes and just the things that we've been seeing. It's like we know it can happen, but it's a whole other ballgame when you see it live, in action, what's really happening throughout our area.
And we talk about storms coming through and wind gusts, but when we talk in a situation like this where we've had a hurricane that then became a tropical storm, but we had these intense winds that went on and on for hours and hours and almost for a whole 24-hour period here, that really takes its toll on buildings and structures and rides at theme parks.
Yeah, and it's not over for us. Let's check in now with Greg Fox. Greg, you're in an area that a few years ago with Irma really flooded with Orla Vista neighborhood. What's happening there now?
Well, we are in the Orla Vista neighborhood that is off Old Winter Garden Road, and we're actually off of Quintard Street. And right now, you've got a lot of planning going on by the rescue crews with Orange County Fire and Rescue. And if you take a look over to our right also, and not only can you see the flooded street, but you've got some residents over here on the right that are wondering when that water line is going to get to their houses. As you can see, we've got a boat here, and I want you to take a look at that stop sign down at the end of the street. Take a good look at that. That is as high as the water was after Hurricane Irma 5 years ago, and now you can see we've already in this very large rain event that is Ian, already past that point, and it's still rising. It's moving up the street, over the street, down the street. This is an area that, just to explain a little bit about what's going on, we can't put Chopper 2 in the air because of the weather going on right now, but there are 3 retention ponds that are around the Orla Vista area. Earlier this year, $7.5 million FEMA grant was presented to Orange County to create a design system to dredge out and lower the levels of those retention ponds and prevent this kind of flooding. Unfortunately, as the mayor said Tuesday at the county commission meeting, he said that that is still in the planning stage. It's still in the design phase. It's not set to begin yet, and it does no good for these people who are hoping for flood relief in this flood-prone area that is Orla Vista. And again, you can see the boats that they're using to get people out. That man is going to be put into a wheelchair just up the block at the intersection with Quintard and Old Winter Garden Road. We saw a couple of dozen people with animals. They understand that they're being told that they will be taken to a shelter that is pet friendly. In the meantime, these rescues are continuing here in the Orla Vista neighborhood, and we're going to get a little bit closer here. Jake Arthur, our videographer right now, he's been doing an outstanding job helping everybody to see exactly what's going on, the challenges that are many people are facing. As you know, earlier this morning we were on the east side of Orlando where they were rescuing 36 people from one apartment complex. 18 people from another apartment complex because their retention pond overflowed as well. So this is a very, very difficult time with Ian presenting an enormous amount of rain and in areas that are already flooded, and Orange County Fire and Rescue and National Guard are doing what they can to get people out of their homes. This is going to go on. It's been going on since about 4:30 this morning, and it will continue throughout the day and the night as we get a look at the ERT vehicle coming down the street at the corner of Washington and Quintard. All right, we're going to send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Greg, you said it's just such challenging times here for folks in Central Florida. Difficult to see these images, to watch our local communities, our local neighborhoods just under so much water right now.
Yeah, and so we're going to talk in a moment to our meteorologist about where all that goes. But first, let's bring in Sheldon Dutez.
Yeah, Sheldon, we understand Orange County did have a press conference to kind of fill people in on where we are right now.
Yeah, and Jason and Meredith, right now, Orange County leaders say that they are out and about assessing the damage from this storm so far, but they are already reporting heavy flooding all across the county in Orange County, and between 10 and 16 inches of rain that has fallen so far. And we see some of those water rescues that were happening in the Orla Vista neighborhood where Greg is right now, and it makes sense that how much rain has fallen. There's also been significant damage to the substation 36 in Winter Garden. That's the Orange County Fire Station in that part of the county. As for the shelters, one of them has reached capacity, Timber Creek High School. The others have hundreds of people that they are housing right now, which means that a lot of people listened to officials who might live in low-lying areas or might live in a structure that they did not feel safe in, and they went to a shelter. We also heard this from county officials.
We've done a lot in the past few days of preparing for the storm. Right now, and particularly through last night, was our opportunity to hunker down for the impact, and we're still in that phase now, but quickly we are transitioning into the response.
And that response includes going into 9 different neighborhoods across the county, helping with hotels, homes, wherever people have been stranded. And we've been showing you video all morning long, especially since daylight has broken, and we've seen just how high that water is in so many of these communities, and some of the rescues that these crews have had to do. They're taking some of these armored vehicles, these high water rescue vehicles to meet people in these neighborhoods to get them to safety. Despite all of these rescues that have happened, Greg has shown us a number of them so far. Oh, this person almost slipped out coming out, but they're doing okay. Despite all these rescues that we've seen all across the county, people being stranded in their cars, being stranded in their homes, trying to get out. Guys, the county says that they have not reported any deaths in Orange County so far.
So, Sheldon, thank you so much for that information. Just incredible images. And we know that extensive flooding, too, in Kissimmee. I think we've got some drone video that we want to show everyone, and our meteorologist joining us as well to kind of talk through this with us. Do we have that video, hopefully, of the drone footage?
Well, and let's talk about, before we even get to that, all of these rainfall amounts. You know, what are we talking for the City Beautiful in Orlando, or to where this is, Kissimmee?
Wow, look at that.
Wow.
Look at the parking garage. For perspective, huh?
Yeah, so flooded parking garage there in the upper left, parking lot underwater. That's what we're seeing right now. Osceola County, you guys have been predicting this for days. I know that originally we discussed the models, Kellyanne, 24 inches of rain potentially. I mean, these numbers are unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When you see, you know, the potential for 2 feet of rainfall, you think there's no way. But, you know, I think that's kind of almost what we're seeing play out in some locations.
We're close in some spots.
Absolutely. We're at about almost 1.5 feet of rainfall in New Smyrna Beach in Volusia County. I think in the metro we're around just above a foot of rainfall. So it is an unprecedented amount that we've seen.
What are we talking in a year? What would we get in Orlando to compare to that?
50-something inches.
Okay,
so when you think about it,
more than 1/4 of the rainfall for the year.
And in New Smyrna Beach, you know, if you get to 2 feet, you're almost to a half a year's rain in a 24-hour period. But it's so important to stress, if anybody could, I know this is going to be like, you know, hitting our chest, right? But if anybody could handle flooding rains, it is Central Florida. We do drain so wonderfully here, but you can't get it all in the exact same moment. And that's kind of why we're seeing this. But a lot of reports that I'm hearing are that at least in the metro area, waters and neighborhoods and things are finally starting to get into the drainage systems. But now we're starting to see the lakes, which that all drains to, picking up, right? And the lakes flow to the rivers, and then the rivers, you know, and it's just kind of this chain effect.
And we're still hours into this. I mean, so especially for the folks up in Volusia and Flagler counties, right, guys? So it might be drying out a little bit in the metro, but this is going to be an ongoing event, right?
I don't even know that I'd say drying out. It's
Right.
just, it's not coming down like 2 inches,
Like it
3
was.
inches an hour. Maybe it's now an inch an hour, right?
And this isn't going to end in the next hour or two,
Absolutely
is it?
not. No. This thing is slowly moving, and with the wraparound moisture, we're still seeing rainfall being funneled into the area.
Yeah.
Daytona Beach Shores, guys, this is a location here in our that we're showing in the video as well. So time frame.
Oh,
then.
wow.
Look at that roof.
I was just seeing the palms blowing, but there went the roof.
Okay, so this made landfall in southwest Florida, okay, as a Category 4, strong Category 4. That's Daytona Beach Shores. That's clear across the peninsula as a tropical storm. Okay, so we can't ever say to ourselves, oh, it's just a tropical storm, we're fine, because whoever's roof that was just got peeled back. I've got family in Ponce Inlet, pool cage completely wiped apart, like somebody just went in there and hit hammers all day. Shingles are flying around, you know. It's not just a tropical storm. That you can't. We have to lose that in our complete nomenclature.
No, and clearly you realize, I mean, this is life-threatening. We already had a fatality that happened in Volusia County. And then to see these water rescues, I'm always amazed, guys. It's incredible. But your heart goes out to these people and these families that are going through this because the stress, the anxiety. You know, we're watching toddlers taken out and babies coming out. I know I keep saying it, but it's so powerful to see those images.
Yeah, I think these are truly the lowest moments of these people's lives, where they're being rescued. They are helpless, you know, and to see neighbors helping neighbors, to see these first responders coming in away from their families, right? And then after the weather calms down, we're going to see these linemen and line women that are going to repair our power lines and get us back to life. I mean, this truly, I think in these moments, Fred Rogers has this quote, and I'm going to destroy it, but it's right.
Yeah, I know.
The helpers.
Yeah, what do you tell kids in the midst of
Be a helper.
You know, devastation, tragedy, bad things happening? It's look for the helpers.
And here we are, and we're seeing those helpers in these moments.
Take a look at this. This is Ivanhoe, Lake Ivanhoe, I believe, right, guys? And Jason, you were showing me this not too long ago. This roadway there completely washed out.
Yeah, look at this street that just washed out on the banks of Lake Ivanhoe, and you'll see the camera pan over there in just a minute. But this is what conditions look like all across Central Florida.
I feel like this storm here, what are we going to be saying about this storm a year from now, 2 years from now? Do you think this is one of the most catastrophic storms, Ian?
I think from a flooding perspective, absolutely. You know, we're seeing not just pockets of flooding and not just, you know, a little bit of flooding, but people's homes getting flooded. Views like that where people's roofs are getting ripped off in a tropical storm. I definitely think that this will be a memorable one, not just for Central Florida, but for the entire state of Florida.
And wind gusts are rivaling that of Charlie. You know, we may be just a little bit lower in overall wind gusts, peak gusts in like in Orlando, but not by much. And this is moving so much slower. So that's why you can always think there's a reason they get names, because they each have their own personality. And this one, Claire's covered hurricanes in Central Florida for
almost 40 years.
Quite a long time, right? I mean, she's the mayor after all, you know. And she said that in so many respects that this is such an impactful storm, different than Irma, different than Matthew and Dorian, but quite impactful.
And let's touch on something you brought up here, Eric. Oftentimes we do coverage of a storm, a tropical storm or a hurricane, and it's hitting, and within a short window, it's over. And then we start looking at cleanup efforts in the aftermath, but we've got this buildup and then you know, maybe a couple of hours, 4 hours, 6 hour window of the storm. But this has been a full day of it. We went to sleep and it was happening. It is still continuing, and really our 24 hours of this, or maybe longer. What's the duration on this?
So let's say it made landfall yesterday afternoon, so probably about, let's say 24 hours since it made landfall to when it exit. We're thinking it's going to exit within the next couple of hours or so officially.
And the beating that every piece of property in Central Florida is taking right now. Every roof.
And then the backside still takes a while to clear once it's off the shoreline.
And guys, I do feel we have to mention, I mean, Southwest Florida, just the damage there that we've been seeing, and we don't even know yet the number of fatalities. That's something that we don't have confirmed because it's not been released yet. But it could be potentially staggering.
It's going to take a while, too, just to figure that out because, you know, the bridges, there are two main bridges to Sanibel and to Pine Islands that were wiped away. Yeah. And so now you're talking about we've got to get, you can't get a boat in there because of all the debris, you know, you're going to be dodging debris in the water. So waiting until you can get helicopters in there. And then you're talking knocking door to door, or in some cases, there's no door. It's sifting through rubble to see if somebody stayed. Yeah. You know, Bokeelia was so damaged in Charley 18 years ago that they had to literally pull apart buildings just to see if people had stayed. And while we haven't gotten images from those areas yet, Bokeelia, Captiva, Sanibel, you know, that's the kind of scenario that we're looking at.
Right, and we do know that, I mean, the governor was saying that they had received the 911 call, so you would think that would be some of the first stops they're going to see if those people, what's happening inside of their homes. But there's still just a lot unknown, but we do know they're evacuating hospitals in those locations, and just the air rescues and the road rescues that are going to be happening now throughout the day there.
So what's the timeline, Kellyanne, for the worst weather to be moving out of our area? That's the big question.
Well, really, it is. So we're thinking around noon today, starting out in Polk County, then gradually increasing from southwest to northeast, right around the evening hours from, let's say, southern Brevard County, moving through the metro, then up towards Lake County, then from Marion County all the way over to Flagler County and down to northern Brevard County. That's around the 3 a.m. hour. And it's just because of the movement of the storm, and we also have the counterclockwise wind, so it will take some time. So we're thinking slowly but surely it will clear out, but we're still watching for rain, wind throughout the afternoon, and then eventually this evening clearing out. But then we have to watch our northern and northeastern locations through the overnight hours.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Just your perspective, your insight, just the knowledge. It's incredible and so appreciative. I can't, and I hope our viewers feel the same, but you know, you guys really walked us through the storm and we're still obviously going through it, but it's just so important to have the expertise and knowing what this means.
Yeah. All right, thanks, team. We do want to turn our attention to Marlene Martinez, who has been looking at Volusia County and some roads that have been blocked. This is State Road 40. Let's get out to Marlene right now.
This right here is the reason that emergency crews are telling folks to stay off of the road. We are on Highway 40 on the west side of Volusia County, and you can see this giant tree that has come down that's completely covering Highway 40, and it has been here all night. You can see right here all of these vehicles that are waiting here on the road until this tree is cleared, including Armando Avalo. You have been waiting out here since midnight.
Since midnight yesterday night, yeah.
And you drive that truck down there. So tell us, what were you on your way to do?
I was on my way home to Deltona, to my family, and I'm stuck here. Yeah, but they're fine.
So what did you do all night?
Just wait. Just wait. And I called the cops, and I mean, they said they'll be here as soon as they can, you know.
And of course, during the night, it was too dangerous to come out. Now that the sun is up, we can see the damage out here.
Yeah, it was crazy. The wind was blowing kind of, you know, not that much, but.
I was just going to ask, how concerned were you as you were staying in your cab?
I was concerned for the cars, you know, for my truck, but I mean.
Living in Florida, you've probably been through hurricanes before, but anything like this that made you sleep on the side of the road because of a storm?
No, never. Never, first time.
Okay, and so now you can see that these folks right here are trying to chop up the tree.
Us, and I brought some chains and some straps to see if we can move the tree down.
And so what's your plan moving forward?
Going home. Going to Deltona.
And how is your family, most importantly?
They're fine. They're fine. I got an infant. He's 4 months old, and I got a 5-year-old baby.
Wow, that must have been a lot for your partner to watch them during this storm, but hopefully Daddy's coming home safe here pretty soon. Will you stay safe? Thank you for talking with us, Armando. So yeah, again, you can see this giant tree covering Highway 40, and it's for this exact reason that emergency crews are telling you to stay off of the road. And you can just see right here, all of this water, this flood water that's coming up, it's soaking those roots, making it easy for them to fall down. So just keep this in mind to make sure you shelter in place. Do not leave your house until emergency crews say it's safe. In Volusia County, Marlene Martinez, WESH-TV News.
Yeah, Marlene, great advice. There are so many parts of Central Florida that you can't navigate. My mother-in-law came over to our house yesterday because her power was out, and she's just minutes away. And then today her power's on, ours is off, but we can't get there. We've heard from neighbors that trees are down all throughout that neighborhood. Just keep in mind, a lot of our local areas are keeping curfews in place. That's the case for Winter Park. The curfew is going until 5 this evening. It's due to that extensive flooding and the tree debris that you saw that Marlene was talking about in that view there as we saw her in Volusia County, but it's all over Central Florida. And this could get extended if the conditions are worse here throughout the Central Florida area. And that was, again, in Winter Park for the curfew.
And Jason, you were mentioning just the power outages. I mean, we're in the millions at this point. So many people here in Central Florida, thousands of people without it. Take a look at this. Any help for hurricane victims, you could call the Florida Disaster Fund. You could text disaster to 20222. You can also visit the floridadisasterfund.org. We are just doing our best here to continue to track Ian as it moves over the Central Florida area. It's going to be a long day, though, throughout, with more rain expected and just this historic flooding that we've seen.
Yeah, in our area, we heard our meteorologist say something that has not been seen here in 200 years. And if this continues and we see those numbers go even higher, it could be record flooding for 500, maybe even 1,000 years of historical data.
From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
And as we get into the late morning and early afternoon, curfews are in place for some of our local neighborhoods as conditions on the roads continue to get worse. It is 11 o'clock on this Thursday. We are continuing to follow the latest with Ian. Thanks so much for staying with us here on WESH-TV News and CW18. I'm Sheldon Dutez.
And I'm Sana Kadange. We'll be checking in with our team of reporters across Central Florida as we continue to follow the aftermath of Ian and the conditions that we are currently facing. But first, we want to get you right out to our team of meteorologists, Eric Burris and Kellyanne Glass, with that latest 11 a.m. advisory. And guys, I saw you guys mulling over something in the Weather Center there. Is Ian going to strengthen again?
Well, when you say going to, it already has. Let's just give me a few seconds here to put this together. All right. It's carrying winds right now of 70 miles an hour. But if I'm honest, I would say that it probably is hovering right at hurricane intensity because we've been seeing wind gusting over 74 miles an hour in spots. So it's a strong tropical storm. It's expected to strengthen to a Category 1 hurricane as it lifts up to the north and then pulls over to South Carolina. It looks like South Carolina's entire coastline is now under hurricane watches. So there's that. Now, that said, local impacts. Let's just take a look. It doesn't surprise me that it's trying at least to get stronger. The center of circulation is sitting just off of the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and wrapping around that center of circulation is all of this tropical moisture. I'm using our live radar. It's kind of in a bit of a severe mode. There's a wider perspective using the National Weather Service radar. You can see that spin there, and all of that tropical moisture is moving in. And basically anywhere in Central Florida, we're watching winds running 40, 50, 60 miles per hour with stronger gusts. And that's outside of the center of circulation. So as this continues to impact the area, we're continuing to see just how Ian has really limited its weakening. It did weaken from a Category 4 intensity, and that caused the wind kind of envelope to spread out around Central Florida. Some of the worst weather continues in Daytona Beach, where those rainfall totals continue to build, and then up into Flagler County. We've not heard much from Flagler officials there, but the weather, frankly, is just too inclement to do much traveling around. Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, still with these big, heavy downpours, and we're talking about rain rates running 2-3 inches per hour. And then when you look at our wind velocities on our Doppler radar, I just want to look around and see. According to the Doppler radar, you know, some of the wind amounts running 40, 50 sustained with pockets of higher gusts. So big concerns there. We are still under flash flood warnings from Williamsburg back over to Dr. Phillips, Apopka, Winter Garden, Sanford, DeLand, Astor. There is a flash flood emergency in effect from Daytona Beach down through about the, Edgewater area. That goes in towards Samsula. And another flash flood emergency in effect for the Little Wekiva River, which is at its highest level on record. So we're really looking at some remarkable elements to this, and it's still raining. We are already officially at a 200-year flood in Orlando, seeing 12.5 inches of rain in just a 24-hour period. That is going to continue to go up over the next couple of hours. Now, that said, how much rain are we seeing on our Doppler radar? Meteorologist Kellyanne Glass continues our live team coverage.
Very interesting, Eric, is that we've been talking all morning, you know, about Orange County, Seminole County with the floods, but now that Ian is beginning to pull away, we are going to be concerned about Volusia County, Flagler County, because their rainfall totals are beginning to increase, and eventually it will increase even more. So I just want to take you through some of the rainfall totals right now. As we take a look, Edgewater at almost 17 inches of precipitation, down to Oviedo, Orlando, just about a foot of rainfall, and there is going to be more rain on the way for our friends out into Volusia County and Seminole County. Okay, so zooming on in a little bit more to coastal Volusia County, it's pretty much a fine line between, let's say, around 8 to 9 inches in DeLand to Deltona, which is still a very high amount, to 12, 14, 15, 16 inches of rainfall. You go further up towards the north out into Ormond Beach, we start to get some lower rainfall totals, about 11 inches of precipitation, but nevertheless, that is still a very high amount. Again, we're going to be watching the coastal concerns for later on today, going into tonight through this evening for rain. Flooding is going to be expected with Flagler County, coastal Flagler County from I-95 and eastward, and flooding will be likely in Daytona Beach, as you're expected to see rainfall totals anywhere from about 3 to 5 inches to 10 inches of rainfall. Want to take you through Futurecast because a lot of people want to know when this is going to end. Well, we still have time for this to sit and linger. So rain is still going to continue to fall. The heaviest rain will be focused along our northeastern locations, coastal locations. Still going to see those gusty winds, near hurricane force wind gusts at times because it is a high-end tropical storm. And then we eventually will see things clear out. Here's a look at 5:30 this evening. We start to clear out some of the rainfall, although I do think we could still have some lingering sprinkles around. But the heaviest stuff starts to work back towards our northeastern spots. Again, Flagler County and Volusia County. It will take some time for that rain to clear out, but we are thinking that later on tonight and into the early morning hours tomorrow, the worst of the weather will be over. Again, thinking about 10 inches of rainfall from Daytona Beach up towards Ormond Beach, potentially even stretching into Flagler County. Just how quickly this storm moves and how much it hugs that coastline. And an additional 1 to 3 inches possible in some locations in the metro. So again, when does it end? Well, we're looking right around 5 p.m. from Orlando all the way down to the southeast, stretching up towards Wildwood, then from Bithlo, Titusville, up towards Palm Coast and Ocala. We're thinking about 3 o'clock in the morning. So we still have some time, and those rain accumulations are still going to build. Also going to be concerned about the river stages. We'll have much more of those details in a few minutes.
All right, Kellyanne, thank you. We want to begin taking a look at what our reporters are seeing as they are out and about across Central Florida.
And we are seeing damage all across the downtown Orlando area with branches that are down in neighborhoods as well as flooded streets. Let's check in with our traffic expert and traffic anchor, Megan Mackey. Megan, you're in the Lake Davis neighborhood right now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Sheldon and Tonica, I'm actually right across the street from 903 Mills Market Cafe. We've been driving around all morning, and we just drove through the downtown area to get here, and this is where we're seeing some of the worst flooding. I'm actually joined by Melinda Grieper. She just moved here 4 years ago, and Melinda, you live right here on this corner. Have you ever seen flooding like this?
Never have I seen any flooding like this. It's gotten significantly worse over the last just 2 hours or so.
And talk with me about when did you really start seeing this water start to come up?
This morning it was maybe about an inch or so, and in the last hour it's about up to my knees.
And, you know, we've seen, lots of fish jumping out of the water. I mean, we've even saw a lot of people walking. I mean, that's definitely a huge concern. You're telling me that right now, fortunately, there's no water inside your house, but we are starting to see it go into your garage. Is that a concern?
Very much so. We are very concerned. It's already starting to get into the garage, so we're very concerned.
And we do know you, and as well as a lot of the other neighbors, do still have power in this area, but the backyard, you're telling me, is just completely flooded.
The backyard is completely flooded up to my knees.
And so as you can see, I mean, this whole lake, it's really coming up here towards the cafe. A lot of vehicles were able to move to higher ground like you were, Melinda. So we're going to continue to monitor this. I mean, have you talked to any of your other neighbors? I mean, what's the reaction? We've seen a lot of people coming out, walking around.
All of the neighbors are astounded. No one has expected this at all. We've never seen anything like this.
Definitely sad to see, a lot of people walking around. We definitely encourage people to don't drive through these waters. We haven't seen anyone do that, but again, a lot of people walking, some people barefoot, and we've seen some critters in the water. So if you're going to come out, we are seeing people really observe this. Just make sure you're using caution, not driving through flooded roadways, and of course, we will continue to monitor the situation. Thank you so much, Melinda. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, and Megan, you guys were just showing us a camera angle that was that Lake Davis, and is that all the water that has spilled over from Lake Davis into the brick roads there and into those front lawns?
Sheldon, this is all the water from Lake Davis. We're seeing it pushing up pretty much right here to Mills Market Cafe. So here at the intersection, this is Igor Street right here at this
Gore and Mill Street. So we were seeing all this water being pushed up here. It's past the whole neighborhood at this point. So even I'm sure some of the houses, as you get closer to the lake, might have some water intrusion inside their homes.
Okay, Megan Mackey reporting live just south of downtown Orlando in Lake Davis. Just to give anybody like a point of reference, it's not too far away from Lake Eola or Thornton Park. But I was curious about that like central lake in that neighborhood because so many of the downtown Orlando lakes have, you know, these smaller lakes or bigger retention ponds, and there are homes that are, you know, around a lot of those circles. So if we had as much rain as we did, one would expect that it would overflow the way that it has, and just to see the impacts of it reaching as far over from where Megan was. So the Lake Davis is in the center of that neighborhood, and where she was standing was about maybe a block away. So that water spilled all the way out to that far away from the lake.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, first of all, it's heartbreaking to see, and you're hearing from residents as they wake up this morning and start assessing the damage around their house, and it's going to be a long road to recovery, no doubt about that. Unfortunately, that's also the blueprint that we see around a lot of Central Florida. Yeah. A lot of Central Florida communities are built around lakes that are currently flooding, that are struggling to maintain how much water they've been receiving over the last few hours and how much water they're going to be receiving over the next couple of days. Yeah. So we'll continue to monitor that. Meanwhile, let's take you over to the coast now in Brevard County. We have WESH-2's Scott Heidler, who is in Rockledge for us. Brevard, what are you seeing, Scott?
We're in front of the EOC and emergency officials here telling us that they believe that the worst of it is behind Brevard County. Now, obviously, they're working on some cleanup right now, and there is some neighborhood flooding that they're working on. Ian's strength was still slamming Brevard in the early morning hours. One house in Cocoa hit twice by huge falling tree limbs, brought down by the strong winds.
Nobody's injured. Everybody was just scared. I'm still a little.
Or you just?
Oh, we're going to try to ride it out.
Okay.
If not, I'd either go to we'll take them to my mom's.
A few miles south on Cocoa Village's waterfront, the swollen Indian River boiling over its bank. One neighborhood in Port St. John waking up to some low-level flooding, entering some homes, but no one had to be rescued. And just up US 1, wind ripped off a chunk of the facade on a Publix store. Officials are still telling people to stay inside, even though the weather and damage are much lighter than expected. This so they can clean up the debris and the downed power lines. About 70,000 people are still without power. But Brevard County now in a position to help other Florida counties.
The sheriff has been contacted, and he's going to send a team to Lee County to work with their sheriff's office over the next few days. And then also, we've been in contact by Osceola County. Those are talks that are in the works right now.
Don went on to say that the EOC here will continue to work the storm until it's way out in the Atlantic. Reporting live in Rockledge, Scott Heidler, WESH-2 News.
All right, Scott, thank you. And I'm curious about your perspective here. It's great news, I think, for a lot of the residents there in Brevard who have just heard that the worst is now behind them. But what have been your biggest takeaways over the last 48 hours about what you've seen in that area?
Well, what would the biggest takeaway, I'd have to say, let's kind of start today, then track back today. When we woke up, we fully expected, before the sun rose, we fully expected to see pretty widespread damage. We were out on the barrier island first and went along A1A for about 15 miles. And there was a fair amount of damage, some downed cable lines, a lot of tree debris, quite honestly. And the wind was really whipping and sheets of rain were coming down. And then we crossed over to the mainland and continued up US 1, again seeing the same thing, and then going kind of back and forth between heavy downpours and strong winds. And then we made our way back to the Cocoa Village. You saw that in that story, the Cocoa Village waterfront. And I've never seen the water that high, nor it coming over the lip like we saw there. We stayed there for a couple of hours. And then once the sun rose, almost an hour after it, it really started to calm down. And that's when we started talking to the emergency center folks here. And they said, look, you know, the sun's up. Let's see what we can hear, what kind of reports come through for damage. People are going to start to come in, call that 211 number for down power lines. There are a lot of down power lines, but what they said is a good thing. They're not down power poles. So the lines are obviously a lot easier to repair. Dangerous still, but easier to repair. So hopefully those 70,000 folks here in Brevard County who lost power will be able to have that restored fairly quickly. But overall, you know, when we look at the days tracking up to this, it was all about the flooding. And right now there are some neighborhoods who have experienced flooding, but not the wide scale that we thought. You know, we knew we weren't going to have a storm surge, but the concern going into Ian was the flooding that we saw the last couple of weeks, particularly in North Merritt Island. That is because of those regional storms and saturated ground soil. We fully expected to see kind of widespread flooding, much like we're seeing in other neighboring counties, but it just didn't happen here. So right now, obviously, we still have to wait the day out. A lot of folks here holding their breath, but the emergency folks saying that it's good news, and as we saw from Don Walker in that story, they're looking to help other counties that really need that help.
Yeah, and I think a lot of our neighboring counties in the area are going to be so grateful for that additional help. Hopefully, Scott, thank you for that report. You can start to dry out a little bit. We do want to take you a little bit further north here along the coast because we do know that their neighbors right along the coast, they're still in it for a little while.
Yeah, at least 76-mile-per-hour winds in Volusia County right now, and that's where we find Claire Metz. Claire, what a difference of a few miles. We just talked to Scott. It's very calm where he is, but that's not the case where you are.
Oh boy, could we use some of Scott's weather? There's no doubt about it, because it is still beastly here. We did manage to get from the beach side to the mainland, and my colleague was good enough to lend me his boots because we are now in flooded waters, and I've lost one of mine. Anyway, we did manage to get across the Main Street Bridge because it's a low bridge. The high bridges you just can't pass. It would truly be a risk. These are near hurricane force winds, if not hurricane force winds, that could, you know, really do some damage, really harm you. But we got across here with some permission, and we can't get any farther than here because this whole area is flooded out. Our vehicle's too low to go through. And as you can see, this poor gentleman in a van here has been waiting at least, close to an hour now. He's okay, but he actually can't move, and he's called a tow company, but who knows when a tow company is possibly going to be able to get here. Now, some of the trucks that are a little higher have been maintaining and going through and maneuvering this road, but it's not something we could do. We do know now, though, by being on this side of the bridge, on the mainland side of the bridge, that indeed, as many people feared, Beach Street has again flooded. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that the river has overflown its banks, because the river is very high, and I'm sure some of the river is coming up, but in fact, it's been relentless water, relentless rain, and that is truly what is flooding this area. So Beach Street has flooded. Unclear whether businesses have been intruded on as they were during Irma, and that's a huge concern for so many of the owners. People have been texting me, asking me what's happening in that neck of the woods. I can tell you it is flooded. It hasn't stopped. It's not going to stop for any little while, and the wind is a bear as well. So we've not only got a lot of wind, a lot of flooding, and we've also got these beastly winds that just continue, just relentless, just maintain in our neighborhood. We've heard from some folks passing by, some of the first responders, that communities in South Daytona completely flooded. A number of streets, Wisteria, Western, Eastern. A couple of rescues were underway trying to get some families out. One who had a young child that needed medical attention. So first responders are doing what they can there. Riverside Drive in Port Orange, Venetian Bay in the New Smyrna Beach area, Beachside in New Smyrna Beach, widespread flooding up in Port Orange, farther west in communities like Waters Edge, flooding and intruding into people's homes. Down in Edgewater, the same story. We are all going to be sharing similar stories, unfortunately, because Ian brought, I think we were all expecting a miserable storm. I don't know that we were expecting that the rain would go on and on and on, and that our winds would be as significant as they are for as long as it's been. This wind just makes it difficult for anyone to navigate and too risky to navigate. Trust me, we're not going to take any chances that we don't need to in order to bring you what you need to know. But we wouldn't go through there because our vehicle's just too low. Not to mention the fact that I can't tell if there's any down power lines here. There's power outage all throughout this area. So, you know, this is just not a good idea for anyone to do. A couple of people are trying to cross the Main Street Bridge, but they turn right around again unless they're in a really high vehicle. And at this point, over on the beach side, as you've seen, it's a debris field. There's just materials from hotels. There's signage and other items just blowing along A1A and Peninsula Drive, the two main accesses there. All the side streets are, things are just flying down, so it's dangerous to be out in all of this as well. We're really trying to be as careful as possible, staying, near buildings that can offer us some kind of shield, some kind of cover. But yeah, what everyone was curious about, would downtown flood again? And it sure as heck looks like it has. One of the firefighters who had to go and rescue his own father in South Daytona told me that the water is way up all through the downtown area on all these little side streets as well. So not a great situation, and it just doesn't appear to be getting any better anytime soon. I wish I could tell you that this was almost over, friends in Volusia, but not so much. And in Flagler County, also significant difficulties with this kind of weather in those low-lying areas up north of us in Flagler, along the riverfront. Huge problems as well. So yeah, we're all in it together, and I think we're all going to have similar stories when it's done, some worse than others. One young woman who is my friend's daughter, she's got 2-3 feet of water in her house, and she is just devastated at the loss. This personal tragedy, for her, it's a catastrophe. It's everything. She's watching things wash away, but in the grand scheme of things, if we can get out of here with no more loss of life, that will be significant. I know the sheriff came on just a bit ago and asked everyone to stay put, because when these vehicles come through, as I've watched this poor gentleman in the van, we did check on him. They're okay, and he is waiting for a tow truck. Hopefully the tow gets here soon. But, the water just swells way up against his vehicle, against homes, against businesses, adding insult to injury. So folks are really upset when they see people just gawking coming through their neighborhood for no good reason. That's really key here. So the sheriff is asking everyone just to stay put for a while. This is going to go on for a while. Let the rescuers do what they can. They've got those high water rescue vehicles. They've got those trucks and tanks that they can get into people's neighborhoods and offer medical assistance if need be, or any other kind of help they can do. Let's let them do their job and stay as far out of the picture as we can, that's for sure. Folks, back to you.
All right, Claire, thank you. And thank you to your photojournalist, Hutch, too. We can see him, in addition to letting you borrow his boots, he's been cleaning the lens off, too, from all of the rain droplets that are coming down.
Well, I know a lot of people were concerned, but, when you lose a boot, you got to go with what you got, and what I had was my heels. On the beach side, like I said, there's no high water like this. It's certainly not as significant. But here, the water's very high. Now, you just get a sense of what it looks like now as this truck, which is a little higher than, say, the one we're in, goes through. Everyone's been stopping to ask the van driver if he's okay, and he's told us all he is okay, but he's just waiting for a tow. And in this kind of weather, I just can't even fathom when the tow truck will get here, because they're probably in incredible demand, and in some cases they may not be able to get out. They may not be able to get access. Again, to get from the beachside to the mainland, we, for the most part, have high bridges, except for Main Street. And once you get across Main Street, you're not going any farther because of the flooding. And you can't get across the high bridges because it's too risky. I'm not saying any vehicle would get blown off, but I'm not going to test it. That would frighten me. So the better part of valor here is to stay as far away and stay home if you can. And I think some friends of mine right now are using buckets to get the water out of their homes. We'll all be in that kind of scenario for the next couple of days, weeks, maybe even months as we recover from this. But anyway, back to you guys. And yeah, Hutch, thanks for the boots.
Oh, yeah.
We appreciate the constant wiping down of the lens so that we can see clearly what's happening. So the first question I have for you guys, for anybody who's at home watching and they're seeing just how quickly all this water has risen between last night and this morning and continues to rise, and they're staying in, when will it start to recede so that they can start to go out?
I think it really depends on your location, and especially when the rain stops. So it's going to stop from southwest to northeast. So our friends in Volusia County, so Clare, Flagler County, it's still going to take some time for that water to recede because they're expected to see more and more water. I think it will take some time, especially in some of those areas where there's the retention pond, just because the water will take some time to drain. But, thankfully we do have a good drainage system here. So we're not talking about weeks on end, but still it will take some time.
Yeah, some of those lower lying areas will certainly have to deal with it for a good bit longer. Yes. Guys, I'm curious, we're no strangers to hurricanes here in Central Florida, but All morning long, what we have been hearing from residents, long-term residents as well, is we've never seen anything like this. We have just never seen anything like this. What is it about this storm in particular that has caused conditions that are so unprecedented?
You know, I think that at first, a lot of people were focused that it was going to go into Marion County. So I think with all of the kind of changes in the path, keep in mind, Fort Myers, Southwest Florida was always in the end path on that right side of the storm. But I just think since it rapidly intensified, they weren't expecting it to be a high-end Cat 4, then moving inland and just bringing all of this rain and all of this wind with it, kind of slowing down compared to initially thought. You know, there was just so much water vapor in it. It had nowhere else to go.
Is it the speed? Is it just that it's going so slowly over us that it's dumping this much rain?
Yeah, I mean, think about Hurricane Harvey over in Texas. It made landfall down around South Texas, and it kind of looped around and just sat there. And for them, I mean, it dumped something like 30, 40 inches of rain in spots. Thank God we're not looking at that. But, you know, we're not all that far off either. I mean, we're already, what, 17 plus inches of rain?
About 1.5 feet of rain in Volusia.
So Charlie came through in a couple of hours. It was just bada bing, bada boom, as Tony Manolfi would say. This one is kind of enjoying that Florida sunshine, and it's going to take it a while, and then it's regenerating and moving up to the Carolinas as a hurricane.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. That was the new information we got from the 11 a.m. advisory. Can you break this down for us? I mean, Ian seems to be really wanting to come together.
Yeah, I mean, this was a high-end tropical storm as of the 5 a.m. advisory. Before that, it was a Cat 1 hurricane, but we've been watching the wind gusts in Volusia County. New Smyrna Beach, 86-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's hurricane force right there. So, you know, it's either way, it's still damaging wind. It's still a high-end tropical storm, low-end Cat 1, but it was on that fine line.
The Hurricane Center is going to go back in and just dig through every... You know, we're talking wind reports and things. They're putting this in a book, okay? And then after the hurricane season, they're going to pull the book back out, and they're going to all sit at a conference table, and they're going to go over data bit by bit, and they're going to decide if it was a Cat 4 or a Cat 5 at landfall. And then they're going to look at it, and I would be guessing that they're going to say, yeah, it probably didn't become a tropical storm until, you know, it made it to the Carolinas. I mean, it was every bit a hurricane as it was moving through our area.
And, I mean, the question I have for both of you, so if it strengthens, if it gets back out to off the coast of Daytona Beach, what does that mean for the rest of Central Florida? If it's, you know, one part of it strengthening, and then we've got, you know, those other bands on the other side still hitting Daytona Beach and Orlando and some of the other parts. Just talk to us a little bit about it possibly regaining strength off our coast.
Yeah, I mean, more rain, more wind, especially for Flagler and Volusia County. We keep on talking about that, even though right now we have an ongoing flooding situation in Orange, Seminole, even portions of Volusia County. But as it continues to strengthen, we're still talking about winds tonight, tropical storm, hurricane storm force winds, and then an additional potentially 10 inches of rainfall in some locations in Volusia County. So, I mean, whether it's a hurricane, tropical storm, again, we're still looking at the same impacts that we did for the metro, Seminole County.
And I keep getting emails, I keep getting tweets, and people are just, they're just, it sounds silly, right? They're saying it's really bad out there. But I want to make sure to revisit that, right? Because the storm is off the shoreline, and yeah, it's going to start to get stronger, but it's still really bad out there. We see it in our live reporters' positions, and people are still inside nervous. The winds are still gusting, trees are still hitting, transformers are still blowing, more and more people are without power, and it's going to take a while until the rain stops and until the winds die off.
It's so interesting, too, because you guys were talking about how in some spots you're getting 3 to 4 inches of rain, and then, like, right next door, we're getting a massive increase of rain. And over in Brevard and Volusia counties, as we just saw from Scott Heidler and Claire Metz, vastly different scenarios there, even though they're both on the coast.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that center pretty much just missed Melbourne and moved up into the Cape, and on the let's say the top side or the northern side of the storm, that's where all of the rain was.
All right, well, guys, thank you so much. We'll have plenty of questions for you in a little bit, but we know you guys have to run back to the Weather Center.
We appreciate it. All right, so we know airports all across the state have been impacted by Hurricane Ian, and there could be some lingering effects for some time now. Tom Costello is at the Orlando International Airport following all of those details.
Nothing brings travel to a standstill like a hurricane. In a time-lapse, Flight Radar 24 capturing the mostly empty skies over Florida, with only a handful of commercial flights staying out of harm's way, hugging the East Coast into and out of Miami. The FAA status map showing closed runways and airports from Key West to Naples, Sarasota to Tampa, to Orlando and Melbourne and Daytona Beach, leaving behind the few travelers who didn't get out in time.
We need everyone to go over to the middle of the food court area. Yeah. Because the airport's closing now. Yeah. And we're not set up as a shelter.
In Orlando, Brittany and Paul Inglesby and their baby unable to get home to Rochester.
You have a little kid with you, he takes top priority, so when he starts running low on stuff, that's when it gets kind of terrifying.
Tampa International tweeting video of the last flight out before closing down Wednesday, leaving behind some British tourists who were unable to catch an early flight home.
Had a lovely holiday, but then we were evacuated from the beach area. So we're here at least until Friday. All the hotels are full.
On Wednesday, more than 2,100 flights canceled nationwide, with most airlines waiving change or cancellation fees at least through Friday. This morning, Tampa International remains empty. Managers plan to assess the condition of the runways and terminal, then set a reopening timeline. CEO Joe Lopano.
I know you've got to do a full evaluation today of the condition of the airport and the runways. How soon do you think you might open?
There's a lot that has to take place once we assess the airfield. So we think the earliest we could open is a Friday.
From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
It is 11:30 on this Thursday morning, and we are continuing to follow the impacts of Ian here on Central Florida, even as that storm continues to march towards the coast. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Sheldon Dutez.
And I am Sonica Donge. We are going to get to our team of reporters scattered across Central Florida, as well as our team of meteorologists who are busy tracking Ian in just a moment. But we do want to let you know we are standing by for a press conference from the Orange County Emergency Operations Center. So when they do begin talking, we will bring that straight to you. But we want to get to Eric Burris and meteorologist Kelly in class as we break down that new 11 a.m. advisory and talk about the flash flood advisory still in effect.
Yeah, so Kellyanne's going to talk a little bit more about the storm system and talking about some of the kind of river levels and things in just a couple of minutes. But yes, still at this hour, we have flash flood warnings across a good chunk of town, no longer including Orlando and the tourist district, but it's West Orange, it's Apopka, it's Winter Garden, all the way down to almost Dr. Phillips. And then further to the north into Lake County, you're talking Paisley, you're talking about Astor, you're talking about Lake Mac, Forest Hills. Then we get into DeLand, DeBerry, closing in on Osteen, Holly Hill. But here right at the coastline, we are under a flash flood emergency. And that flash flood emergency is in effect for Daytona Beach, for Samsula, Port Orange, Ponce Inlet, New Smyrna Beach, and Edgewater, because we've seen so much rain falling that there is a true potentially life-threatening situation there. And by the way, it is still pouring in this spot. So let's come over and take a look at our first warning Doppler radar. And let's just start in the metro area where it is still raining heavily, and our Doppler radar indicating perhaps it's getting even more intense on that kind of west side. There's Ocoee. That's the box for the flash flood warning. You could see more of those particularly heavy downpours around Apopka. But let's look at the wind velocity on here, and I want to pop this up just because the winds, according to Doppler radar, are still running in that 60, 70 mile per hour range. This is technically a tropical storm offshore, and these winds are, 500, 1,000 feet over our heads. So as it's getting down to the surface, maybe it's more like 50, 60, but we're seeing the occasional gust into the 70 mile per hour range. And I show that in Seminole County, but understand this is playing out across all of Central Florida. If I just switch over to our live radar's winds, you see those bright colors, right? This is everywhere, okay? All right, let's take you over toward coastal Volusia County where those heavy rains are working in Ormond Beach, Daytona Beach. This is the box for that flash flood emergency. New Smyrna Beach through the inlet and Daytona Beach shores. We're talking 3 inches of rain per hour, and this is continuing to add up more and more and more. Let's come up here into Flagler County and see what's doing around Flagler Beach. And you notice this little ribbon of deeper orange. That's a particularly heavy downpour there. And so over these next few hours' time, we are going to continue to monitor this building rain situation. Let's also talk power outages. Our friends over at poweroutage.us giving us this information. 200,000 plus residents in Orange County without power. In Seminole County, over 100,000 people without power. 210,000 people without power in Volusia County. 46,000 people without power in Brevard. These numbers are continuing to go up, okay? For the lucky ones that still have power, giddy up, congratulations. Just don't count on it, right? Because as the winds continue to turn around this hurricane, we're starting to see these power outages build as the winds are impacting these trees and tree limbs are coming down in other directions, okay? So that's kind of the situation as it stands right now. Meteorologist Kellyanne Klass has been looking at some of the rainfall information. And Kellyanne, these numbers, these are official numbers from weather stations. They're staggering.
Yeah, this is just in from the National Weather Service. So we've been putting together these rainfall totals. Union Park, 16.69 inches of precipitation through 11 o'clock this morning. Pine Castle, 13.89 inches of rainfall. Again, through 11 o'clock, Bithlo, 11.58, Aloma, 12.46, Azalea Park, almost 12 inches of rainfall. So this is over a foot of precipitation in many locations. This is just in Orange County, by the way. We're going to comb through a lot of that data that just came in and go county by county and talk much more about those rainfall totals. But this is a look at Orange County right now is what we're talking about, plus the additional rainfall that we will see later on today. So let's go back to the current river levels. We're talking about that flash flood emergency very early this morning in Little Wekiva River. This is near Altamont. The current river level is at 31.09 feet. The record for that river level is 29.7. Still not quite near the 4.6 record in St. John's River near Astor, but starting to get there above Harney. So we're getting closer. That's not great to the record river levels. And then out in Shingle Creek at Campbell, we're at 62.57 feet as that river level, and the record is 62.3. And with additional rainfall, I do imagine that those are expected to go up. So through Friday morning, looks like you'll be at a moderate flood stage for St. John's River above Lake Harney. Saturday, Sunday, all the way through Tuesday, we're talking about a major flood stage. And then for St. John's River at Astor, major flood stage today, tomorrow, pretty much all the way through Tuesday as well. So it will take some time for the rains to recede. But looking at the 11 a.m. advisory, even though that center of the circulation will be just off of our coastline, we're still going to be talking about wraparound rainfall with this system all the way through the evening hours tonight, especially in our northeastern locations. Also, those wind gusts will still be pretty gusty in our northeastern locations as well. Take a look at some of those wind gusts in Osceola County through 9 o'clock this morning. Heritage Park at 56 wind gusts. Kissimmee at around 55. St. Cloud at about 46 mile per hour wind gusts. In Lake County, not as bad as some of those in, let's say, Volusia County, Flagler County, but still very impressive. Leesburg, 56 mile per hour wind gusts. Paisley, 44. Mount Dora, 43. Groveland, Claremont, 41. That's tropical storm force winds. And as we look over the next about couple of hours, let's go through about 2:30, 3 o'clock. The gustiest and strongest winds will be focused along that coastline as Ian begins to pull away. And we'll start to get some kind of clearing and a little bit more calm winds, but still pretty breezy at times in our western locations. By around 3, 4 o'clock, Sanford still seeing about 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Coastal locations, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, potentially even higher. By 7 o'clock this evening, still watching our coastal locations as our inland spots will start to kind of fade out some of that rain and also some of those wind gusts. Here's a look at Friday at 2 a.m. Still talking about gusty conditions along our coastline, but by Friday afternoon, things begin to turn back to normal as Ian begins to pull away from the peninsula of Florida. So for Tropical Storm Ian, when does it end? We're thinking 5 p.m. is the worst of the weather is going to end in our central locations from Bithlo up towards Seminole County and areas north, including central Brevard County. We are thinking the worst of the weather will be ending around 3 o'clock Friday morning. We're going to go back, take a look at more of those rainfall totals and bring it back to you coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Kellyanne, thank you so much. We are also hearing some updates from the White House this morning about conversations that they've had with the DeSantis administration. President Biden and Governor DeSantis spoke this morning about some of the steps that the White House is taking to support Florida right now. The White House says that the president did issue a disaster declaration this morning and that he told Governor DeSantis that he's sending a FEMA administrator to Florida tomorrow. Now, both President Biden and Governor DeSantis say that their talks are ongoing. We are standing by for an update from Orange County leaders here in our area, but Sonica, they have some updates to pass along at this hour in the meantime.
Yeah, we have an update to some of the evacuation shelters in Orange County at this hour. Timber Creek High School, there are 5. Timber Creek High School is at capacity. They are no longer accepting evacuees. There are other options here. We've got Dr. Phillips High School, Memorial Middle School, Ocoee High School, Timber Springs Middle School, and Apopka High School, which is animal friendly. Of course, there are also special needs shelters. They're just asking you to dial 311 before you head over so that they can help you out there. Also, want to put this into perspective, there are a lot of water rescues happening right now, and that is why a lot of these evacuation shelters are now getting at capacity. Timber Creek being one example. A few hours ago, Greg Fox was on the scene as a water rescue was happening. It was an hours-long operation near the Ventura area. 36 people rescued there, and then right down the street, there was an additional 20, so over 50 people rescued in just that one block alone, and they were being transferred to rescue shelters in the area.
Yes, and we know that the crews have not only been busy in Orange County, but all across our area as well. We've seen rescues in Osceola County throughout the morning as well because of standing water that has collected on main thoroughfares.
All right, Orange County is beginning to update us on the status of Ian. Let's listen in.
We also have Ms. Sally Thielen from Duke Energy who has joined us, and we have our emergency manager for Orange County, Division Chief Laura Lee Avery, who is also with us. There's some bit of good news today. The good news this morning that the National Weather Service released is the fact that Orange County has now been downgraded to a tropical storm. As far as the winds are concerned, Orange County is currently experiencing sustained winds at 30 to 40 miles per hour and gusts up to 50 miles per hour, so significantly lower than what had been originally projected. The National Weather Service projects Tropical Storm Ian will begin to leave Orange County at 8 p.m. tonight, and we're looking at the tropical storm winds out of the county by approximately 1 a.m. Later tonight as well. While Orange County is weathering the storm fairly well, I am going to say that we are cautiously optimistic. The worst of the storm has passed. However, we continue to have trees down and roads flooded with a few power lines down as well. That means that it is not time for our residents to re-engage in normal social activities or leave home. We're asking you to simply stay put at this time. Stay home. Stay off the roadways if you can. There are certainly some people who have to go out because of the nature of the work that they do. But for the general population, now is not the time to go out and to socialize. You should be staying home. The other thing that I will tell you is that we, in terms of the projected rainfall, we didn't do so bad there either. We had been anticipated to receive approximately 24 inches of rainfall, and so far what we have measured here within the area is about half of that. The average rainfall across the county was 8 to 12 inches. However, there were some areas that got as much as 16 inches of rain. In terms of what will happen between now and the remainder of today going into tomorrow morning, it's projected that we will receive an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain before the storm leaves the area, and I'm talking about right here in Orange County. Now, some of the surrounding counties and areas are likely going to have a little bit more rain than that, but that's the news for us here within Orange County. I also want to share with you that for the remainder of the day, we're going to continue to have some flash flooding in various places within the county, but we should see that begin to dissipate as the day goes forward. One of the most significant rescues that we had in a flooded area was the Orla Vista area, which is in the West Orange County area and the area of Kirkman Road and Old Winter Garden Road in that area. Our fire crews, assisted by law enforcement personnel, evacuated approximately 30 people who live in what we call the Hope Circle area there in the Oyla Vista community. Those individuals were evacuated to Ocoee High School, which is one of our shelters that's open at this time. You may recall that yesterday we had fire crews that worked with our Lynx public bus system to also go into the Oyla Vista area, and they evacuated people yesterday. And I'm told that there was some 300 people that were evacuated from our mobile home communities and the Oyla Vista area and some low-lying areas into our shelters. And today, we have approximately 200 people with special needs who remain in our shelters. We have another approximately 1,300 people who are in the current shelters. Those numbers are going to change. They may go up or down as the day goes on, but our shelters remain operational if you need to have shelter. Orange County Utilities has indicated that they do not have any customers without water at this time, and which is good news. And I will tell you that Orange County Utilities, OUC reported that they do not have any customers without water. So Orange County Utilities, nor does OUC have any customers who are presently without water. However, we do have a significant number of persons in our community who are without power. We have between the two main energy companies, the Orlando Utilities Commission and Duke Energy, we have approximately 200,000 customers in Orange County who are without power. You're going to hear a little bit more from Duke Energy in just a few moments, who will talk to you about their customer base. The Orlando Utilities Commission did not send a representative here at this time, but they did provide a statement that I want to read for you. The statement is that there are approximately 70,000 of their customers who are without power in the Metro Orlando area, and about 11,000 of their customers in the St. Cloud area. OUC storm assessors are actively assessing our system or their system, and will continue to do so while conditions remain safe. Line technicians will pause their work when wind speeds reach 35 miles per hour. Storm assessors will continue up until 45 miles per hour, and all crews will be mindful of flooding and other unsafe conditions. The Orlando Utilities says they are grateful to the OUC line and water technicians, as well as the many in-state and out-of-state crews who are supporting their efforts, including the more than 100 who are already here within our area, and the many others who will join in the area tomorrow. They said that they'd like to remind everyone that they should never touch a down power line or wire, and instead they should report it to their utility provider. OUC goes on to say that customers are encouraged to visit the ouc.com/storm center website for important information. They ask that you also sign up for their weather alerts if you are or outage alerts, I should say, if you are an OUC customer. They are able to provide these alerts in English and Spanish by texting REG to 69682. In other words, REG to my OUC. And so with that, I'm going to ask Sheriff Mina to come forward to say a few words. And following Sheriff Mina, we're going to have the Duke representative also come up, and then we'll open it up for any questions that you may have. All right, Sheriff Mina.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning to everyone. I want to reiterate to everyone to stay indoors, stay sheltered. As the Mayor stated, there's a lot of standing water out there. We've had significant flooding throughout parts of Orange County, and we're still having some pretty strong wind gusts, so I'd encourage everyone to stay inside at this time. Our deputies have been responding to calls all morning, mostly check the well-being calls, but they're out and about assessing some of the damage, and they too assisted with the evacuation with the residents at Orla Vista, including some pets as well. As you know, we have many high water vehicles that are at our disposal, boats and other things. So if anyone needs help because of the flooding, please don't hesitate to reach out. Our deputies and our first responders are doing, once again in this community, a tremendous job. So I want to thank them, all of them, our firefighters and deputies and our dispatchers here. We have dispatchers here sleeping that have worked some long hours. And one I was talking to, she doesn't even know what kind of damage she has at her home. So, and I know we have several deputies who have their homes flooded as well, but yet they continue to be out here helping the people in our community. So, again, stay inside as the storm subsides. Again, the reminder: stay away from down power lines, stay away from standing water, please, and know that the Orange County Sheriff's Office will be out there in mass. We have lots of additional personnel, and again, very, very proud of the first responders here in Central Florida, some of the best in the business and very used to and decades of experience responding to hurricanes before, during, and after to help get our community through this. So this time I'll turn it over to Sally Thielen from Duke Energy.
Thank you. Hello there. Currently, we're at about 140,000 customers out in the Orange County area. That's roughly 25% of our customer base here. As you can imagine, the conditions have not been ideal for us to get out. We're in our very early phases right now of damage assessment, which is our first process we do once a storm is moving through. As soon as the conditions are allowable to let us get some of our restoration work underway safely, we will do that. We mobilized about 10,000 resources down here to the area where we have 3 main staging sites. One's located at the Villages, one's located over at the Tropicana Field, and we have another one down in Polk County at Ritchie Brothers. With those resources, we'll be able to strategically dispatch them out to the impacted areas as soon as we get that information in from our damage assessors. So certainly that's the next phase for us. Appreciate everyone staying indoors, letting our crews get out there to kind of get the assessing done, and certainly, as you've heard a lot this morning, steer clear of any down power lines. Consider them energized. We want everyone to stay safe, and we certainly appreciate the patience of customers. We know nobody wants to be without power in storms like this, and we'll get out there and get the restoration work underway as quickly and safely as we can. Thank you.
All right. What I'm going to do at this time, I'm going to ask Division Chief Avery to come forward and just kind of tell you a little bit about what has been going on within our Emergency Operations Center and some of the activities for the last 24 hours or so, and what we will be doing for the remainder of the day to make certain that our community remains safe, that our response and recovery efforts are what they should be. Chief Avery.
Thank you, Mayor. So good afternoon. So we have been in operations. We're at a level 1 EOC activation. That's a full activation. So we have staff round the clock here, 24 hours a day, responding to the emergency, not actually responding out of the building, but taking in all of the information and the requests that are coming in for assistance so that we can respond and help our community get back to normal. We'll continue to be collecting information, coordinating with state and federal partners. We have the National Guard in our EOC. We have FEMA in our EOC, Region 5 staff, along with all of our essential support function personnel that are collecting data, reporting damage, just responding to any requests for any equipment or anything else needed. So we'll continue to do that until we are, in some sort of normalcy, and just to make sure that we get back to normal as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to ask Dr. Karsh from the Florida Department of Health just to come forward sometimes we get questions about the PSNs of persons with special needs, how we treat them and what goes on for those individuals, and we've tried to make provisions for them within our community. So it's an area that I'm going to ask him to come forward. He is the health officer for the Florida Department of Health at Orange County.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Florida Department of Health staffs 3 special needs shelters here in Orange County. We have operational shelters at University, Freedom, and Olympia high schools. We have been serving patients at these shelters all day yesterday and through the night. So far, services are going very smoothly. We are accepting new patients anytime today. We have medical and nursing staff on hand, and we're in constant communication with our dedicated staff from the Florida Department of Health. Right now, we have, as the mayor said, approximately 200 clients in our special needs shelters. These numbers are fluctuating through the day. We have some pediatric patients as well. And again, I'm just very proud of the work that the Florida Department of Health, in conjunction with Orange County government, has been doing to serve members of our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm going to call on our next doctor, Dr. Raul Pino, who is the director for our health services department here within Orange County. I'm going to ask him to talk a little bit about what's happening with our other shelters and the operations that are underway there. He can tell you a little bit about how that is going.
Thank you, Mayor. So we are in the process of assessing damage in the different facilities that we have. There has been some flooding surrounding the animal shelter, and we are moving resources there to protect our pets. It's staffed 24/7, so the animals are safe, secure, and treated and feeded. So that is working well. We also has been responding to other issues in the general shelters, electricity, the medical examiner. They have some power situation for a while. That was also resolved early this morning. So they are back into operation. At this point, they are not going out and picking bodies that they have to. I know it's a sensitive issue to talk about it, but that's a reality. They stopped the activity last night when the winds increased, but there's no any independent jobs in that regard that I'm aware of. And the general shelters, as the mayor said, are in full-blown activities. Some of them, the volumes will fluctuate, and it will increase and decrease through the day as we assess in some flooded areas that may need additional rescue. With regard to the special needs shelters, our Director of Health just mentioned, we have extra capacity for approximately 100 individuals, and as we move some of the assisted living facilities that have been flooded damage, with the collaboration of our emergency operations, we are going all to be safe, and we all will be well. We just have to work together. Please stay off the roads. Do not get on the water. Allow emergency crews and response personnel to do their job. Thank you.
Dr. Pino, would you also just share with them how, if they are interested in going to a shelter, in English and Spanish, how they're able to access those services?
So to access your services, the best way to access shelter services is to call 311. Your call will be routed to our emergency operations at the health services in our Michigan campus, and there the links operator will schedule your pickup if necessary, and they will bring you to the shelter. It's better that way, although they will take walk-ins, but it's better that way because they can assess your needs over the phone and be ready to serve you. Para las personas que necesitan los albergues con condiciones especiales para oxígeno, electricidad y servicios de enfermería que estamos proveyendo, por favor llamen al 311 antes de ir a esos shelters. Estamos aceptando a las personas que vienen caminando, que vienen por sí mismas, pero preferimos que llamen al 311, al 311. Cuando usted llama al 311, esa información es recibida por el Departamento de Servicios de Salud del Condado. se le da links la compañía de transportación y ellos pueden hacer una recogida en su casa y llevarlo al lugar donde necesitan ir. Tenemos tres de esos albergues. Es mejor de esa manera porque así sabemos cuáles son sus necesidades y estamos preparados para recibirlo. En esas situaciones se están ofreciendo servicios de terapia respiratoria, se le ofrece oxígeno, tenemos la alimentación adecuada y el personal de enfermería para proveerle esos servicios. También puede usted traer un acompañante, un familiar suyo, que puede estar con usted para ayudarlo durante su estancia. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. And I'm going to ask Mr. Ed Torres to come up from our utilities if individuals experience any challenges, if there are any issues related to water or wastewater systems. I'm going to ask him to kind of come forward and tell you about how you will access the services if you have a problem at your home. Ed Torres is the director of our utilities department.
Good morning, everyone. From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
What was Hurricane Ian has left parts of central Florida underwater. Neighborhoods that aren't flooded or tangled up in tree branches. Rescue boats are out saving people in dangerous conditions.
We've also got this video from Kissimmee that you've got to see. It's showing all of the extensive flooding, and this is the reason why so many officials all across central Florida are telling people to stay indoors for just a little while longer, and we've got our crews scattered all over the viewing area to help you prepare.